All right. Got some stuff to do. Ooh, there we go. We got Kevin joining us up here. Good morning, Mr. Kevin. How are you doing today, sir?
Doing pretty good, Evan. How about yourself?
I'm doing okay. I'm excited to get this live stream going. It should be a great day. We have a couple earnings coming up after this later in this week. Not so much macro data. We have a lot of Fed presidents speaking. I'm assuming we're going to be listening to every single one this week. Couple intriguing news stories from the morning. There was a GM one. There was Robinhood one getting a Wells notice, and a couple other stuff that we should be keeping an eye on. But good morning, Kevin. We got about 52 people in here. We're letting people trickle in slowly. So maybe we save the real heat for the next like 20, 10, 5 minutes or so. But what are you watching this morning? How was your weekend? What are you excited for this week?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I do, at the top of the hour, I have to drop just for about maybe 5 minutes or so, and then I'll jump right back on here. But, I mean, the weekend was cool, man. I caught a lot of fish this weekend. Fishing season has officially started, so happy about that. You kind of talked about it. I mean, we don't have that much economic data this week. I think the biggest thing to really kind of focus on is going to be the auctions. Not so much the 3-year auction, but really focusing on the 10-year and the 30-year. We had the 10-year auction on Wednesday, and the last auction that we had was literally horrible. It's like one of the worst that we have ever seen. But I think we might see a little bit of a different take for this one coming up, just because of the fact that we have the QT statements on the Fed that's going to begin in June. Basically, they lowered their threshold when it comes to reinvesting principal into new treasuries. So there'll be a new participate in the June auctions. And why I say that actually could change the May auction is because we could see a lot of institutions and traders trying to get ahead of that. Look, it's not going to be much, right? I don't want to put too much emphasis on it, but it's a really key sign of that we are beginning the process of quantitative easing in a sense, right? Look, it's going to free up around $35 billion a month to spread across all auctions. So it's going to be, it's not that much on a grand scheme of things, but let's say it soaks up, $1 billion or $2 billion per auction. I mean, that's something that can actually have a material impact in a sense. So that's why we continue to see yields move to the downside. We also have the dollar moving to the downside here today as well. That's been a tailwind when it comes to the equity markets. And I'm looking to see how long that's going to really last. And outside of that economic data that we have, I think Friday, when you're looking at the consumer sentiment and the inflation expectation numbers, I think that's going to be a really key sign. On Friday of last week, we had the BLS report. We had the average hourly earnings come in a lot lower than the street's expectations. Well, when I say a lot lower, I mean, it came in at 0.2%, but there was a whisper that we could see a very hot print there. And so that was pretty much the only inflationary gauge that we have over the last 2 weeks that actually showed a promising sign. I think the market ate that up, along with the fact that we did miss the street's expectations when it comes to the amount of jobs added. The weekly prep that I write will be out a little bit later today, just kind of catching up. But one thing that I did want to note, and I did post a chart on my page. I will pin it up here. We did actually have a really key item that occurred last week that I am a little bit concerned about, and I'm not trying to scare the market, but diesel or heating oil futures /HO for those that are on TOS or wherever other platform that you're using. But heating oil and diesel, we kind of interchange them for the most part. They're the same. There's a couple of different properties that are different, but they price on the same way. Well, last week we actually broke through the 200-week moving average for heating oil, and that's something that we generally do hold up. So what I did is I provided a comp chart that actually compared the S&P 500 and diesel prices and what happens when we break the 200-week moving average. And it's usually not a really good sign for the broader economy. And the reason why I say that, it's not just price dependent, and I'm going to explain this in further detail in the report here, probably in another hour or two. what we've had in the energy market right now, and I'll try to wrap this up here real quick. What we had in the energy market over the last month and a half is refining rates for the most part have stayed the same, around 88%, 87, 88%, 88.5, if you will. So that's not a really big ramp up when it comes to refining operations, meaning the product supplied to the marketplace, all else being equal, has for the most part stayed the same. Now, we have seen a little bit of a buildup when it comes to heating oil or distillate inventories, but nothing that was completely too alarming. So what could that mean? It can mean either speculators across the board, when you're talking about the energy complex, are completely off sides, and we might see the short covering event happen and a spike with prices from crude oil, Brent, gasoline, heating oil, or we are starting a process where we might actually see a little bit of an economic downturn. And I know people on Twitter like hate when others bring this up, and I'm not trying to be a perma-bear by any stretch of the imagination. I just go off of what the data shows. And the data shows right now that we actually broke through that 200-week moving average, moving to the downside. That is usually correlated and usually a leading indicator for broader equity market weakness. Once again, why I said somebody's off sides here. Because if your inventory is not really building up at an aggressive rate and your refine rates are staying pretty, for the most part, stagnant, that means supply is dropping off or consumer demand is dropping off here domestically. And that's the key concern that I have right now. I had another point that I want. In the chart, let me just post this thing so you guys can see it. So you guys can follow along here. So chart's at the top. And I'm going to have a different chart here in a little bit. But if you actually look at the chart and when we actually violate the 200-week moving average is huge. We typically do see a little bit of a pullback when it comes to the S&P 500. There is a scenario where we saw diesel heating oil move below the 200-week moving average, but S&P actually sustained for about, let's say, 6 months or so. And that was in 2014. 2015-ish. And what happened during 2014 to 2015 is when OPEC and basically Saudi Arabia tried to flood the oil market in order to kill the shale boom, right? We had this situation where we were just ramping everything up, and then basically they came and tried to take it out. And because they didn't like the fact that we were kind of commanding or taking over so much market share. That doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. In fact, the whisper on the street is that OPEC might actually continue its cuts or even increase the cuts. I'd be hard pressed to actually see an increase in cuts because a lot of their smaller countries that are members are really complaining about these cuts because it's also eating into their GDP when 80%, 75%, 80%, 85% of your total GDP is generated off of oil sales. When you cut that margin or the amount of barrels that you can sell, and prices don't react in the same manner or sustain in the same manner, then that actually does hurt you. But let's just assume that OPEC will maintain the cuts, which is what the market's pricing in right now. Once again, I believe it's a leading indicator that something is on the horizon. Either we do see a pretty significant short squeeze that takes place, which could actually happen. Producers are still increasing their long positions, which is something that doesn't really happen all too often in the energy space when it comes to futures, or we might be seeing the beginning signs of an economic slowdown across the board. So that's kind of my key takeaway for this week and why I'm watching the energy markets, why I'm watching the heating oil markets, because it is a very significant sign. And it's a key indicator that I have been using for being able to try to figure out price levels and price ranges, which is why in December, I was like, hey, I think this thing's going to move up because we still saw economic growth being reflected in the macroeconomic data for the most part. And we were touching that 200-week moving average on crude. So if we had an increase in production or we had an increase in economic growth, all else being equal, once again, you would think that prices for crude would move to the upside. It did. Now it's kind of that opposite effect. So we're kind of like at a rock and a hard place right now. So I think it's either a breakup or breakdown situation. And I think that coincides with the broader equity market. I'm not saying in the next 3 weeks, the broader equity market's going to completely sell off or fall off. But once again, when you look at that correlation, I would probably be a little bit more cautious for the broader market until we start getting data from the EIA and the API around inventory levels. If we do see significant spikes to the upside for some of the distillates and byproducts, then that would probably ease the overall broader economic factor situation. But I would be kind of hard pressed because the data right now doesn't align to the price action. So very long explanation, but I wanted to kind of highlight that and provide a little bit of a teaser. And I'll provide the market prep in the comments once it's done so people can go back and read it, or they can follow me.
Kevin, everyone should make sure they're following you 100%. I know you're going to have to go in a second or two. You have any quick, like, initial one or two bullet point takeaways from Warren Buffett speaking over the weekend? Well, I'm sure we'll talk about it more going on, but and I know you have to go in a second. But any like first initial remarks about that? I'm sure Apple will be moving off of that today. It's only down about 0.6%. Could have been more, but yeah. Any like top line thought there?
Well, yeah, obviously, like the reduction of their Apple holdings obviously is a big deal. I think it's the AI comment, right? I mean, like his concern and him equating AI with the nuclear bombs, right, or just nuclear technology in general, and his concern, I think, are very valid ones. I'm data scientist or data analyst at heart, so I do a lot of programming. Been doing programming for probably the last 15 years, right? So I kind of understand where he's kind of coming from. Yes, there's always going to be good actors out there that want to utilize it for the better, but there's also, risk that we could see too from bad actors, and I think that's really unfortunate. But I also will caveat that with saying Warren Buffett has been cautious about other markets that have been secular growers in the past, and he has been wrong. But I think, once again, I think he brings up a valid case that there's a little bit more of a concern that the genie is going to be out of the bottle. I thought that was the biggest takeaway. But I will come back up here at about, like I said, give me about 5 minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Appreciate you as always, Kevin, helping us get ready for the day in the stock market. Everyone should be hanging out with us today, sticking around. We are going to be going live for a while. We got some morning trading coming up after this. We got a 9 a.m. news dump, so I'm not going to throw it over to Stock Sniper right now, but I would love to hear your thoughts. I don't want to have to interrupt you. We do have a lot of times, a lot of news will be coming out here. If we are going to get anything, it will be now. Let me just get everything up. And yeah, so I appreciate Kevin for that intro. There was one or two news stories that were really on my radar in the morning. Obviously, I talked about Warren Buffett a lot this weekend, so I'm sure I'll have the chance to go back through it and talk about it. Robinhood getting a Wells notice, specifically about its crypto business. For people who don't know, a Wells notice is here's the definition: a notice sent by securities regulators, the SEC, to a company notifying them of substance of charges that the regulator intends to bring against the respondent. So basically, the SEC is going to bring up a case against Robinhood's crypto business, and we're keeping that on watch. Robinhood stock was down a good little bit in pre-market trading. I saw it as a 7% move before. Let's see where the stock is now. Yeah, that is a very big red wick down. It's trading around 16, and it was around 1850 before this. That is 9 a.m. Let's see if we get any interesting news stories here. Twilio appoints a new chief marketing officer. It's not going to move stock. Morgan Stanley Private Credit. Accenture Federal Services wins U.S. Army contract. ACN, I don't see how big this contract is. They just won a contract to help with the U.S. Military cloud. That could be a little mover there. I'll take a look in a second. Actually, let's pull it up right now. That was ACN getting a contract. That's a weird candle. Visa and JP Morgan forge strategic collaboration to revolutionize faster money movement in the U.S. through Visa Direct. That is just a headline there, but announces a collaboration that aims to enhance merchants' experience, empower cardholders, and drive innovation for JP Morgan's payments customer. Interesting. All right, so Visa and JP Morgan doing a little bit of a thing together. I don't think that's going to move either of those stocks, but let's take a look. That might be a little bit of a wick up there in the 30-minute candle for Visa. Okay. Let's see what JP Morgan is doing, if it's moving at all off this. No. All right. Fortinet Threat Research, no. Piper Sandler, no. Okay, that's the majority of the headlines I'm seeing there. There was a couple more stuff that happened in the morning that I'm going to want to cover. But Stock Sniper, good morning. I'm sure you're here for the live trading part of this a little bit more. What is catching your eye this morning?
Good morning. Just wanted to take a second and make a comment. I overheard that you were talking about the Warren Buffett comments that we saw this weekend, and I wanted to say you had a great space. I believe it was on Saturday. Could have been yesterday. I can't be certain. But a great space that you had on the Warren Buffett comments and the Warren Buffett shareholder interview. Really found that one very informative. Not sure if you have the recording posted, but if anybody didn't hear that, I think that they should definitely check into there. I'm looking over at SPY right now. For anybody who's not familiar with my trading style, I primarily trade SPY, and I'm trading options, and I'm scalping them. I'm taking a look at SPY, and we got some interesting setups here. We have the 513.65 pre-market high. We have a 511.42 pre-market low. We do also see some pretty strong resistance, pretty strong support at 513 flat. I'm looking also at 512.59. We have historically seen some pretty nice bounces and rejections off of this level. But overall, in the 500 ranges, this is one of my favorite areas to trade. I think that this week is going to be pretty good. I really like Monday mornings. It's one of my favorite times of the week to trade, especially. But we have a lot of catalysts coming up. And last week, we got quite a lot of information. We had an FOMC meeting. We also did have many big earnings. We had Apple moving the market. We had quite a few. Today, after close, we have Palantir earnings. Definitely looking forward to seeing how they perform. I personally think they're going to do pretty well, but again, that's just my opinion. Really excited for this week. I believe that we do also have two Fed speakers today. I'm not sure how much of a catalyst that could be, but I definitely think that we will see a little bit of volatility because of that. But overall, Monday morning, really looking forward to trading this week. We're in a great range, in a great area, and I'm going to see lots of opportunity to make some money today. But that's all I have for now at the moment, Devin.
Love it. I appreciate you. I'm looking at the calendar that I have right in front of me, a Market Watch one. They only have two Fed presidents speaking today. We have Barkin going at 12:50 and then Williams speaking at 1 p.m. No other real macro announcements or kind of stuff around there. As far as earnings, you did hit. We have Palantir today. Also a Realty Income and a Shockwave Medical, a HIMS, a few others, a Lucid as well. Lucid, I know a lot of the EV guys at least are watching. Well, it'll be on their radar. So those are a couple of the earnings to watch. And then the Catalyst Watch I like to tweet out also did have a couple events on here. We do have the IBM, its subsidiary Red Hat, is holding a annual summit in Denver, Colorado. Oh, in the home of someone that I know. Federal Reserve, the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey, the SLOOS survey on bank lending practices will be coming out as well. I know a lot of the kind of people who focus on that area. I won't lie to you. I don't necessarily dig too deep into this one, but I know some people who do focus over there do enjoy talking about the SLOOS survey and the information it brings them. So we'll see. I don't have a time necessarily there for that one, but it just says all day. The NASDAQ CEO will be speaking at the Dubai FinTech Conference. The United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket is scheduled to launch Boeing's CST-100 Starliner spacecraft to the ISS. And then there should be something between Capri and Tapestry, which are two luxury brands. It's the deadline for the companies to answer the FTC complaint, which came out last week. So there are a couple catalysts that you might want to watch today, but not as major as some of the other major days that we've had recently. So that's definitely a couple of the things you want to keep on watch. Just I like to go over. I know it's we haven't even started the Monday. We haven't opened trading yet, but I think it could be valuable to know what you maybe want to watch out for tomorrow, what stocks have big things coming, just in case it has extra volatility. Apple has an iPad event tomorrow. There was hints that they might be having some AI releases at this Apple event. So at 10 a.m. Eastern, Tuesday morning, tomorrow morning, watch out for that Apple iPad event, which some AI accessories might be coming. I know Mark Gurman, he is an Apple insider for Bloomberg, actually does a very good job, I feel. And he said that he doesn't think there will be any new features coming at this event. He think it will be related more to the chip that they are building, which might kind of be a core underlying of a lot of the future AI technology that Apple ends up bringing. So I wouldn't say expect the world from Apple at that event tomorrow morning, but definitely keep an eye on it. We have a Canaccord Genuity Global Metals and Mining Conference tomorrow, so a couple of your mining type names might be in watch. We have a couple more Fed speakers talking tomorrow. Mobileye will appear at the BNP Paribas Global Electric Vehicle and Mobility Conference. That will be tomorrow. There's a gene and cell therapy meeting tomorrow. So a couple of those type names, AZTR, CRISPR, Editas, Regeneron, etc. will be speaking there tomorrow. Those names might be on watch as well. As far as earnings, by the way, Disney, if this is a weird one, Disney has typically been an after-hours reporter of their earnings, and they switched to a morning one, which was a little bit weird. So Disney will be reporting earnings tomorrow morning, along with Celsius and Datadog, etc. So probably some increased volatility there in those moves, and we'll be watching those ones. It was weird for me to see Disney reporting in pre-market. We have a consumer credit and Minneapolis Fed President Kashkari speaking tomorrow as well. And for the record, this list of Fed speakers tends to not include every single one that will be going. So if we have more than Barkin and Williams today speaking, I would not be surprised. Definitely keep that one on watch. All right. A couple of the news stories from this morning and late last night that I've been watching. There was one around Elon Musk threw a little tweet to Warren Buffett saying that Warren Buffett should take a position in Tesla. Quote unquote, it's an obvious move. I don't know. We'll see if anything comes of this one. Probably not. I mean, he's just messing around, but not Warren Buffett's type of play. Although Apple is by far his largest holding and he's selling some. Discussion I'm sure we'll have. Obviously, I spent 6-7 hours yesterday or on Saturday listening to Warren Buffett speak, and I have some takeaways. So we had that Elon Musk comment. GM, they reported a $106 million loss from its operations in China in Q1. That is only the third quarterly loss it has had in China over the last 15 years. I think that shows a little bit of weakness in that market when even a company like GM, who has been continuously profitable over the last 15 years. And a couple of those negative quarters were during COVID. So I think it makes a little bit more sense there. But the former Starbucks CEO, Howard Schultz, who was quite transformative for that company, turning them into what they are today, or some could say what they were a little bit before today. Put out an interesting LinkedIn remark, which actually I can get the full thing in front of me. And I'm going to do that. But basically the gist was saying that they need to, Starbucks needs to step up its game, focus on the U.S. more, focus on the U.S. consumer, and increasing the quality of their stores. He wrote a really long LinkedIn message here, so I have that on my screen right now. But yeah, that was one of the major things we had this morning. Robinhood receiving a Wells notice, which means that the SEC is going to bring them up on charges, and it is regarding their crypto business. That sent Robinhood down a decent little chunk. I think it's still having that big wreck. Yeah, no, it's actually bought a lot of it back up closer to $17.50. But that was definitely a down move there, and a little partnership between Visa and JP Morgan as well. I see we did get Shai to join us up here. Good morning, Shai. How are you doing, sir?
Morning. Yeah, I'm doing good. Lots of pre-market notes and actions for a Monday, so couldn't be any happier to see some action happening before a freaking wild earnings week for growth tech stocks.
What was some of the stuff catching your eye?
Yeah, so you already called out the Robinhood Wells notice. I think it's more noise. If you guys are familiar with the crypto industry, which I'm just starting to learn, this type of behavior is very common, especially with Coinbase in the past year or two. So this action targeting the crypto division for Robinhood, in my opinion, is same shit, different day type thing for the crypto industry, where this experiences kind of headwinds that's more manipulative and not as impactful as one might perceive it to be. So, fact that and taking a 7% dip was a chance to buy, especially since they're at a key support level on their charts and next that V-shaped recovery. But see how the price action is after the open. Other things I'm watching, Piper has some interesting notes to this morning on some of my stocks. I mentioned last week, like after we saw all the data infrastructure, the major infrastructure players like reports reacceleration of earnings, like the Amazons, the Microsofts, like the Googles, that, okay, so the consumption is looking like it's going to be strong, which should affect the Datadogs, the Confluence, the Snowflakes, the MongoDBs. And I expected stronger than expected quarter for all those names. And this morning, they shot out a note that Datadog essentially mimicking what I mentioned last week, where like consumption should be strong after seeing the IaaS, which is Infrastructure as a Service leaders show reacceleration this earnings season. So they called out Datadog and Confluent as like names to watch to potentially beat and do slight raises on the guide. I put Snowflake and MongoDB in the same category. If you guys notice, like look at the charts, like MongoDB really caught a bid once the big tech earnings were done with, because I think it was a precursor potentially of a stronger than anticipated quarter, especially if you guys recall MongoDB had a really big gap down last earnings season, mainly because they weren't seeing immediate revenue yet from their clients exploring the AI projects. It hasn't really come to fruition, and they think it's an early innings. So we'll see if this upcoming earnings will be that quarter where we're starting to see a real ROI on AI projects. But regardless, I do think they sandbagged earnings with like low 20% growth anticipated for this year. After seeing the major infrastructure players like show reacceleration, there's just no chance, in my opinion, that MongoDB will grow less than 25%. And same can be said for Snowflake. Like Snowflake and MongoDB are guiding in the low 20s. There's something absolutely wrong with my thesis if
160.
Snowflake and MongoDB... Oh, did you... can you not hear me anymore?
No, my bad. I just pulled up the Snowflake chart and I saw 160 and I was like, nice. And I visibly spoke out loud. But continue, I'm enjoying
worries. Yeah, I mean, those names are catching a bid after the big tech earnings. It's no coincidence. Like, those are great precursors to their earnings for upcoming next couple of weeks. So I anticipate, again, more analyst coverage on those names, because those are easy wins after those big tech players reported. Another call out, Celsius at a really important support level, and they have a major catalyst. I think it's tomorrow on their earnings. Where
tomorrow morning. Celsius
tomorrow morning?
Celsius feels like one that should be an after hours earner, but it is tomorrow morning, yes.
There's some weird earnings. Like this week, we have DigitalOcean, which is like my SMB pure cloud computing play, reporting Friday morning. That's so bizarre. Usually big bank and oil stocks report on Fridays, but like I don't know if there's like something to read in the tea leaves for DigitalOcean reporting Friday morning, or even like Celsius Tuesday morning. It feels like an afternoon stock. Like there's a lot of weird.
You know, Disney's reporting earnings tomorrow morning, which is weird.
Yeah, I don't know what that trend is. Maybe there's a lot of no, there's not that much Fed meeting. There's no Fed meeting.
Guys, let us sleep in. Afternoon earnings, come on.
Seriously, especially on the West Coast time. I'm in LA, so like I have to really wake up at 3:30 just to like get my shit going before the print. But yeah, I mean, regardless, like the market's showing some strength this morning. Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You kind of let us into it. Rest in peace, the Clippers. It was a good season for you guys.
God.
Now we can move on. I apologize. Yeah, it had to happen once. I'm sorry. That was it. Only mention. We're good. Sorry.
No,
though.
I mean, the Clipper curse is absolutely real. Where like Kawhi was playing 70 games this year, and all of a sudden when we need him again, he just is injured. Like the curse is absolutely real. For you Cubs fans, you understand what that means. Like there's a curse, and it sucks. Yeah, but Clippers still need to make the Western Conference Finals. It's a shit show. But yeah, I'll pass back to you because I pre-ranted a decent amount. But those are the stuff I'm watching. Palantir this afternoon. Actually, one last comment for Palantir. Palantir this afternoon is a major one. So they report after the bell of this today, and like as everyone remembers, like the last 2 quarters they've had gap ups, not just inflated. Just random gap ups from short squeezes. Like they're legitimate gap ups due to validation of their AIP program. What is their AIP program? It's the AI platform that essentially they're trying to push down the commercial lane within their business function. And the commercial side of their business was always the question mark, and why the bears always argue like this is just a black box of a consulting company for the government. For defense, like there's no way this is really going to pick up steam on the commercial side. Well, the AIP program completely flipped that rationale 2 quarters ago, and we saw it quarter after quarter reacceleration in the AIP program last quarter as well. So this will be the 3rd straight quarter, hopefully, that we see another reacceleration. And then, in my opinion, like it's going to start scaling real quick after this recent quarter if we do see reacceleration. And right now, the market's pricing in I think it was a 14% implied volatility. So currently at this price right now, it's either going to hit $27 or like a little over $20 after the print. I think I'm hoping this is like the inflection point of it's going to hit scale, and like we're seeing even more reacceleration, and this could hit 30 in my opinion this week if we do see that. There's a lot of tailwinds that's not just in the business front. Like I'm shocked they're still not including the S&P. Like I'm seeing a lot of names the past couple of weeks, but like they are qualified to be included in the S&P 500, and that would be a pretty big deal for a name like Palantir, because I don't think it has that much institutional support. Like it's, again, like I said, 2 quarters ago, like it caught a lot of institutions like really surprised with the AIP progress, same with the last quarter, and it started getting more coverage and adoption on the institutional side. And I do think that inclusion in S&P 500 will be a massive deal for a name at Palantir. So that's another tailwind. But other than that, like I'll pass it back to you, and I'm sure you guys will circle back to me down the line. I'll be on this call for a while.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. Palantir will be an interesting. I feel like it's been talked about a little bit. It getting added to that S&P 500. The Palantir bulls have been waiting, and it hasn't quite happened yet. We'll see if it comes soon. There's been some weird entrants. I feel like was Whirlpool, was that in getting kicked out of the S&P 500? Let me double check the one I'm thinking of there. If that's the S&P 500 or the Nasdaq 100, but that Palantir discussion will also end up being a very interesting one today with earnings coming up after the close. It was Whirlpool getting kicked out of the S&P 500, what I was talking about there. Decker's getting moved into it. Interesting one. No, fair enough. I guess it's not tech. Shai, I appreciate that. Kevin, I want to throw it back over to you. I think you might be back here. We kind of touched on the oil and energy gas market of it, but what else are you watching for the day today? We didn't touch on it. There are a lot of treasury auctions we have coming up this week, a lot of big ones. We have a 3-year note coming tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. We have a 10-year note at 1 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, and then a 30-year bond at 1 p.m. on Thursday. 3 auctions this week. For a long-term investor, I don't think these matter at all. For the short-term trader, especially the intraday trader, these have given you guys a lot of volatility in the morning, in that afternoon slot, the 1 p.m. Eastern, so traders keep this on watch. But yeah, Kevin, anything else you're watching for this week? No worries if we don't have a Kevin. I know he's filling in for a couple people today. Let's throw it over to KC. Good morning, sir. I always love having you on these spaces, talking some live trading and talking some markets. What are you doing today? How are you watching? How's the market treating you so far?
Good morning, Evan. So market for me so far, honestly, is a lot of things are above my personal call trigger that I have to kind of go along today on a few names, but I guess I came in a little bit late for the talk on Palantir, but for ticker PLTR.
Yeah, keep talking. We barely even started.
So PLTR is at the top of my watch list right now. It's got relative strength this morning. It is up over 4% this morning. So
ooh, 24. Damn. Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
that's a little high.
Yeah. So I have some calls lined up for earnings that I intend on swinging, but I know last time there was talks about them being added to the S&P 500, and it ended up not happening. So I believe it was you that kind of said the bulls are still waiting for that kind of announcement to come out, and if it does, that can be really good for PLTR stock. So PLTR is definitely going to be on my top watch for today, going into the earnings to see if it does get a pre-earnings run-up, see if there's any more news that's going to come out about it that can be relatively good for the stock. And then obviously I'll be day trading SPY as well. I'm looking for 513 area to kind of hold on SPY to go higher. Other than that, NVIDIA, I'm looking for NVIDIA to hold above 885. As long as NVIDIA holds above 885, I think it has a really good chance of breaking 900 today. So those will be the top things I'm watching this morning.
Casey, let's just say there's any kind of like real big gap down on Palantir post earnings. I have a clear support line a little above 18. Where's your support line you're saying?
I have a big support area at, you said you have yours at 18?
It's like mid-18s. I think it's like around 1850, 1860.
Yes, so I have a big support spot from 18.45 to $19. I mean, the $20 psych level, honestly, that's going to act as a magnet most likely as well, just because that's how these stocks sometimes work with those whole dollar numbers. But no, absolutely agree with you. I have 18.45 to like $19 right there. That would be a really good bottom support area that I could see right there on Palantir.
Yeah, so for your listeners out there, like, I'm glad you validated that. Like, there's always going to be some kind of algo. There's always the potential for some algo-driven downturn on the earnings. Doesn't mean it's a bad earnings, just maybe one specific metric that caused the algos to sell it off. And you see that a lot where there's like a massive gap downs of like 15 to 20%, then it recovers down to like 5 or 6. For me as a Palantir bull, long term, like, I know nothing about this earnings will be thesis breaking unless they show deceleration in the AIP program, which is like 1 in 1,000 chance in my opinion. So finding the clear support on the stock in case of those algo driven gap downs, like Casey was like validated what I was seeing as well, 1850 to 1900 range. So like I have my limits right now in place, 1850, 1870, 1885. Like that's how I'm playing Palantir's earnings this week if there's any kind of fortunate gap downs. And I just want to call that additional color for some education basis of why I'm looking, or ask Casey for what support are you seeing, even though I'm such an uber Palantir bull.
Yeah, no, that should be an interesting mover today. It's everyone likes to watch it. It's a fun one to keep on the radar. Just as I'm even talking, it's moving a tiny bit lower here. We'll see. I know FinTwits, I'm sure Instagram as well, would be just in nothing but excitement if we start to get Palantir moving higher. And this should be a good one. Kevin, I see you're back here. Hello. You got any thoughts? Are you watching those Palantir earnings? And then, I don't know, anything else you're watching today? I know we talked oil and gas, but I'm sure there's a lot of other stuff we're watching. A couple Fed speaks, and there was that Robinhood getting that Wells notice around the crypto division, which I guess is kind of exactly what you'd expect around crypto recently and over the last couple years with the SEC. So I don't know how big of a shock that is there. Robinhood actually moved back up off of its initial downwards move. Let's see where it is. Yeah, it's probably only down a couple percentage points now after it was down like 7. But Kevin, anything else catching your eyes today besides the oil and energy market?
We do have the SLU's report coming out.
Yeah. Do you know what time?
I don't. Well, yeah, it looks like 2 p.m.
Gotcha. My thing just says all day, which doesn't give me the best part.
I think that they don't have like a specific time, but I have Bloomberg saying 2 p.m. But they could release it. I don't think that's a hard release time. And honestly, I mean, who's going to be shocked that almost every region, maybe outside of the South, looking at Florida, is maybe seeing some pressures when it comes to the real estate market and lending conditions. I don't think that would be a surprise. I'm actually going to be looking at what their commentary is around like the refinancing market. If we do get any commentary, because if you're looking at the NBA numbers that we get on a week-over-week basis, refinancing rates are actually increasing, and it seems like they're actually popping on weeks where we have higher rates. So, which is not it's not really a good sign, right? You don't want to refinance at higher rates if you had a lower rate. That kind of like maybe signifies that you need to pull equity or get cash because you might be strapped. That also could have a negative impact when it comes to existing home sales too, right? Like if you refinance your house, that could also then put you in that, or keep you in that house for a little bit longer, which once again, we don't have that much supply when it comes to existing homes, which is why we have pricing that's happening right now in pretty much almost every region, and why we've also had rents continue to stay elevated. So SLU's, I think, is the only one. I mean, the Fed numbers, look, maybe this week when we get their commentary, it might be impactful when it comes to the markets, but I don't know. I think I'm burnt out from what they said beforehand. I mean, it seems like they need to take a little bit more of a break. Powell already undercut the narrative that the next possibility of the next move could potentially be a rate hike. It sounds like he's saying that's pretty much out of the question. So I don't know if any of these Fed speakers are going to really rebuke that. Maybe I wouldn't say, like, you can at least keep it on the table. right? I doubt it. So I don't see them saying anything that's going to really move markets. Outside of maybe a couple of them coming out with very dovish statements, I don't see anything that's going to really move the market. I mean, this week is pretty boring. I mean, outside of consumer sentiment on Friday, which I think will be a market mover, there's not really anything else that is really going to move the broader equity markets outside of the Treasury auction, the 10-year and 30. We kind of talked about that earlier. I think all eyes will be on the 10-year,
That's a
seeing
big difference.
if we get a better auction result than we did last month, and I think we will. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm keeping my eye. And then also for earnings this week, I mean, a lot of people like Palantir. Look, I like watching Palantir because, well, for two reasons. One, they've been like a huge underdog but they've been able to like prove their business out. They've been able to expand the commercial side of their business, less reliant on government contracts, which can be variable, significantly variable. So I think the market really ate that up the last quarter. So I like to see what their business does. And there's like a cult following around Palantir, and I think it's different than what we saw from AMC or from GME. This is actually a viable business that has a product that can hang with the big dogs, if you will, for lack of a better term. And so I'll keep my eye out on that just to see what the move is, because there's a lot of options a lot of options trades on it, and it can be a very volatile mover. Disney, we'll probably talk about it. We'll probably have a whole conversation about it, whole spaces about it, but I'm not really kind of like looking too much into Disney. I think obviously their streaming business will probably be the highlight. We are expecting a pretty significant contraction on a year-over-year basis for the streaming business, but I think the market already expects that, and then we could see maybe an outsize or a surprise when it comes to theme parks, just based on travel data that's out there, right? So outside of that, man, I mean, it's like a light. You can tell it's a light week just for those traders that are out there. I'm looking at the E-mini S&P futures options right now. We're gonna have the broader market open up in around 2 minutes, but I'm looking at the money puts right now going for 830 for E-mini S&P futures options, which are going to be half of whatever the SPX is going to be. So as far as notational, as far as premium out, so that would be the equivalent of what, $4.15 $415, right? Like there's not even any type of applied move being priced into the market, which is a good sign to say the least. If we have a pullback and we are seeing VIX continue to move to the downside and vol is also being underpriced, for those that may have not hedged their portfolio within the first kind of wave to the downside, you might be getting a short window in order to do so, because we do have CPI and some inflationary data coming out next week. You may have actually a short window to be able to look at those options, because right now the market is really not pricing in any type of move, either to the upside or downside today. I mean, we had a decent move overnight, but even when you're looking at the upside calls, there's about maybe $1.15, $1.20 skew on the call side for the E-mini S&P futures, by the way. But there's not really, I mean, you can buy a straddle right now for $19 for today, or 19 points for today, to the upside or downside. That's nothing. That's absolutely not. That's like maybe 0.2, 0.25%, if that. So that the market's just telling you that we might not have a lot of volatility, and that could actually lead to range days. And I didn't hear what KC said or anybody else, or Empagora or what have you, but I don't think that they'll deny me on this. When you have these low vol type of events or environments, especially coming off of something that was fairly significant, 2 weeks ago, you have low vol, very cheap premiums. You can have these range days, and usually the range days can be fairly bullish, right? So you ride trends until those trends reverse. But I would go back and say 50-day SMA is something that I'm still kind of keeping my eye out on, and we're testing that right now for the E-mini futures. So can we break above that? If you noticed last week, we rejected the 20-day moving average, I believe on Monday, moved to the downside, recollected, then broke out Thursday or Friday. I think it was Thursday, right? So are we going to see that same type of reaction? Test, pull back, regroup, break out to the upside? That could be the case. And when you have a low vol environment, I mean, it's in the bull's favor this week as far as market action, unless we have some exogenous type of event that does occur. Somebody from the Fed says that they want to raise rates by 300 basis points or what have you, right? Something crazy. That's an exaggeration, obviously, but I think the setup's pretty decent for the bulls right now. for now. I think there's going to definitely be some headwinds. I think we're just getting started with pullback, or broader market pullback. But for this week, the opportunity, the ball is in the Bulls' court, and it's for the Bulls to be able to follow through.
Kevin, curious if you have this answer, but do you know what the flow is looking like for Palantir ahead of its print? Is it more bullish or bearish, the positioning?
I looked at it, Wednesday or Thursday of last week, and obviously there was some call buying that was taking place. I would say if you want to get back to me maybe 2 hours into this session, that's when you're going to really see, what the positioning is going to be. A lot of traders that are trying to speculate may not buy out as early because of theta decay. But, I mean, there is a 40-cent call side skew that's happening right now with Palantir, which is actually pretty significant, right? So the Bulls are definitely trying to work on this position. And actually, if you go and look at the so basically calls right now are probably around 1.5 times average daily volume. So we haven't really seen that much action, but the put call ratio overall is heavily skewed bullish. Put call ratio is literally sitting at 0.3, right, on open interest. Like that's really bullish. So let me hold one more thing. Let me just check this real quick, so I can't give you this information. Yeah, so there's a significant amount of calls at the $25 strike. Now these could be open. These can be speculative longs. These could be covered call positions, but we have about 70,000 on the open interest on the 25 calls. If you're looking at the puts, biggest open interest right now sitting at the $10 strike. That's actually for January of next year. These other ones are for expiring this Friday. So even if you're looking at the put side, a fair amount of the puts are actually fairly long dated. So that actually kind of signifies maybe somebody has a collar position on the put skew. The highest put side, that's going to be for next week. So $22 puts. It's got the next highest level of open interest. So yeah, I would say it's definitely call side skew right now, especially for the positioning. But if you want to DM me, give it like 2 hours, 3 hours, I can get you some flow statistics as to what we're seeing to the upside. I mean, we're really early in the day, 5 minutes, and I just saw some blocks come in there for $34 or $24 calls. A lot of people just buying those out right now, but still early.
Sweet. Hey guys, market's open. I know we got a bunch of traders in here. We'd love to hear what some of them are looking at here off the bat. Good morning, KC. What do you got going on here?
Good morning. I'm watching this NVIDIA pop right up here to the upside. So pre-market, I wanted to hold 885 and then break the $900 side level. It's actually breaking to 900 right now. It actually just hit 899.98. So I'm watching this pop here on NVIDIA. And then I'm watching Tesla as well. Tesla's got relative strength. So these two names right here.
Yeah, I'm watching Tesla. Oh, sorry, go on, Shay.
Yeah, I was going to say Tesla at 185, the volume that it's heading right now in the first 10 minutes. Like I'm looking at Tesla. I might add some calls for this week.
Apple red to green. Apple red to green.
Yeah, there's a lot of gamma exposure for Tesla at 185. Tesla is, it's well over my call trigger, Tesla is, but, when you zoom out, and I put a chart up in the space here, you zoom out, it's sort of breaking out of this trend to the upside. Definitely like Tesla. I might consider some long dated calls, not this week, further out, just to give myself a little more security with that position, because you never know. It's a volatile stock, of course, but I definitely like Tesla longer dated calls here. I'm looking. I don't want to chase. I don't want to get in now. I don't want to chase. I'm just gonna watch, wait and see.
Nice little move from Apple.
Emperor, what are you watching?
I just opened up some Baba calls for July.
Good morning, Ali.
Interesting.
How you doing?
I see a continuation.
I'm excited for the day.
China.
Let's go. Apple moving higher at the
Yeah,
open.
I think you got an amazing
Nice.
setup here on the weekly and the daily.
This move there is good.
They only have one July strike.
Back to red, but it's okay.
You said $90 calls?
Yeah, they're pretty wide spreads. I had a 260 entry.
Yeah, so now that a lot of that morning part is over, we're going to listen to a lot of people who are doing some live trading. So hang with us. I'm going to check what they're doing. And yeah, this should be a good morning. I should be live on this stream for a good little bit here. So if you're in here, you guys should make sure you're subscribed to the channel and give this live stream a like. I'm trying to do a bunch more of these type of things, especially when I'm just hanging out live on Spaces. Why not come live on YouTube as well and just have some people that I could talk to, have a live chat. I love that. And just watch some stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna go back to the Spaces, some live trading going on here, and stick with us for the morning.
Frank, what are you watching?
I'll just watch the first half hour and see how I'll scan my screens and see how everything looks. It's Monday. I'm in no rush to get in a position. This is a follow through so far from Friday, which is great.
If you guys have any questions, thoughts, anything like that, feel free to throw it in the chat. Love to answer and ask it in the Spaces as well to the other people.
I know he's up on stage here. He's been traveling around the world, gallivanting, trading from continent to continent. Good morning, man. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Dozer, life is good. To be honest, I'm taking a look at SPY right now. The ideal setup I see is the 513 bounce I'm watching there. I have the 4 levels on my screen. I have 513.84, which is pre-market high. I have 511.42, which is pre-market low.
And nice little
the
wick
513 psych level. And then I also have 512.59, which historically has been a pretty nice bounce and rejection level for me. I really don't want to rush into anything. It's a Monday morning. We have lots of events this week. There's going to be plenty of opportunity to take good trades. I really want to wait to get that ideal setup, but worried it might kick off ripping.
Yeah, is there? I was just about
I'm actually scaling out of some calls now on Teslas.
I'm looking right now at some hood calls for June 20 strike. I love the way they're handling the price action from the Wells notice. And entering the weekend, I was like, hood was on my watch list of a great chart that looks like a bounce, and they just took that Wells notice like a champ and looks like it wants higher.
Very nice. Morning, Kim. What's going on?
Good morning. Doing well. I have Palantir along that stock and have some options on that. So their earnings obviously are coming up. I have some July options, and then, but it does concern me, Kevin, that there's so much bullishness on this. So I'm going to take a look at that again later today. Because sometimes when everybody gets on one side of the trade, it can spoof you. Also, MU, I have some leaps on that, so that's moving nicely today. And it looks like PANW is finally starting to get some momentum here. It was, down at that 270, 280. I'm actually long that, not in options, but in the stock. And started a position, I don't know, maybe like 3 or 4 months ago. So, so that's moving. And Qualcomm, I've mentioned before, it's kind of one of the silent chips. I don't hear a lot of people talking about it, but that's made a really nice move up. They had a good earnings, and it flew out of the earnings from about the 170 up to 180 now. Maybe 160 something, high 160s. So watching that. And silver's bouncing. Big move up today on that. Because it had been like in a downtrend in the last few, couple of weeks. But it has a nice bounce this morning.
Very nice. Sounds good. Looking good. I think we hit most of the panel. If anybody has anything they're jumping in with, feel free to throw it into the mix. Evan, I'm sure you talked about the hood stuff, but I wasn't on yet. Did you find that particularly interesting?
No, I think Shai's point on it makes some sense. So what he was saying, so if you didn't see it, Robinhood got a Wells notice. A Wells notice means that the SEC sent you a notice that they are going to bring charges against you. Initially reading that, I was a little bit concerned, but then when I saw the next headline, which was... next headline was, and Robinhood moved initially lower 7% off of that, but the next headline was, Robinhood said it's disappointed that the SEC has decided to issue a Wells notice related to its U.S. crypto business. The SEC has been very skeptical, or has been very close to keep an eye on crypto in general, so it really doesn't surprise me that Robinhood is getting this notice from them. It was probably going to happen at some point. I don't know the merits of the case too much, but there is kind of a little bit of a... We'll just say an anti-crypto sentiment from the SEC, and this makes sense going into it. So I just think from a top line, it's kind of a story we've seen before.
How much do you know? You might not know. How much of their business is crypto?
Let me get that in front of me. It changes a lot quarter to quarter.
Yeah.
I'm also trying to talk. Someone in my chat, Ali Abdul, said, Evan, I saw some news on Zscaler having a conference this week with NVIDIA. Did I see that right, or is it something else? I did see that Zscaler is speaking of this thing. I'm trying to dig in. I think NVIDIA might be, but I'm trying to get the confirmation. So we'll see. I'll get back to you on that one. But that was a question that was just asked to me as well.
On Zscaler, real quick, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some weakness in their price action until their earnings, just because Edge does look weak on the weaker side after Cloudflare, and even the unwanted child Fastly reported some weak numbers. I don't anticipate some near-term strength in their earnings. We'll see, though, but I could see some more news flow like the NVIDIA partnership, etc., to kind of give it a bump, because I do think they're going to disappoint in the near term. And this is coming from someone who's a Zscaler bull, and I own that position.
So I'm
putting in a 15-minute gravestone doji right now. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I'm looking at Robinhood. So total trade volume for equities was $80.9 billion on the platform. For crypto, it was $6.5 billion. So at least as far
as... Makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
As far as trade volume, it's significantly more equity than crypto. Yep. I need to find how much money it's actually making them, but yeah. Seems like not a major...
They're going to go after them for all their like little shit coins and stuff, and you know, they'll... this won't be a big deal, I don't think. And I think you're right. This is not...
You can't trade
this.
This
Is not... Oh, you can't?
No.
You can only trade major coins on Robinhood.
They added some other ones, though.
Okay.
They added some other ones, and let's be real, any quote-unquote major coin could be getting an investigation around it, because there's no such thing as major.
You can't even trade Solana on Robinhood.
You could trade SHIB now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you could trade SHIB. They might want to go after them for Doge.
My first target upside, which is 905. If it starts to hold above 900, 905 area, it should get a move to 918, 920.
You in, Casey, are you in NVIDIA right now?
No, I missed it because I took Tesla on the strength instead.
Yeah, and Tesla's sort of been chopping sideways for like 6 minutes here, and I kind of want to get a retest on Tesla before I go long. I don't want to catch it. I feel like I'm chasing up here.
Yeah. Let me put my NVIDIA chart here at the top of the space. So this is why it was on my watch list.
I actually kind of like this. Do I post this?
You guys see at the top of Spaces, that is the daily chart there on NVIDIA, and there is an inverse head and shoulders, and then you'll see the first target upside when I said if it holds above 888, which is my call trigger, the yellow line, get the move upside to the 905 area, which NVIDIA just hit 906 now. So far the inverse head and shoulders is kind of playing out. So that was the reason why NVIDIA, this relative strength here, I was really interested in, because the larger time frame was a bullish setup chart pattern.
Good stuff, Casey. Yeah, so Apple put in that 15-minute gravestone doji, and now it's it could be cracking to the downside. So watch Apple downside.
Yeah, Apple was perfect. So I was on live in Discord as well. Apple was the only red name on my watch list, but it had a gap to fill to the upside, all the way to like 183, like 55 area. And I was like, it can pop right at the open, just on morning volatility. It's going to fill the gap, and it's going to act as resistance and get slapped straight back down. And that's exactly what it's doing so far.
Good job, Casey.
That's
a high day.
Yeah, that's a nice Tesla
I'm
candle.
see I want to see Tesla target upside next is going to be 188. I'm in $200 calls for next week. I got in at 182. I'm out half the position here. They're at 215.
I'm shorting Q off of 18100. I've already trimmed. I didn't want to cut in on everybody.
Nice job. Yes.
I have a 618 retrace on the bigger time frame right there at 1899, 18099.
Nice job, Amp. Both SPY and Qs are having trouble getting over orb high, and so Q's certainly weaker than SPY, probably because a lot of that due to Apple. But Apple is getting a bounce here off lows. Let's see if that continues. Yeah, Tesla did hit new high a day there.
Yeah, I just took a trim here on Tesla. I'm out 3/4 position now. I'm going to move my stop up.
Great job. And to anyone listening, like, so Casey's in and out of this trade in like probably 15 minutes, most of it. Like, he's not being greedy. Like, yeah, Tesla could keep going up, like, but he's not greedy. Like, he's taking these 20% trims, which, you know, you add those up, those are profitable. That's consistent profitability. He's not trying to hold for a bag or two. You know, because more often than not, these stocks, they sort of revert to the mean. And then, you know, that position that you had that was green is now red. And now you're sort of bargaining and like, okay, should I stay in this? Will it make its way back up? You see profit, take profit. So great job. Great job, Casey.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to tell everybody really quick, I just took a starter on the SPY 514 0-day expiration put. I'm in at 86 cents. I'm not looking for some great big short. I just think that we could test a little bit lower, closer towards the pre-market high. My ideal setup for the day is a 513 bounce, but here I see that SPY looks like it's having a little bit of trouble getting higher.
Yeah, so stock sniper, you're just looking for, you're in 0 days, you're looking for maybe a 20% gain right here, right? You're looking kind of a scalp. You're not necessarily looking for a large gainer. Is that
Precisely.
correct?
I'm trying to eat the elephant bite by bite. I'm not trying to swallow the elephant whole.
Good stuff.
That's a great analogy.
Absolutely, Kim.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Mikey.
Good morning, Mikey.
Good morning, Mikey.
What's up, Mikey?
Michael?
BRT, Mikey.
Yes, ma'am.
Back up.
I don't even see Mikey's picture right now. Maybe I need to rejoin.
Yeah, he's up there as a co-host. You might have to drop back down and come back in.
Hey, Ollie, even if I didn't find any of your answer to NVIDIA, you got me this post right here, so I appreciate you, man. We'll see how this one does, but interesting.
The VRT,
Is that new all-time highs on VRT?
Roku, CDNA, Palantir.
Yeah. I think that is new all-time highs on VRT. Old China pullback.
All right, I see Mikey now. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ooh, GCT. Back up. Whoa.
I'm in
Tesla could not keep its high a day there. SPY puts, yeah, that could be interesting. Q puts could be interesting. Apple trying to break under orb low again.
Back in. Yeah, I really like shorting Apple right here.
Elf, 170 call.
What have they been up to lately? Traversing.
Contracts just tapped 94. Got a pretty nice red candle there on the 1 minute. Looking for some continual move to the downside.
Very nice.
Nvidia is still pushing right now.
I like NVIDIA 920s.
Where is Nvidia? Is it back over to 900?
Yeah, it's about to crack 910.
Ooh, all right.
Actually, it just did. Now it just broke 910.
That's a post.
Tesla consolidating here at this 186.20 level. I think if we get a pullback to 185, I might consider going long on Tesla, but we'll see. Elongated. Some weakness in Apple.
AMD 157.50 call.
Amazon just got a nasty downside candle.
AMD's shooting up. Nice.
MU 125 call.
Oh, you read about Amazon, Casey? Yep, MU's getting some nice push too.
Yeah, it's running.
Yeah, Amazon's looking a little ugly.
MU is an interesting one.
GME $20 call May 10th.
$20, damn.
Don't make that face, you love it.
Hey, if it gets there, fair enough. Not much I can say to that.
Nvidia is ripping.
Ooh, Robinhood went red to green.
It was down 7%.
Yeah, initially off the move.
Now it's up 0.3%. So that's kind of interesting that it's, they're not specifically targeting.
Whoa! Sorry.
They're not specifically targeting Hood. It's just crypto in general. It's not MU is getting a nice push.
What was all-time highs for Nvidia again? Let me get that in front of me.
GME $40 call June 21st. Swing.
974 for Nvidia.
This guy just said $40 calls for GME. Mikey,
I've been calling.
if we get to
I've been
40,
calling GME since $8, and this thing ripped.
what was the strike? What was
last week we did
what was the expiry on
4,000%
that?
it.
Mikey, what was the expiry on
June
this?
21st. June 21st.
Gotcha. All right. Let me look up about what am I seeing on premium right now for that. June 21st. $40. 97 cents what I'm seeing right now. Let's see.
I'm still short full position in Q.
I got that written down. Mikey, if that goes there, fair enough. That'd be fucking wild.
I mean, don't forget about my $55 GME call for January.
All right.
That's a swing that we have.
I'm gonna start keeping a notepad with plays like this. They're a couple months out and just have the different people so I can bring it back up when they hit. Ooh, Virgil van Dijk expects to stay at Liverpool. Big. Sort of.
That came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I got a random headline. But listen, that is so necessary. It needs to happen. And back to trading.
Washed.
No, he's not. You're washed. You're a has-been. Don't talk crazy. Testing successful.
Yeah, Tesla's still just consolidating sideways here. Didn't really get a big enough pullback for me to go long. Unfortunately, I think we might get a leg higher here on Tesla now. We'll see.
Let's take a safety trim on NQ right here. 1/3 position.
Yeah, same here. I actually just took half of my contracts at 96 cents on the SPY 514 put. Pretty nice trade so far. I'm going to have to go ahead and set my stop at even, but went ahead and took the 12% gain.
Nice job, Snipes. Nice job, Amp.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was my pullback for Tesla. I was trying to wait till like a 185 pullback, but maybe that was too greedy. Waiting for too greedy of an entry because we
SMCI 850 call.
Just want to go ahead and emphasize that I actually just hit my stop on that bounce right there, and I'm all out of the SPY $514 put.
Holy shit. SMCI. Remember, on the SMCI, we also have 950s for May 17th.
Nvidia just got new high day. So did AMD. Yeah, I missed my opportunity to go long on Tesla. Dang.
Tesla, those 240s we have 240 call swings for June 21st. And also 758.33 call swings and 650s and one more. I can't remember what it was.
Interesting. Ooh.
Good stuff, good stuff.
GME, new high a day, red to green.
Whew. That's a 10% move. Damn.
You know, a lot of chip names are ripping. And anyone listening, if you miss a trade, you're going to identify more good trades than you're able to take. You're going to see trades that you think are going to work out, and you're not going to catch them for whatever reason. And that's okay. It's, repress that FOMO feeling, that psychological trap, because there's always going to be another trade you can get to down the line. The market's not going anywhere. There's always going to be another opportunity. So rather than get into an ill-advised trade and chase, just look for another opportunity because they will present themselves. Better that than getting yourself in a bad trade and then you're digging yourself out of a hole, which is a whole other set of problems.
Music to my ears, man. I see that mistake pretty common, especially with newer traders.
Yep.
111.25 for April, 111.25.
I'm short NQ. Small, sorry.
Nvidia has not had a single red candle in the 5 minute.
FANG, 207.50 call.
Nvidia's trying to work on that first red candle here, though. We'll see.
Yep. So SPY's kind of stuck at this 514.25 level. Orb high. Yeah, I mean, trading is a game of risk management. That's the number one rule of risk management. So it's better to go a day without taking a trade than, to end the day on a losing note.
Yeah.
Yeah, SPY's maybe rejecting.
I'm going for a short Palantir fade right now. The 5-minute candle is the first red one of the day, and I don't love the 6% move ahead of its print this afternoon for their earnings. So I'm looking for some kind of profit taking or fade.
Order filled.
What are your feelings about earnings? You think it's going to move up after?
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be a hat trick, third straight quarter of AIP growth acceleration, and this will hit $30 end of this week. Is my bet on it. If not, I do think there's we called it out earlier, heavy support in the 1850 to 19 range. So like I have some limits in place there for Palantir if there is a gap down due to some algo driven sell off. But I do think it's going to be a strong print, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 3 in front of their stock price by end of the week.
Very interesting.
All right.
GME new high.
I'm gonna turn down that spaces for a second. So, if any of you guys know Amit on YouTube, Amit Investing, very good channel. I ended up talking with him about what he's expecting for GME, for Palantir earnings coming up after the close today. Now, I was gonna do some stuff around this, but I didn't really have the chance. So let me just listen to this for a minute and see if it's worth posting. All right, awesome. And now we are joined by the Palantir guy, Mr. Amit. He has an amazing YouTube channel, and I love his Twitter page as well. Amit, I would love to hear your thoughts on what you are watching for these Palantir earnings, maybe some numbers you're specifically looking at, and then just general feels on what you're hoping for and watching for from Alex Karp and Palantir reporting earnings on Monday.
Awesome, Evan. Thank you for having me here. Super below 20% is a bit unacceptable.
All right. I am going to find a way to post that.
Is it feeling more envy or more just disgust?
I don't think their stuff is as good as people say it is. I'll just say that. I think there's other companies that do the things that they do better in some ways. But I know.
Wait, I missed it. What company was this? Sorry.
I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, is it Apple? Is it Apple?
They do a bunch of different things with a bunch of different organizations, and I'll just say like the limited interactions I had with Palantir, I did not like their stuff. I'll just leave it at that. So I'm kind of biased
for all the Palantir bulls, that it was PAVL Dozer. Who said that? Palantir bulls. The thoughts and comments of those on stage do not necessarily reflect the host thoughts or comments. That don't necessarily don't. I actually don't own any Palantir.
Listen.
But bulls, that was again Paul Dozer.
I hope all of you make a lot of money on Palantir. I'm rooting for you guys. I'm rooting for my friends to make a lot of money on Palantir. How about that? I'm not personally going to get tangled in Palantir, but I hope all you guys become rich beyond your wildest imagination.
Snowflake just had a wicked 5-minute candle to the upside. I'm watching that now on radar.
Ooh, do you say downside or upside? I know you said that, but I missed it.
Upside.
Oh, that's hot. Yeah. That's hot. All right, let me look. Let's see. We need to get over to my cost basis, though. My cost basis on Snowflake is...
I do high on SPY.
Is above where we are. My cost basis is 161.34. Get above my cost. Why not, you know? Come on, Snow.
Palantir new high. I think Q's just hit a new high, yeah.
MU pushing.
SMCI pushing back up. Apple trying to get a bounce at 181.60. That's an orb fib level, 181.60.
I am trying to now upload a video while being live. I cannot imagine this going well. Let's see how this goes.
But Tesla's still pulling back. Yeah, Nvidia's just indomitable.
Semis are definitely catching a bit this morning, but watch out for AMD. It's approaching that 158 resistance. Let's see what it does at that point. It's gone rejected clearly in past 3 retests of their 8-day EMA during the sell-off. So let's see that 158, see what happens there.
Tesla keeps pulling back. Okay, maybe I'm going to get a 5-minute 9 EMA retest here. Sorry for interrupting, Snipes.
No problem. It appears that Tesla's kind of lagging a bit. Apple and Amazon both look stronger. We're having some pretty nice candles on Roblox here. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they have earnings this week.
So a lot of high beta names doing good today. Mara up 11%. MSTR up 8%. Upstart up 7%. Palantir 7. CXAI up 6.5%. There's Conel, granted share 2x long Conel.
Is it
for
growing?
Coinbase up 9.6% today.
Nice.
Finally. And NVDL up 5.5%. Granite shares. Neo up 5%. Yeah, a lot of high beta names doing well today.
All right, sorry guys.
Apple rejecting off of VWAP to the downside.
Damn, Palantir just broke 25.
Oh no, it probably is that.
Yeah, Palantir's ripping. It's all bullish volume.
Palantir.
All right, we're back.
Yeah, keep an eye on Shop as well.
Ooh, Shopify. They got earnings on
Yes, sir.
Thursday. What's happening there?
Oh, yeah.
No, Wednesday morning. Oops.
They got earnings this week.
Shopify.
Palantir up 7.5% now, broke through 25.
Ooh.
Up 47% year to date.
CELH CELH $80 call.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm still interested in long Tesla, but not this week, longer out. I kind of want to see a 9 EMA retest on the hourly. We are getting some big dump in here. If we get down to like 184,
Yeah, I got a
183.75 or so. That's the hourly 9 EMA right now.
Knife on
with extended hours on.
Order filled.
All right, AFK, I gotta go spend some time with my son.
Yeah, 9. My average is 9. 18,109.
Mine is 103. Made an ad up there.
Taking a stab here on Tesla, 30 minutes. Ooh, what just happened there? Oh, well, give me a second.
Hey, Mikey, I got a question. When you just call out something and like don't give the date, should people assume that it's 0 DTE?
Well, weeklies, right?
Weeklies, yeah. If I don't
Gotcha.
call the day, you should assume it's this week.
All right, there you go, Boo. By the way, that's the person's name, not that. That's not my nickname for them.
I was literally going to say that. Followers.
The name is BU, yeah. No, I realized after. I was like, all right, that's a little sus.
All right, I got it up.
Thing is moving.
Tesla 30-minute price target is pinned into the top of the space. It's the last post on my timeline. Check it out if you haven't yet. 30-minute price prediction. Let's see where we go.
Order filled.
Spy's looking pretty ugly here. I'm not going to go ahead and rush into something, but I definitely see opportunities to short Spy today.
Covered a third of NQ from 18111.
Introducing Ned's Black Psoriasis. He thinks his flaky red patches are all people see. Tesla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat black psoriasis.
What else are we watching? Snowflake reversing back a little bit. Apple's back to being a little bit of red on the day, which I guess makes some sense. Warren Buffett, one of their largest shareholders, sold a good bit over the weekend. He gave some reasons behind it. Buffett seemed to think that the long-term capital gains tax rate is about to go up. And I don't know if that's why he sold Apple, but it sounded like part of the as an Apple bull, that's the reason I'm telling myself in my head. But
Well, he sold 13%.
yeah.
So, he bought it.
Apple was at one point the disruptor, and now they're setting themselves up to be disrupted.
Yeah, he's got huge profits in it.
I don't know about that one. I'm just saying. Guess what the top #1 best-selling phone model was last quarter, and then guess what number 2, 3, and 4 all were as well.
Yeah.
Hint that every single one of them was Apple. Just saying.
Yeah.
Have fun on your Samsung with your green text. Haha. Loser.
Oh, whatever. At least we have a stock market phone.
Yeah, but Mikey, so look, I would love to be in a group chat with Mikey and Telegram and everything like that. You should. When he entered our text group chat, it was like, damn, it's all green bubbles now. Group chat ruined. Mikey joins the chat and it's ruined. All I'm saying. All I'm saying, like that's all I could say. So we'll go from there.
Also not to like.
But it is 7.8 inches, so there's that.
Whoa.
Not to point fingers at Android users, but I swear I feel like everyone who owns Android feels the need to express to every iPhone user what their phone can do that iPhones can't do.
100%
It's not what
agree.
the phone can do, what the iPhone can do is just what the iPhone can do, period. That's all it is.
Wait, what can the Android do that the iPhone can't?
So many.
Ruin a group chat just by entering.
I have both.
Yeah, exactly.
I have both phones, so I'm interested to hear.
Wolf, like I just said, there's no way to ruin a group chat faster than joining it on a Android. It's kind of impressive.
The only faster way is to add Evan.
Oh, but I'm actually not a very active group chat participant. I'm not a great person to go in there because I don't talk that much. I don't make a group chat, but I don't ruin it.
shares trading above 234 right now. Shares 5% higher.
Well, if you want to hear something funny.
Oh yeah, something about Tom Brady roast. What do we got?
No, I actually didn't watch it. I saw some clips. I just did a madness. I'm live on YouTube for like the third or fourth time or whatever, and I just uploaded a YouTube video on my subpar laptop at the same time. I think I'm still live, but we're becoming a weird. It's different Evan.
I thought you bought a new laptop.
No, I bought an Air, which was a mistake. I was like, yeah, what do I need the Pro for? I'll just get the MacBook Air, and now I'm realizing what I needed the Pro for.
Tesla keeps dumping. How are those Apple goggles doing? Did you guys get a pair? All the iPhone users here?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe I
don't think
will
anyone
because
did.
of that return policy. Hey, shut your dirty mouth. What's wrong with you? No, you're not wrong, though. They lowered their estimate on what they, at least it was quoted by Ming-Chi Kuo, which is a known Apple insider, that they reduced their guidance for how much they plan to sell to around 400K. There was thoughts of that it could maybe get up to 800,000 units. But the market doesn't care about that. That's just the truth. I think the market more cares about how much they're spending and wanting to pull back, a la Meta's Reality Labs division. But overall, I don't know. It's this model is to get the developers there, to get some name around it. Let's see what the next thing they bring. I think this is still an up in the air story that I personally am more excited for than others, and I recognize that, but we'll see. But also, you're a hater, Apple hater. But no, I'm kidding.
NQ short.
Yeah, Kim. If that ends up being the high up there in NQ,
I am a part-time hater. I am.
That'll be the beginning of the swing for me going into tomorrow or the next day or later.
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm going to try to swing some of this. I'm not profit, but like I'll try to swing some of this, trade around like maybe 10 contracts and swing them into
Tesla keeps dumping here.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love swing trading it.
Yeah, swing trade short and Q. But if I get stopped out, I'll try from another level.
I don't think I hear Frank. Okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah, he was talking, Paul.
Sorry about that. I'll drop down.
Were you guys able to hear me outside? Would be funny if you could.
Is anyone talking?
No. Shai, does it throw you off when Palantir jumps like 7% pre-earnings?
Yeah, it does. I called it out earlier where I did fade the move, especially after I broke 25. I do think this was some profit taking out of the print. And nobody loves a run up in their stock before the print, like especially 7%. Expectations are pretty high, really high. So I'm not a fan of it at all. But I did fade the move, and it looks like it's going down 1% since it broke 25. But yeah, I might pull out now because it looks like it's going to go back up.
Yeah, I brought about half my short in, and besides the swing trade that I'm trying to stay on with.
Guys, also this move this morning, like the yields aren't justifying the move this morning. So like usually TLT is my perfect tracker. It's
Here's the history of Palantir's
risk on names
info as a public company.
Right at the
Seeking
open.
Alpha has some good
that
stuff
could
there.
be a tell where there might be some profit taking or fading in like the high beta names like Palantir's, Tesla's, Upstarts, etc.
So come in and take this. Palantir. Already did. So what else is happening in the market right now? Palantir, as you were saying there, is was getting pulled back a little bit there. Still holding around that 24 level, 25 level. Interesting one. Tesla.
Baba's been a laggard, but I've loaded up those July calls on the way down. I'm still extremely bullish here.
Nvidia was once KC said there's been no green candles. I feel like that first 5-minute candle after was a red one, or there's been no red ones. The first one was red, but we're trying to fight and come back and get above some of these levels.
I'm noticing some pretty strong resistance on SPY at 514.5. We're noticing 2 rejections off of that level.
By the way, Elon Musk is going to meet with Argentinian President Javier Milei Monday afternoon, so today afternoon, later today. And I am looking at Baba now. It is definitely having a little bit of a rough day there. Hey there, bud?
Google's about to make a new low of day.
Oop, I clicked the wrong thing. Google is interesting.
Yeah, not looking good.
What's the rest of big tech doing? Microsoft. A little bit, definitely better than Google. Meta.
Microsoft, 410 call.
Microsoft, 410 call heard.
Sounds like a party over there.
Yeah, he's going.
Watch IWM downside.
Oh, okay, there is a headline. Microsoft readies new AI model to compete with Google OpenAI, according to the information.
Google new low of day.
Apple looks like it wants to bounce here. AMD new high a day. For those in the 157.50s.
Shopify new high of day.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. It is Microsoft doing its own thing and not even using OpenAI. They're building their own in-house model. For the first time since it invested more than $10 billion into OpenAI in exchange for blah, 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 Microsoft is training a new in-house model, large enough to compete with state-of-the-art models from Google, Anthropic, and OpenAI itself. Wolf, you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, sorry. There's like a vacuum running near me, so I've been staying quiet. I don't know if you can hear that in the background.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing, though.
CCJ, $51 call, May 10th. You know, to be honest, Wolf, I wouldn't have noticed it, but like once you said it, I can't unhear it. Yeah, I won't be going too much longer. I was just staying quiet while I was going. Let's see what's happening.
I expect 50.48 on CCJ and then 51.22.
Microsoft is ripping off of that.
But yeah, no, listen, people fighting over new AI models.
Pops, this is why. Oops, sorry. Sorry.
What did you say?
Someone asked, Ollie in the chat said, Mike is all vibes, reminds me of the Michael Burry drum scene. And then he was asking, someone else, Pop C's, was asking, what is the expiration on that Microsoft call? As we were saying, Mikey, if he doesn't say anything, then it's probably weeklies. I thought he said what was the explanation for that Microsoft call. But yeah, Microsoft is continuing a little bit hard. Let's see what Google's doing. I feel like Microsoft could be taken as a little bit of a weird mover because I guess they're creating something that they own 100% of as opposed to 50% of with OpenAI, but they are encroaching a little into their market. Meta probably should be getting a little bit of a downward move off this too, probably. No, not really.
No, I didn't get anything from you.
Ooh, Microsoft dumping now. Quick dump there. Now that I'm looking at these charts a little more closely, we have some different comments.
I see nothing.
Tesla still looking weak.
Nothing.
The new model is
You rejecting the upper
internally.
orb?
Nothing. I don't see anything. Why didn't he show up?
I'm reading more into this. The new model, internally referred to as MAI-1, is being overseen by Mustafa Suleyman, the ex-Google AI leader who most recently served as CEO of an AI startup, Inflection, before Microsoft basically hired and acquired most of it. To train the model, Microsoft has been setting aside a large cluster of servers equipped with NVIDIA-made GPUs and has been compiling a corpus of training data, is what they said, to improve the model. That sources the information. And yet another customer for NVIDIA AI chips. Thank you very much. Who doesn't want to be a customer from NVIDIA?
Whoa. Let me fucking go.
NVIDIA not moving off the news that more people want its AI chips. A little bit of a leading response there, but we let it go.
AMD new high a day for those in the 157.50s.
Oop, shouldn't have done that.
Evan, what are you showing on your stream?
Just my screen and stuff. I've actually just showed my messages, so that was probably a little mistake.
Did they see the stock talk message?
No, they see that you're heading to the gym in a few minutes with Ali. Me talk with Gerg. Nope, nothing bad. We good. But just so they know that you are a gym bro.
Nice. Yeah, I did chest this morning. Favorite workout.
I feel like if you trade stocks, you have to go to the gym.
There you go.
You got a pretty nice triple top on SPY at 514.5. I noticed that before we saw this third move.
I was a little hesitant to take it, considering the fact that we saw it come up again relatively slower, and we're farther above the 9 this time. I think that there might be another short setup coming up, though.
Hey, Wolf.
Yeah.
I would like to change my answer and say to the question of what am I showing on my spaces I pinned it up in the nest above. The only way you can know is to come and check it out.
There you go.
UPST $40 call swing, October 20th.
Everybody should click the link up in the nest above, go to the channel, subscribe, and then you can do whatever you want from there. You can come back and listen to the spaces, but everyone should subscribe to my YouTube channel. Tweets pinned up in the nest above. Love you, bye.
Watch IWM if it loses and holds under this 204.50.
Paul, I actually have 2 monitors that we're chilling on.
What do you got there?
I shouldn't have looked at the message. That was just me being dumb.
Sorry, brother. Say that again.
Right, this story's
What do you got
open.
playing there? Some Fisher or something?
Fisher?
Yeah.
What's Fisher?
Well, I think that's the answer to that. It was not Fisher.
Yeah, I think that answers my question.
I don't know what Fisher is either, to be fair.
Music that's very similar to what you were just hearing.
Music makes me lose control.
Oh, is that the DJ Fisher? Yeah, I'm surprised you guys haven't heard of that. No, I think I've heard of Fisher.
Uncultured swine. Nah, I love you, bye.
I got some music for our space leader that I can throw over.
What's the, what we getting? Give me a preview.
No, I got a little remix you probably haven't heard yet.
It's probably something of me talking or something weird like that.
Oh, baby.
That'd be hilarious. All right, fair enough.
It's finally getting warm outside. Gotta love
Yeah.
it.
CLH, new high a day.
Wolf, I have a feeling that on this YouTube live stream there might be a copyright thing coming. We'll see. This will be a curious example. I know they're pretty anal with that.
You think from the background music?
I think so.
I don't know.
We'll test it. Hey, if you gotta find out, right? Let's just hope I don't fuck around and find out.
Maybe. Do we have any other interesting earnings besides Palantir?
Today?
Oh, yeah.
Or just in general for the week?
I guess today, but I know this week we have a bunch of big movers, right?
Yeah, for this week we have a couple. Today, maybe not as much. We have a couple Fed presidents speaking around 1 p.m. Eastern. Today, after the close, we also have Vertex, Pharma, VRTX, Microchip, MCHP, Realty Income, which I know a lot of the dividend bros enjoy, Lucid, LCID reports earnings, Shockwave, Medical, and Axon are 2 ones that I've heard Jaguar talk about. SYM, is that Symbiotic, one that Shy watches? Maybe, maybe not. Rocket Lab reports earnings.
Yep.
So there are a couple names that report today after the close as well. Wolf, we have Disney tomorrow morning for some reason. Oh, Wolf, do you know who else reports earnings tomorrow?
Volume coming in, new high a day.
CCJ. Wolf, do you know who else reports earnings tomorrow morning?
It's a good question. Not sure off the top of my head.
I'm disappointed in you. It's Celsius.
Lyft?
Come on.
Oh, Celsius Law.
Wow.
I forgot that they do the morning reports.
What a fake fan. Whoever said whoa, I agree.
Wow.
CLH.
Okay. Well, that's good news because Celsius loves earnings. They always blow them out.
David Solomon says there is a possibility of a rate cut or two this year. Okay. Fine, thanks. What a bold statement.
Why they pay him the big bucks.
Inflation continues to be a little sticky, is what he's saying.
In other news, the sky is still blue.
It's David Solomon, right?
DJ Soul.
DJ D-Tope. There you go. Yeah, Goldman Sachs not gonna move.
Did never stand up to the OG Lloyd Blankfein though.
Oh yeah, Wolf, your bio. You worked at Goldman Sachs. What's your thoughts?
David Soul started the week that I started, so we're honestly pretty much on the same level.
Yeah, that's true. You are basically the CEO.
It was funny.
Congrats.
Yeah, David Solomon started, and they did this it was my first week, and they did this little party downstairs, and they had snacks and stuff. And one of the analysts comes up to me, he's like, "Don't get used to this."
That's funny. Wolf, I hope you didn't get used to it.
Oh, I didn't.
When's the next Goldman Sachs thread coming in?
We'll see.
I think the world needs it.
I need to somehow tie in the Kendrick and Drake beef into a Goldman Sachs thread.
All the SEO. What's Google? Google and Microsoft are kind of giving back the opposite, going the opposite way of that initial news story candle. They're coming back up. Google's moving higher. Microsoft was more barring out a little bit, but some small downwards moves there for Microsoft.
Evan, have you been spamming predictions this morning?
No, not a crazy amount. Because I need to make sure I'm right. Big responsibility for the squad. Palantir earnings one, which I will be posting in a couple minutes. The live stream up in the Nest is seeing it right now. But yeah, I'm gonna post that one in a couple minutes along with the Palantir expectations. I made a little how to get ready for Palantir video too. So a lot of stuff to post. I'm looking out for that one after the close, but it's not been my day so far, is what I'll say.
Yeah, I got stopped out on most of my position in profits early. Not gonna let it get away from me. I do have a runner short in NQ, about 10 contracts, and I'll put a stop on those at 12 or 14. If they run, I'll let them run. If they get stopped out,
CLH ripping.
We're last place on Predictogram, Payne.
Yeah. Wait, who's in first?
I don't know. I looked off when it wasn't me.
Okay, I'll have to check.
It's Team Bullish Wolves.
Oh yeah, Chai. Keep it pumping.
Buros, if you're in here, you need to get that percentage up. Love you, bye.
Good luck. Good luck.
Okay. What else are we watching for? Celsius? Yeah, Wolf basically, it was just at the high of day. 78. Mikey calling that one out.
Do the Knicks play today?
I don't know. Rangers won last night. Convincingly. Knicks do play tonight. 7:30.
Stars won last night, Game 7. It was pretty fun.
Yeah, I actually did watch part of that
Start
game.
Series. I love it, Evan.
Great start, great start. It was a good game. We tried to give it away at the end, but
Yeah, exactly.
the hockey gods wanted us to win. What's Tesla been doing for the rest of the day after that open? Strong open. Ooh, okay, I shouldn't have asked. I shouldn't have looked. Came back boosted. We're trying to come back up too. Come on, Tesla. Okay. If you're in here, by the way, you should make sure you are subscribed to the YouTube channel and hit that notification button on my profile, that bell button. Send you a notification when I'm live. If you're not doing that, it can be a little bit tough to see everything I'm doing and see these live streams. But if you want to be in here a bunch and support what I'm doing, subscribe to the page and throw in hit that notification button. But let's look at what we're looking at here. Tesla still struggling a little bit. What are some of the other mega cap names doing? Nvidia back close to that high of day. Nvidia wants to keep going. That's a nice move.
Yeah, the Qs are trading at the top of their orbs. SPY's above its orb. Nvidia acts really pretty good here.
Amazon looks pretty nice, right?
Yeah, Amazon looks good too. Who knows with Microsoft because it's got news going on. Meta looks strong. Pull back and turn
high
around.
of day.
Oh,
I think Amazon is approaching that 186.50 level. We could see actually, 8 minutes ago or so, we had a rejection off of that level, but that level is also our pre-market high, and we touched it multiple times. I think that if Amazon can break that 186.50 level, it would look really nice for it. Also helping out Amazon, we have SPY, hitting relative SPY new high.
breaking news. Snowflake is now at my cost basis. Snowflake is at my cost basis. You know you want to do it. I'm trying to figure out how to use like TradingView and TrendSpider, and you can just see how terrible I am.
What's so hard? Yeah, what are you trying to figure out?
It's just everything, you know, just trying to learn how to do stuff.
What were you using before?
Just the brokerage I was on.
I see. I'm a big TradingView guy.
I'm on TradingView.
Evan, if you're trying out another free one, by the way, kind of interesting to use is takeprofit.com. Something you can try out for different charts.
Profit.
Just another similar type. More modular.
Interesting.
Shopify still ripping, new high of day.
The data on TradingView is a little delayed. I guess you have to pay for real time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Breaking news, Snowflake is above my cost basis. Snowflake is now above my cost basis. The blue line I put on there, that is the cost basis, by the way. 161.34 is where I have that on Snowflake. Let's zoom
Now
out.
SPY's below the orb.
One day.
Q's rejected the orb.
So
We'll
you can
see.
see. I mean, not bad, not terrible. Cost basis, we'll see. Is there a way that I can like mark this? Like, I put a horizontal line on here. Can I mark it as something and like write what it is, or is that another thing?
On which side?
TradingView.
Yeah, I think so.
Order filled.
Music's got me going.
CPJ, new high a day. Remember, I expect 50, 50, 42, and then 51, 22.
Ooh, snowflake with a reduction. Mm-hmm. Okay, Frank says click the gear button. This one? Oh, bang. Figured that out. Shout out, Paul.
IBM 170 call May 10th.
Paul, that looks fantastic. Let's fucking go. Oh, yeah. Keep that 28. Alright. I just did something. Guys, thanks to Paul in the chat, I figured it out. I got the text in there and everything. It looks very nice.
Quick learning curve.
Quick learning curve, that's it. And now I have know how to do this for every single time in the future. It was so much fun.
New high a day on SPY.
Yeah, the 5 minute looks a little pull flaggy in SPY, like we could go high.
Now I'm just playing with the line. I figured something out. Now I'm just a child messing around. I'm gonna get off this.
Most of your big names actually look pretty good.
Yeah.
Even though, like, if it wasn't for that, I would probably stay short here, but
It's a big level, and it needs to do. It'll probably do a lot of work here. I mean, we've had a big move. This is the continuation, so maybe sideways and higher.
probably, yeah. I mean, there's still a lot of indecision here
Yeah.
because it's reject. I mean, it's a tiny little box range we've got so far this morning, but it's like buyers and sellers here. Oh boy, more politicians buying Raytheon. Hit that Tesla prediction that I put up top.
Order filled. Order filled.
Palantir holding up pretty nicely here. Tesla starting to head back down.
Yeah, I'm completely flat. I'm gonna watch for an hour or two. I'm pretty much done for the morning.
Yeah, Frank, I'm thinking the same thing. If it,
You know, it was a solid trade. We sold the highs, near the highs.
Yeah.
We got
Yeah.
a lower high, but I just think that the market acts really well. I think that you're going to see some kind of consolidation later, but, I kept trimming every time we got to the low 90s.
I agree, Ali. It's great.
Yeah, I was being
We
really,
can watch that video
really
live on
picky
here
with it,
after this
too.
is done.
Trim, add one back in, a little trim.
It's never that easy, right?
No, it's a big level, but it's on a higher time frame, so it makes sense that it takes longer.
Right.
What's happening there?
B2 bombers going on over there?
World War documentary. You watching World War in color? I hear it's popular on Netflix.
Almost back to 80. 78.4 here. Look at that.
Don't make that face wolf. You know you love it.
That's what's up. By the way, taking a quick peek at earnings hub for the expectations. Celsius is expected, let's see, EPS of 19 cents and revenue of 390 million. That's the expectations for tomorrow morning.
I know Mikey called this out earlier.
Yes, sir.
Evan, it's kind of funny that you have all these logos for stocks, and then IEP, which is Carl Icahn,
It's just his
is literally
face.
just a photo of Carl
Yeah.
Icahn.
I wonder if that's what it is.
Whoa. Arm.
I mean, you said you wonder if that's what it is?
Yeah.
I mean, it's called Icon Enterprises, so I get it, but it's kind of funny that you have all these logos and then just him smiling.
Arm with a little bit of a boner candle here. I can't lie. Up just $1.
Yeah, arms moving.
Meta just got a decent candle here on the 5-minute, going back up to high of day.
All right, awesome. And now
Nice pop on Microsoft.
Now we
here
are
as
joined
well
by
after that
the
consolidation
Palantir
for the
guy.
last 20 minutes.
Right? Oh my God! I thought we'd be at 412 by now.
Jesus, that freaking nice pop here though.
let's get this going.
IWM just had its first 5-minute candle close under the 9 EMA today.
All right, did that. Okay. Yeah, this Palantir one should be an interesting day. ARM Holdings continuing that move a little bit higher there. PLTR. Okay, it's gave back some of what it was doing earlier today. Still decent for Palantir though. Wolf, what are you watching?
CLH, new high a day. She's rocking.
I guess that's probably what he's watching. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
CCJ, new high a day. Remember my levels. I said 50, 42, and then 51, 22. We're almost there. We're about, what, 5 cents away?
I got my eyes on GCT too. I'm almost back up 100% on that. Pretty brutal range on SPY right now.
All right, IWM, after breaking the 90 MA, going to pop back up, retested it, and rejected, and it's coming down lower here. So I like to watch IWM and how it moves. Sometimes it can kind of hint to where potentially SPY can get a move to next.
Come on, Microsoft, don't double top. Give me my 410. $800 put. What the fuck?
I'm making a coffee and letting this chop play itself out.
I won't lie to you, Ollie. I have not followed it too much.
We're gonna trade here for a couple more minutes.
I don't know.
And then got our friend Jay up here to talk a little bit.
I know the whole world is alight on Drake versus Kendrick right now, so I should have an answer. I really should, but I just don't care. I won't lie to you. I used to follow both of them. I used to be big fans of both of them. So we'll see. I used to be a little bit of a Drake fanboy for a time, but I think I moved on a little bit past that music. We'll see. I do want to watch that that video live on here. You guys should make sure you're following Amit. He's great. Very great. Let's watch this YouTube video on here, though. Palantir earnings prep. Help you guys get ready for it. I think this will be valuable. Alright. Let's pause that. Alright, we'll watch that in a second once the space ends, though.
Alright. Hitting 11 here, so we are going to shift gears a little. Mike, you got anything else you want to put on the radar? Ooh, GCT over 40. Oh, boy. Mikey, I know that you were in MU and a few others. You got anything else you want to put on the radar before we go into this next one?
Oh, you want one more banger, huh?
One more banger. No need to.
Nothing. Yeah, nothing I can come up with that fast. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good, man. It's always a pleasure having you on to trade. Looking forward to running it back again tomorrow with you.
Yes, sir. Me too. Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. Everybody, make sure you're following all the speakers, the hosts, the co-hosts, everybody up here. We had some great traders throughout the morning. Stock Sniper joining us. KC, always a pleasure to have you on. I think most of the rest are staying on for this next space. But Frank, Josh, Shy, just a fun crew to have up here. Josh, you got any other comments before we roll into this next one?
Yeah, I mean, I've been holding this Apple short. I really like it. There were a few other trades I took that other people were calling out, so I was just being quiet. But I'm still in this Apple, and I think Tesla could still get a pop, but holy crap. I mean, this morning it was firing on the 15 to 30 in the 1 hour for me, and the daily was good confirmation, and it's just been a laggard. So I'm going to keep a close eye on that, though, and see if we get a reversal here. It kind of kills off the bears. But that's what I'm seeing. Thanks again for having me on here, guys. You're all awesome.
Thank you.
Microsoft about to be in the money.
Perfect. All right, we are going to get cooking here for this next chat. I'm going to change the title of the space in a second. We got Jay up here from Zega. Let's get...
All right. I have headphones in now for that Spaces. Let's keep hanging out here for a little bit longer. I did want to read this Palantir, or listen to this Palantir earnings prep video that I did with Amit. Amit is a really great guy. He's a great follow if any of you guys are in here and not following him already. Very good follow. So I would definitely recommend that. Not financial advice, obviously, but I enjoy the content that he makes, and enough that I wanted to ask him about Palantir, and he was nice enough to come on and join the conversation there. So let's listen to this video. All right, awesome. And now we are joined by the Palantir guy, Mr. Amit. He has an amazing YouTube channel, and I love his Twitter page as well. Amit, I would love to hear your thoughts on what you are watching for these Palantir earnings, maybe some numbers you're specifically looking at, and then just general feels on what you're hoping for and watching for from Alex Karp and Palantir reporting earnings on Monday.
Awesome, Evan. Thank you for having me here. Super, super excited to be on the channel. I think Palantir is one of the most interesting companies in the world. It's why I primarily focus on the company. And I think this earnings is going to be interesting. I think the macro layout right now tends to be a little iffy. And so Palantir might be reporting earnings into a bit of a shakeup given what the Fed is thinking about when it comes to rate hikes. But I do think the numbers can be strong. I think the core metric I'm looking for is customer count. Palantir is a company that, you know, a lot of people don't like that they're valued at a premium given the growth of their business is like just below 20%. Most SaaS businesses are 25 to 30%. Below 20% is a bit unacceptable. And I think if you're a Palantir bull, you understand that there is a long-term thesis. There's a story that eventually will get it to a 25 to 30% CAGR. It's just going to take some time. And one of the things that they've changed over the past couple of years, Bloomberg just did an article about this, is their go-to-market strategy. 2 years ago, the company sucked at sales. Now they're hosting these AIP, which is their new artificial intelligence platform, boot camps. They've done 5 a day in 2024. And basically they go to companies and they invite them over to different conferences and they show them how to use their software. That growth, I think, has been tremendous. And if the customer conversion on those 500 boot camps is anywhere from 20 to 25%, customer count should increase. And if customer count increases, I think last quarter we added 47 net new customers at an 11% quarter over quarter growth. If we get closer to like 50 or 60, then top line revenue should increase as well. So those are the two biggest metrics. Can customer count increase, which will increase top line revenue? And then can they guide for better top line revenue? Because right now they're guiding at just under 20%. And again, that's just a bit unacceptable. If they can get closer to 22 or 23%, then I think it's going to be exciting. So that's the main thing that I'm looking for: top line revenue growth guidance and then customer count increasing. Adjusted operating margins are going to be pretty good. It went from 29% to 34% last quarter. It was 17% 18 months ago. So it basically doubled, which is amazing. Free cash flow is probably going to be from $850 to $1 billion. That's not going to change. Company has $3.7 billion in cash, collecting a sweet, juicy 5.5% on treasury bonds, which will continue to keep us GAAP profitable. We've now done 5 quarters of GAAP profitability. So hopefully S&P 500 inclusion should be down the line. And then on top of that, as long as they execute on client count and top line revenue growth, we should be in a good position.
Yeah, a lot of those Palantir bulls have been looking to those S&P 500 inclusion and rebalance days, and a little disappointment so far, but maybe your time is coming this quarter, next quarter, hopefully soon for you guys. Love it. Appreciate those thoughts there. What are you hoping for Alex Karp to say on the earnings call? Maybe what are you expecting him to say?
One of the reasons I'm really excited to invest in Alex Karp is because I think he's a CEO that when he talks, people listen. You either have it or you don't. You know, the Elons have it, the Karps have it. When you talk, people listen. And Palantir right now, $50 billion company, it's in the infancy of what I believe will be a pretty massive S-curve over the next 10 years. And in order to get people onto that journey, whether it's customers, employees, investors, you've got to have communication style that people actually care about. Now, Karp gets ridiculed in the media for his communication style because he tends to be edgy. He tends to be raunchy. He literally said short sellers of Palantir were high off cocaine in an interview a couple weeks ago. And I personally love that authenticity because whether you love him or hate him, you know what you're getting. You're not getting a cookie cutter version of a person. You're getting a raw, authentic human being. I mean, even when the stock was at $6 back in May of 2022, he told people, hey, if you don't like it, don't invest. And he says one day will be overvalued, one day will be undervalued, but right now it is what it is. And if you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. And I think a lot of CEOs don't have the confidence to be able to say things like that. So on this earnings call, I'm looking for him to have the same energy that he had in Q4. The energy he had in Q4 was basically, we're growing like crazy. They just did 70% US commercial growth, guiding for 40%. I think he's going to continue to extend that momentum. He talked about talent wanting to join the company at an unprecedented level. I mean, the job applications they're getting from some of the smartest people in the world that could get millions of dollars working at Google or Microsoft, they're going to Palantir and taking stock-based compensation because they believe in the company. So I think he's going to talk more about that talent. And I think he's going to talk about AIP, which is their flagship platform. Basically, he's betting the farm on this one platform, creating the growth curve for the company to reaccelerate into 30% year over year. I think he's going to talk about that momentum continuing to progress. There's a reason Bloomberg did an article with the help of Palantir, getting quotes from the company, et cetera, over the past 2 weeks, right before earnings. And I think it's because they're basically signaling to the market, hey, boot camps are working, our go-to-market is working. And that's why Bloomberg did an article on us. And in this earnings call, I think he's going to continue to be adamant that that is the right strategy to go for. The final thing I think he's going to say is that, Germany and France, which are NATO countries, have been a bit suspect of Palantir. And that's because they still think of them as this evil spy company that's going to steal your data. Anyone who's done a bit of research can tell that's not necessarily the truth. In fact, Palantir actually cares more about civil liberties and data protection than any of the big tech companies, in my opinion. So Germany has been seeing an increase of terrorist attacks. And we know a German media publication that has 20 million monthly readers. They just did a piece on Palantir. And basically the piece was, all right, Palantir has protected us from a 2018 attack, from a 2022 attack. People have used the platform 15,000 times throughout 2023. Why isn't this mainstream? Why are we not having this platform everywhere? And it's because some of the ideological biases from the left part of the government that is in control is against Palantir. And so I think Harp's going to make another plea, just like he did in the Q4 earnings call, to the German officials that says, hey, either you guys want to get attacked and you guys, don't care about the safety of the German people, or you want to buy our software because you're not going to be able to build your own version of Palantir. And I think that plea hopefully is successful and, Germany gets to procure Palantir again.
Awesome. If Palantir is a stock that you are interested, you need to be subscribed to Amit's YouTube channel, following him on Twitter. All right, you guys were able to hear that, right? I was going off the assumption that you are. I really did. Like I was saying before, you should make sure you're following Amit on here, on YouTube, and on Twitter as well. Fantastic follow. I definitely appreciated him for sharing his thoughts with me there. But Palantir earnings after the close should definitely be an interesting one. Let's see if this should work, right? Nice. Check out his videos. He did have something yesterday. I think he likes to do live streams as well. Upcoming. Oh, he just closed it 26 minutes ago. Interesting. You guys were able to hear that, correct? If you can, if you were, let me know in the chat. If not, then no worries at all. Let's keep looking through what we have on the day. Let's see if we got any good answers here. $25, $26.20. Interesting. What has Palantir's last couple minutes been doing? All right, still going sideways a little bit. Cool. Thank you, Ollie. Thank you. Thank you. Look at the heat map again. NVIDIA, Eli Lilly's having a day. Yeah, damn. Look at the nice chart on Eli Lilly. Let's look at I always enjoy, this website is pretty good. Company's market cap. I don't know if any of you guys go here. I enjoy looking at just the market caps. Amazon. Ooh, that could be a little post there. Amazon and Google are both back to having larger market cap than Saudi Aramco. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. Little screenshot. Shadow Company's market cap. Oop, this is over here. Rank. Let's fix this a little bit. Bernie Sanders says he will run for re-election.
Down double digits, company posting quarterly results that I would say would be substantially below street consensus, and cutting its full year guidance, one of the bigger guidance cuts I've seen in a long time.
I won't listen to that too much. I feel like I get in trouble. Yeah, I was saying this. YouTube announced Monday he will run for re-election. There you go. Let's do this too. Photo credit. Company market cap. There you go. All right. What else on this heat map is standing out? Amgen to the downside. Ooh. Yeah, that's ugly. By the way, this is what this prediction was, if you guys haven't seen it. So we'll say 25.39 is what we needed over. Ollie, I'm going to test out. I'm testing out the new thing that I now know how to do. All right. Line. And what was that level again? 25.39. Okay, there we go. Gotta be over here. That's so dumb. Dude, why is this taking so long? Alright, I have to ask a question on the spaces. Sorry, had to get back from being muted. Yeah, no, I appreciate the spaces and appreciate Jay joining us as always. The volatility question made me think about earnings season and how we get these kind of couple weeks and couple months of increased volatility in different areas and stock specific. I wanted to hear how earnings season impacts the strategy that we're doing with Theta. All right, I'll let you guys hear that question since I asked it.
Tick up in volatility, which means you could sell those credit spreads for either a little more premium or farther out of the money, which we would consider to be a little safer. So that is a good thing about earnings. Of course, the last month, the market was a little choppy, right? But this strategy just kind of chugged right along. Like seeing a 4, 5, 6, 7% decline in the market, this strategy is going to be able to absorb it. So we like having this kind of as a constant piece in the portfolio, but you're right in the point that in the months where vol is a little higher or the outlook for market movement, whether it's a big Fed meeting that's coming up or something like that, you'll see kind of an increase in the premium we could sell in that portfolio. And when I say an increase in the premium, it means a higher potential profit in the positions that we put on. Now, we don't really trade them, too often, right? They're like 1 month trades that we put on. So, we do try to watch for, capturing those periods that are interesting and like an upcoming earnings or an upcoming Fed meeting, trying to enter, just before those time periods, because that's when you get the most amount of juice, which will then translate into, a higher distribution in the end. But, kind of harvesting volatility is a good thing with this strategy. But once you're in a position, I think it's worth noting, you don't want a ton of volatility to come in, right? Because you just sold the position. You don't want the market to have an immediate sell-off. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword on this one. But quite frankly, when you're selling spreads that are 10, 12, 15% out of the money, it should be able to handle a little market wiggle like what we just saw in the 5% decline.
What are some comparable products, perhaps, that people might look at, and how do you weigh the pros and cons?
Yeah, I mean, there's a handful of other funds out there that kind of do, credit spread selling.
Yeah, this is that.
They've been out there for a little while longer than THTA. But let's see, I think CSHI is one of them. SVOL is probably a pretty popular one, right? These are all kind of funds that I would put in that alternative income strategy. Of course, we all have our different recipe. We all, do things a little differently. But the concept of earning time decay
look at this one.
In a 40 Act product like an ETF, with what we're doing with THTA, it's not new, right? We didn't revolutionize this, but we've been running a strategy like
40,000 per year program
for, 12, 13 years. And so we've seen a lot of different markets when we run it, and we think, we've got a little better mousetrap, but, everybody's doing something a little different. But I'm always glad to see that the marketplace is, willing to support these kind of products. And so we're optimistic down the road, how THTA will produce, the returns and perform against the others. Our target yield is a little higher than theirs. I think it has to do with, kind of our structure. But, those are kind of comparable products that you could take a look at to see how they've done in different environments.
Got it. Thank you. Emperador, I know you're coming from a different.
This is kind of jokes, though. Anyone in here paying $40K for their gym membership?
Trying to capitalize on
$40K a year, freaking wild. Fair enough. Let's read what's actually in this.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. So, I love hearing the different strategies and stuff that people use.
Teaming up, Equinox is teaming up with lab-tested startup Function Health to launch Optimized by Equinox.
Especially,
His personal training and nutrition plans, sleep coaching, massage therapy.
Strategy with futures, right? But the volatility definitely changes how I trade because you get these larger outsized moves. Your individual candles are bigger, so it's something I do track a lot. But as far as like developing a strategy to capitalize off of it, I'm loving everything I'm hearing here. So I'm all ears over here and all. I've actually got my notepad here on the computer typing in some notes so I can kind of follow up on a lot of this stuff. So good stuff. I really like it.
Make sure we give that credit.
I'll just have to, see how I can follow along with this. Volatility is a very, very interesting thing. Obviously it affects a lot of things, so I do follow it.
Taking a long time to
really
save.
Dove into the pool of how to capitalize
Come on.
off of it.
Yeah, I would make a pull of the shorty. It's not like an SVIXI or anything like that. Because it doesn't really take the day-to-day movements, right? When you're selling options that are 10 to 15% out of the money, you can get a little pop in volatility or a decline in the market or, either way, a move in the market that goes against your underlying position. And because you're so far out of the money, you have this high probability of success. doesn't cause all that much of a problem. It's not until you get like that outsized move, like where you get kind of a,
Right, Ollie,
2 standard
40K,
deviation move
pretty
or 3
insane.
standard deviation move.
I think I
over a
might
week
just take this
period,
part
does
out.
this start to show some stress? So the nice thing about
Yeah,
the
I think this
strategy is you
part's
kind
gonna
of give
be
yourself a little bit of buffer.
little thing below
You're
it.
taking advantage of the fact that, there's
Let's keep
always
looking.
volatility in the market and
It's really
somebody's
tired
always
on stream.
projecting some speculative move. But as long as nothing, really out of the ordinary occurs, the strategy is just going to, plod along and earn its, 1% a month. I would tell you that during periods of, extreme stress, like, COVID was a great period to look at. The devaluation of the yuan in 2015, or even, what happened at the end of 2018, right? That fourth quarter.
Let me back in a
where you
second.
had that, Christmas Eve
Reading this.
bloodbath. One of those things, like those kinds of events will put a little stress on the strategy. But because we know time is on our side, we're quick to kind of get out of a position and get a new one on as soon as we can and not always try to ride it out. So the trading tactics here are, sit tight and then don't be afraid to act once you start to get that extreme move. We use some guidelines, to the fact of, hey, if you ever see the fund down 10%, time to close up that position and roll out and buy yourself more time. It's one of those things about volatility. When it can come very hard and pop, but the thing about it is it doesn't necessarily last all that long, right? 2-3 weeks at a time. COVID was a unique one. 2-3 weeks at a time, though, of kind of higher volatility is one of those things that if you could just buy some time to get out of it, you'll end up finding yourself rebounding for any of the safety trades you had to make while you're in the middle of the fear.
Definitely some really interesting points. So just kind of zooming out here, what is your general thoughts on state of the market and where we're at right now? SPY continues to hover around this $500 level pretty consistently. It's popped up pretty nicely last couple of days, right back up to 514. So we're really not far off of all-time highs, but maybe it doesn't feel like the same as it was a month ago or so. I'm just curious to get your insights.
Yeah, I mean, you said it earlier on, right? Or somebody said it earlier on. We were expecting 3-4 rate cuts, and now the market is down to, one as kind of the broad accepted thesis. We were always in the one camp for September.
Interesting.
And so
hey, Ollie, thank you for being here and chilling with me this entire time.
But look, at some point,
You are the homie.
coming, right? Whether it's 2024 or 2025,
Let's change this title a little bit.
They don't have to be a lot, as long as the bias is to cut. When you look back, this mirror, we think it mirrors, this market mirrors a lot of like the 94 time period where the market's just, coming slightly off of elevated rates and just had this amazing 3 to 4 year run. I think profits are good, right? They're still showing that they're expanding. I think you have a market that's leaning towards cutting rates versus raising rates. Even if it's slower than originally expected. So when I think about the things that push the market, it's rates and it's corporate earnings.
Give me a second, guys. I'm doing some stuff.
And I do think we got a little ahead of
I'm gonna
ourselves
quickly
in the first
Canva
3
up a
months
quick
of the
new
year. But I
thumbnail
don't
for this.
necessarily think
I think I may stay live all day.
Appreciation is over. We have kind of internally a little side bet within our investment committee here at Zega. Do we hit 6,000 by the time this year ends? And actually, we're 50-50, right? Half of our investment committee thinks, yeah, we break 6,000 before the year's over. So it's one of those things I think we're leaning towards, take these little pullbacks as an opportunity to buy. But this market's got some legs, and the broader, economic factors are probably going to push it higher.
Yeah, can I weigh in on that?
Yeah, I saw you had a question that you commented, if you want to go for that.
Yeah, well, honestly, I'll touch on the question that I commented, but also I think Zega, he sounds like a smart guy. I think something that helps my frame of reference on markets just broadly is thinking of it as an amalgamation of rates. So thinking of it like a DCF. So rates, that's your denominator. Corporate earnings, that's your numerator. And then forward expectations, just your growth rate. So I think that's what Zega was getting at, but I think that's a great way to just
frame your reference, and that's why earnings season are so important. What I wanted to ask Sega about this theta strategy is you briefly alluded to it when you get like the 2 or 3 standard deviation moves. I'm talking about like Google this earnings cycle, Meta when it had that outsized 20% last quarter earnings. Are you just
Appreciate you,
selling the
Ali.
wings
By the
here?
way,
When I say the wings, I'm
while you're in
talking
here,
about, like, the 20 to 10.
it might just be me and you. It says one concurrent viewer right now. They say different things. One of them says 3, one of them says 1. But in my mind, Ali, it's just me and you hanging out here. I like to wait 10 to 15 minutes before I post anything in between. That's why you see me sitting on this Equinox one. I think it would end up being actually pretty big. That tweet will go well, but I put this out 9 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago at this point. I want to let it sit, space out the tweets, give everything the chance to perform a little bit better. So you'll see me not post something after for a while. And then I'm also, Ali, I'm going to be joining a couple more spaces throughout the day. So it will get pretty interesting. In about 30 minutes, I'm going to join another live trading spaces, Jordan and that whole crew. I'm sorry, probably back to Mikey and stuff. So that should be a good conversation. And then I might even stay live for Palantir earnings. Ali, do you watch Palantir? Is that a stock you're interested in?
Okay, cool.
And for the other 2 or 3 people in the chat, if you're interested in Palantir, let me know. Yes or no. Because I'm thinking of staying live for their earnings and just giving out the numbers the second they're out there.
In that fund, we don't. In that fund, it is a pure play, selling a deep out of the money.
Close this.
Typically, it's on the put side. We have, legged into an iron condor and sold the call side as well. But generally,
we'll keep that open. I feel like the computer's slow.
The 1 month out options. So we keep it really.
Let's close this.
What you're talking about is a great strategy. Don't get me wrong. Where you could,
let's close this.
Of the index.
Closing a couple tabs up there. Anything down here? Ooh, yeah. This one will go.
But it is a strategy we run in some of our other portfolios where it allows you to kind of harvest some income while you're still, able to capture like those one-off moves like you just saw in Google without getting totally burned because you're just short the index, not short the individual components.
Yeah, you need some conviction on those individual names. It just requires a lot of research for earnings, and you could be wrong. That's the tough part.
Yeah, and the options market will tell you, right, pretty early what you could expect from those things.
And you get the volatility crush with these individual components. So if you're selling these individual components, like it could be a good way to make a buck because you see IVs just plummet the day after earnings. So,
let's see if we can let employees.
I just thought it was an interesting topic.
Perfect. Yeah, if you have any other questions, you got the stage up here, so feel free to jump in with them. All right. Real quick though, Shai, I want to double back to you. You gave some thoughts on how to use volatility, but I was curious if you had any questions for Jay around the strategy.
Yeah, so when do you think, I want to ask Jay about 10,000 foot view and his opinion or gut feeling. When do you start thinking the election rattle started hitting the market of the uncertainty and a lot of the
interesting Tesla news.
Which candidates are actually leading the
This
polls and
one,
gaining momentum
Tesla
and
on the radar.
reflection in the market of which industries might get hit, which industries might show some strength due to Democrat or Republican winning. When do you start seeing the election trickle into the headlines for the markets? Because I think it's going to happen in the end of summer.
Yeah, I think it's September, right? You'll see it begin in September. September is usually a pretty choppy month to begin with. I think it's the only month when you look, go back 100 years where the market actually averages negative returns, right? So I would expect September to be pretty choppy and you start to see things play out. I think, it's weird. Like this time around, I think people are remembering when, Trump won, he was pretty heavy on the tariffs, right? And that caused quite a bit of volatility. So, I think he's already started saying he's going to go back to that. Hopefully, if the market seems to like his tax perspective, and we'll see if he can get his tax cuts that are expiring, I think, in 2025 to continue. I think those are the big factors that you should watch for there on the Republican side, right? Is it going to be another kind of a a bad China trade, or is it going to be, something where people feel like, hey, just there's going to be more cash in people's pockets because of the tax policy? And then the flip side of it, with Biden, it's more of the international risk. I think that the market is portraying, and I think more inflation, right? As much as, I think the general opinion is a lot of the inflation came from policies from the Biden administration. And so it would mean rates higher for longer with the Biden election. So I think there's a lot of folks that would kind of move out the whole interest rate boost that you'll get from cutting rates. So I don't know. I almost feel like it's bad news on both sides with both of them. It just depends which one of those opinions is going to, make its way into the market more. But I think September is when you're going to see it. If there's any industries that they both seem to go after, they'll tell you about it in the debates, right? And that's what you watch for.
Ollie, let's go. Cool. So you should definitely hang out with me all day. I'll be on here for the earnings when Palantir earnings come out, and we'll talk more about that and get a couple Palantir bulls and stuff like that. So should be a good conversation that we're going to end up having.
Believe it or not, you got to watch the debates to see what they're talking about.
Let's get this going. But that's awesome, Ollie.
And just really quick, I think you just keep an eye on December and November implied volatilities. There is a bit of an election premium right now.
But absolutely.
But you will. I agree with you that September is when that election premium is really going to get priced in even more. You see it priced in a little bit right now, but I think, debates, when those start kicking off, I think companies are going to catch a bid here. What does catching a bid mean? I think you're going to see IVs, implied volatilities, pop up in a lot of these single component names that may have exposure one way or another. And then oddly enough, I feel like we're talking about Raytheon and like some of these aero defense names. I think you may see IVs get sucked out of those even a little bit more if there's like some dovish conversation from Trump in the debates. But it all depends on the debates where you're really going to see IVs go. So that's just.
I think you're right about the defense sector, right? I think that'll probably have a little bit of an upward bias if Trump looks like he's winning. Yep. Which would be a volatility suck, right? Volatility would come out of those names if you saw that happen.
Yeah, I think it's odd. It's odd because in previous elections, you usually take the Republican as the hawk, more willing to engage in like a neoconservative sense. But now it seems like almost a flip switch, where like the left-leaning party is now like the more inclined.
They don't
to
like Business Insider that much, but
military contractors and get involved in these global standoffs. But it's hard because we're talking about derivatives here, and like there's so much ambiguity about macro news and how that may translate into pricing that you just need to kind of grasp onto true news stories and like see if there is implications. Because when Russia invaded Ukraine, for a while, I would say there was like a 2-month time span where like that news actually mattered, and then when the news headlines stopped mattering, and you saw oil and you saw these aero defense names catch a bid briefly in the Israel-Iran conflict like 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, and then the market. Those were extremely hard to carry. Say you buy your long Gamma, your long Vega, and a lot of
Sounds
these
like
names.
I bought them last night.
It became a bad bet when the market stopped caring. So, that's just to underline the difficulty that even professional options traders do not have the correct answers. You need to stay extremely humble because narratives can shift very quickly, and you probably are going to get burnt on it if you are buying too much Gamma.
Yeah, it's why you use spreads to at least limit your risk, right? Naked gets tough in a hurry.
Yes. You use the spread so you can kind of ease on the capital that you outlay. I like the condor strategies. I know you said that you're short some condors or maybe long condors if you're short Gamma. Anyways.
It's pretty interesting stuff across the board here. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've covered this pretty well. I'm curious if there's more questions from the crowd. We're happy to take them. I appreciate those that do request up on stage, or you can just comment them below as well. You can feel free to DM me. I think there's a lot of ways you can go about this. Right now, funds continue to chug along. It's at 17 million AUM. Can you talk to me, outside of the managing of the actual what's going on in the fund, what else goes into this from your end? Jay, as you're trying to get people aware of this, have you guys been working on other campaigns? This is obviously a SoFi product. Is this something that they're kind of actively pushing through their side?
Yeah, that ball really does fall to SoFi, right? We're the sub-advisor on the fund, and while we certainly benefit from the growth and the size of the fund, it is more of a SoFi creating the awareness for the fund, right? Their role is to make it available to their clients. I think the fact that they're starting to dip their toe into the options world is great. Hopefully we get to do more with them. Obviously they're a strong brand. They're trying to change the way, investors are the tools that they're able to use. And so it's up to them really. I think that they've done a lot of digital marketing when it comes to this, digital campaigns, email campaigns, that kind of stuff. I think they're probably waiting, to get a little more time under their belt. Like all things, when you have a fund, people like to,
All right,
A, look at the
anymore.
chart, B, look at, 1 year performance. And so I think it's probably a little slow play out of the gate here. But to me, it's one of those strategies that because we trade it so often, right? It's a monthly trade or a 3-week trade that we put on. It's not one of those things that you have to wait to watch the general portfolio theory play out. It's, hey, how good are we at generating premium by selling deep out of the money option spreads, right? And that's the thing that'll start to show itself. So I think it's probably a factor of time for these guys. I'm meeting with them later in the month to kind of talk about next steps, and we do give them plenty of marketing material. We do give them plenty of information because it's not an easy concept to grasp, right? Like we're all taught the way you make money in the market is you buy low, sell high. Well, with this strategy, it's, sell an option and wait, right? And it's just a little different approach because the market can go up, down, or sideways, and this still produces the target return. And so I think it just takes a little investor education, and I think they're doing that today. But my expectation is for us to continue to give them the information, give them good talking points around options, around how they could fit into someone's portfolio. This audience is a little more sophisticated than the average investor. And so we could talk about things like volatility and gamma, but generally that is not something that someone's looking to understand before they're making an investment decision, right? So they want to see things like performance. They want to see general talking points. And like you asked earlier, where does it fit in the portfolio? And so if we give all that to SoFi, they're gonna, they're the ones that'll make the, make the talking points available to their community.
And where do you recommend people that want to go do some due diligence on this? How do you recommend them actually going about and researching a product like this?
Well, I mean, of course, go to SoFi, right? And go to the pages that are there. We provide a lot of the information that's listed on those pages. But if you really wanted to dig deep, like real deep, going to the Zega site and taking a look at our high probability option strategy, which this is based off of. That's the strategy that we're running in this fund. You could get a 13-year history on what it does month by month, get a lot of additional information. So our site is zegafinancial.com, but of course you can just go to SoFi or even search for the ticker THTA.
Look at this Uber candle going on here. Uber day.
I think that's a good first start. And, listening to, the live streams like this also helps, obviously, quite a bit.
Let's see where my
you get
Uber
a little more
costs.
information, you get a chance to ask questions. So, which is why we do this, right? So that people that have questions about it can get access to the fund manager.
I'm surprised this Equinox one isn't doing better.
It's definitely fun to be able to do stuff like this directly with you. People coming up from the
crowd. Got a couple more people in the chat. What's up, guys? Say hello, say hello.
And get some clarity, because I think that with products like this, well, actually, that's a good question. What do you think are the biggest misunderstandings around a product like this?
Yeah, it's you're right. It's, hey, when's the right time to buy this? Is a question we get all the time, and I think I answered that earlier. It's not a right time to buy it or not. We just think it's something that should be in the portfolio. Buy it as your allocation dictates, right? There's no good time, no different market cycle, and it makes more sense. The other question is, how come the market's going up and I'm not making any money in my fund, or I only made 1%? And the answer is these are kind of defined trades,
ugly
right?
one.
We put a trade on to make
Lucid is an ugly
1.5% a
one.
month.
Don't want to look
The
in that
market
way.
goes up 7 or 8%. The
What did
fund isn't
Microsoft
gonna
do
make
an
any
awful
more,
lot
right?
headline?
It'll hopefully make that 1 to 1.5% it's targeted. So, kind of the upside
Nice.
participation is
If you
one of
guys
the things that
missed
people always ask
that,
questions about. Sometimes, by the way, when there's no trade,
we got this
meaning our rules
Microsoft headline
aren't met,
today.
we'll sit in cash, right? There are times that we actually don't have an option trade on, or we have a very small option trade on. That's another thing that sometimes folks don't understand. Like, hey, how come my position is
1 second. I want to hear how loud this sounds on the spaces. Sorry for the double.
Continue? I think those are like the big factors that you should watch for there on the Republican.
Pretty loud. Okay.
As far as putting positions on and having them.
All right, we back.
So we stick to those. We don't like to violate those just because somebody is impatient.
But yeah, this was an interesting Microsoft headline today. This probably needs to be 1 or 2 lower, actually.
Like April, right? When the market's down and yet their fund is still up despite all of that, right? Or when you don't feel the volatility of what's going on in the rest of the market, the big swings, ups and downs. This is pretty consistent. So there's all those people don't understand that either. That's a good thing that happened, and sometimes they still don't get that. So I think it's just the dynamics of a fund and strategy that are designed to kind of harvest deep out of the money premium is just a little different than what most people are used to.
Well put. All right, gonna see if we have any last questions from the panel up here. Then we can wrap this one up. Let's go over Frank. I saw you jump back on stage. Not sure how much you were able to catch of this space talking about THTA product looking to enhance yield and benefit off volatility from SoFi. Have you seen this at all before? Did you have any thoughts or questions?
It's interesting. I want to look and I'm going to read more about it. But to be honest, this is my first attempt. But I'll check it out for sure.
Perfect. Emp, anything else for you?
No, I'm over here reading about it, but just like Frank was saying, we're in this choppy price action right now, so it's a good opportunity. So I'm just doing my research, like we should do on everything. But I'm so glad that this was brought to my attention. It's actually a very interesting product.
Absolutely. Shy, anything else on your mind?
Nothing else on my mind except for it's going to be a pretty wild week, so looking forward to seeing what kind of action and volatility we get.
Yeah, that's a great point. And then Evan.
Ooh. Okay, there we are. It took a minute to unmute there. No, I definitely just appreciate the conversation. Filled. I can't not say that. But yeah, no, I find it pretty interesting. Theta's been a good watch. I actually did buy some myself. I enjoy, like, when I add something to my watch list, I like to buy a share or two. And then just see how it moves, see how it acts in my portfolio. As you said, we get a lot of really good questions on here, but sometimes I just like to see how it moves and see that type of kind of what it looks like in the portfolio and the actual gains I get. I mean, maybe we could talk a little bit more about like when you are talking to just a regular retail person, not in these type of spaces, someone who's maybe not trading the market every single day. What's the type of language that they resonate with, and what's kind of your thought process, and what's the questions you get more in that direction? I know you touched on it a little bit, but was there anything else in that area?
Yeah, it's hard, right? Sometimes to talk about a fully, completely options-based strategy without causing confusion to the average investor. But over the years, we found a couple talking points really kind of hit home. The first point is we like to say that the strategy benefits from the improbable not occurring. In other words, as long as the market does what the market, is priced in, then things are going to go well and we'll hit our 1% target, right? We also like to tell people that it takes advantage of the natural time decay of options, right? All options have time decay in them. This takes advantage of that. And so, those 2 points seem to hit home with folks that, most folks at least know, like, that these things called options exist. And there's this tricky component called extrinsic value that I don't know anything about, or time value that I don't know anything about. We hear about people getting burned all the time by it. Well, to say that we're on the positive side of time decay seems to resonate with people pretty well.
I don't know what I want to go with here.
If a picture's worth 1,000 words, we actually, show them a probability chart and we say, look, here's the range that the market, there's a 99% chance the market's going to trade within this cone, right? It's going to happen somewhere in this kind of the outcome is going to be somewhere in this cone of probability. And then you say, look, we benefit when the market stays within that cone, right? It can go up, it can go down, it can go sideways, but the option positions profit as long as it doesn't go outside of that cone. And you look at some of the numbers, when you show somebody that, hey, it's pretty rare for the market to drop, 10 to 12% in a single month. And, this is where we put our positions on. It does happen, and so we're defensive if it starts to look like it's going to get there. But generally, as long as the market stays in this range of what it almost always does, the strategy is going to be profitable. So that's the way we usually position it to investors, because to tell them about, we're looking at selling, 5 delta options and buying a 4 delta, and we get a net delta 1, and, we're probably, that kind of stuff goes over most people's heads. So as long as you can, explain to them kind of the general dynamics of, we take advantage of the market, the natural time decay of options, and as long as the market does what it's supposed to do or doesn't, do something improbable, the strategy will be profitable. Those are the kind of main 2 talking points we bring up. And typically what happens is after a few months of being in the position, like you'll see it when you're owning the ETF, you'll start to go, let me add some more to this thing because I get how it's working. We actually usually have to talk people out of adding too much to it, because the one thing we can't control is when you get that black swan event. And so, we're all about being a risk manager first. And so we like to make sure we manage the amount of risk we put up in this kind of a position. I think I said earlier, we don't like to exceed 15 to 20% of anybody's portfolio. I can't tell you how often I'm talking people out of adding more to this strategy, but it takes time. It definitely takes time to understand what's happening, because it's a nice, slow, steady mover. There's not a lot of volatility in the portfolio, and so it takes a little while to digest what it's really going to do.
Perfect. Unless there's any other questions or thoughts, then Jay, it's been a pleasure having you on. Any final thoughts for yourself?
No, just always glad to be here. Appreciate this audience. You guys are great. And, I love the chance to talk about these things. So maybe we'll get to do it again, maybe another month or so.
Sounds good. I think we are going to be doing some more of these together.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, Evan, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, definitely did enjoy this conversation. We had a good morning of spaces and lives and everything like that. We've been live since 8:40 a.m. Eastern. Did some pre-market talk, then did some live trading through the morning. Had this great conversation with Jay from Zega Financial talking about the SoFi's THTA, the Theta ETF, which I'm a big fan of. We talked about and hope we have a good conversation there again. So love that. We're going to stay live. We have the Palantir earnings after the close, so we'll be live at 3 p.m. Eastern today for that. I'm going to go and hang out in Jordan Spaces for a couple hours, get some stuff going over there. Fuck it. Wolf, let's just shout it out one more time. Up in the nest above, let's see how some live streaming goes on YouTube. Watch my screen. If you want to see the numbers and hear the numbers the second they're out, if you want to stick with me for some live trading, go up in the nest above. Click that link and you can keep getting some more good spaces, good stock market content. You should at least subscribe to my page while you're there. That's all I'll say. And check out the THTA ETF. Do some research into it. See if it's right for you. And that'll be all from me. Wolf, we've been live for a good little bit of time here. You got anything you want to shout out at the end?
I believe you covered most of it. The next space is going to be Palantir earnings at 3 p.m. Eastern, so that would be what I'll be on at. I do have a few calls in the meantime. I'll be hopping in for the next few hours, but I'm definitely looking forward to that. So I think you covered most of it. Definitely check out as well our predictions. And last thing I guess I'll call out, because there are earnings this week and there is Palantir earnings, if you want to see all the numbers, the expectations, once they've already come out, or if you want to see all the recaps of last week's earnings, I personally am using earningshub.com for that. So that's my recommendation to y'all. I think it's the best place to go find it.
Ooh. Very nice. Love it. Love it, love it. One more time. If you're still in here, go up in the nest above. Click the tweet. Click the link. Hit subscribe. Turn notifications on. And I'll love you forever. All right. I'll catch you guys all later. We're going to go and hang out on Jordan's stream and then join us back at 3 p.m. for our Power Hour Spaces, which we do every single day. Have a good one, everybody. See you soon. Wolf, if when I see you in person you're not subscribed to my YouTube channel, it's gonna go down.
So you're telling me I should unsubscribe here?
We'll see. If you want to get beat up.
Oh yeah.
Peace. Alright, nice. Stat space is done. Let's go over to Jordan's.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
There we go.
I've gotten decently good at
That
all
is
the things
very
you need to know
loud.
too now. I've went through all the fucking videos, all the shit you gotta learn.
Beautiful morning so far, you know.
What's up? What's up?
I think it's more of like a Buenos Tardes kind of time.
Yeah.
In 10 minutes if you're Eastern.
Yes, sir.
Emperador, ¿cómo estás?
Al mil.
Let's delete this.
Bien.
Bien.
I speak American. I don't know what you said.
I speak American.
Such an American thing to say.
That was such an American. Fuck those guys.
I dig dirt for a living. I dig holes. I dig big holes in the dirt.
Bipolar. Well, ain't no bi around here. I ain't bipolar.
Dude, honestly, my brother sent me a video. He's a union operator. He sent me a video of him like fucking his machine that he's in. Dude, that shit's gnarly, bro. Like one wrong move, he's fucked. Like mad respect for those people. Oh my gosh, it's not no easy, simple job.
2-minute EMA trying to maintain here on NQ. This could be
Should be a good afternoon of
what we
earnings.
need to break over this higher high and push up to 150 on NQ.
Yeah, baby.
Anybody else green on their AMC $10 calls for June 21st and the $20 calls for June 21st and the $15 calls for January 17th?
Let's go. I heard GME was ripping this morning too a little bit.
Oh, yes, she was.
Oh yeah. Come on, M-Phase, break this high. Let's go.
Jordy, you pumped up about Celsius tomorrow morning?
Dude, I'm pumped.
CELH.
I got $80 calls right now. I'm probably gonna hold like one or two into tomorrow. Say fuck it, risk like $400 to $800 and see what we can do. I'm willing to risk that overnight, especially since like the past few weeks have been great. I'm willing to take a little risk like that. So we'll see. We're getting a little pre-earnings run up this morning. Not the run up I was hoping though. I thought we'd get a little stronger of a rally up, but Concert's moving slow, which makes sense though.
How's the day been for you today, Jordan? Good afternoon.
Good.
Good morning. It's still morning for me too.
Yeah, it's morning. It's like 9 o'clock here.
What's up? What's
But yeah,
up?
we're green. We're long. Celsius M-Phase. We're doing good on predictions. It's a good day so far. I'm gonna be wrapping up spaces pretty fucking early though.
What time?
Go get some other stuff done. Probably like 10ish, maybe 10:30. Decently.
Your
early.
time.
Yeah, my time. Yes.
Damn.
I really got.
I was gonna have a fun day.
Yeah, I might go play. I played 29 holes yesterday golfing. I might go play another 9 today. I just fucking. Dude, got my first par yesterday. I'm very happy. It's not impressive,
Nice.
but I'm making progress. So.
That's a good feeling though to get that first par.
Yeah, we play scramble, but like it was all my shots, which was nice.
I'll count it. I'll count that.
Par 3. It was a nice little par 3, like 185 yards. I put my 6 iron to the behind the pin in the rough, and then I chip and putt in all my ball, which was nice. So my own little par ski.
I'll just message it to you.
Nice.
Oh man, I'll fuck up some people in some mini golf now.
Oh shit. Now I need my own birdie. That's my next. I need my own birdie under my belt. My boy got his own birdie yesterday. Dude,
I've played golf one time in my life.
Jordan, you're in Florida, bro. Rounds on me. Let's hit it up.
Bro, I can't wait to play in Florida. I know you got some nice courses out there, bro.
Yeah, just don't go after your ball in the water.
IWM.
That's like an easy, like, 8-iron. Come on now, Jordy.
Bro, I'm
CCJ, new high a day.
I know about. It was windy yesterday, and I was into the wind. I was like, I'm gonna go 6. I could have gone 7. If I went 7, I would have been on the pin, which would have been better.
Nice.
I should have done a 7-iron. But it's funny. I'm more consistent with my 6, but I hit the 7 better when I do get it. It's so interesting.
Jordy, you gotta get those golf balls I sent you.
Dude, so I've
so funny.
I've got them before. I just didn't film
Have you?
it, but yeah, dude. That
Oh my god,
so
I want to get
loud. It's honestly like when you do it on the greens, bro.
Ooh, Rupesh, what's up?
Bro,
the
Ooh, Rupesh and Dan Demand. What's up, guys? Appreciate you joining in.
It's gnarly. It's
Hope you enjoy it. Just hanging out, doing my own thing, starting some live streaming. Why not?
Oh, what is it? They're called Shock.
Gonna be live trying the all day little thing we got coming on here. We'll see. Go through Palantir earnings.
It's so loud.
Group chat yesterday.
Yeah.
Just waiting to post this Tesla news.
Almost sent it to you because it's hilarious.
Yeah, please, bro.
Yeah. I gotta film one of me hitting that one time.
Ooh, nice job, Rupesh. 19 average cost. Not bad, not bad. Better than the average. If you guys are here, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Try to do more stuff like this.
Yo, boys, you ready for this drive? Well, when you hit it or when it lands? When you hit it, bro.
How does the spaces sound for everyone?
As soon as you connect with it. Is it like really loud or is it just like... Dude, it blows my eardrums out. Oh, damn. Like my ears run when I hit it.
So it's literally like a gunshot.
Yeah, it's loud.
I mean, I'm assuming they put some kind of like little like.
Let me get rid of this volume.
Like a small little blank.
Especially if you're in like anywhere that
Nice.
any like course that kind of echoes the sound. Oh my god.
Big gap, big gap.
It's rough. It's like
Dan, I kind of already have. We can let's go through some of the big news then.
Definitely funny. It's a one-time thing. It's kind of like a one-time thing.
This one was interesting. The Equinox one won't move stocks, but they're launching a $40,000 per year program. This is what it entails. Optimized by Equinox, everything from personal trainer to nutrition plans. Market cap. We got Palantir earnings coming up after the close as well. Yeah, the other people are coming through my phone, through the spaces, so it does make sense that I'm going to sound better, for sure. David Solomon with some obvious remarks. There's going to be a rate cut or two this year. Okay. This was a pretty big story. Microsoft readies new AI model to compete with Google's OpenAI and OpenAI. So this is not an OpenAI model. This is a Microsoft in-house training model that they're doing, kind of competing with themselves. Interesting. More NVIDIA chips, though, being used.
They're like 70 cents a ball.
I run the...
Y'all pay for balls? I just go grab them out of the...
Oh, I try to grab them. I go find them. I go find them for sure.
I guess you can't do that in Florida.
Javier Milei and Elon Musk meeting. Could be interesting.
Tour response stripe ones. So it's like a blue stripe with pink around it. I love the...
This one. I'm surprised not more people are talking about this one. Everyone likes to hate on Apple, don't love on them. Has the top 4 selling iPhones globally in Q1 versus Q1 of last year. This is what was a little concerning to me here. The drop off in the iPhone 14 versus the 13. There was 3.2% last year. It's 1.9% this year. Ooh, not great, but we'll have to see how that one unveils. But interesting headlines here. You can take a look at this one for a minute.
Look up the friction like divides. Those are sick. I like the blue and yellow ones.
Yeah, friction are solid. Yeah, the blue and yellow ones. Yeah. Just high vis is nice, especially when you're starting out, because like, I mean,
they're talking golf.
It's pretty easy to find them if you're on fairway or green or like rough, but once you get into the bushes and shit.
Loop Capital price target upgrade, Visa and JP Morgan partnership. Robinhood got a Wells notice this morning. What's Robinhood doing now?
I don't lose as many balls. I'm like, all right, we're doing better. We're keeping shit on the...
Is it green on the one day? Damn.
All right, I'm not that shit anymore. Yeah, we're getting better.
Yeah, look at this. Big wick down, brought it back up pretty well. Not bad for Robinhood.
1% better every time you go out.
Yeah, for as much as I actually get to play, especially now, I'll just go to the pro shop.
It's around their crypto business specifically, which I guess makes sense. I think that everyone kind of knows the SEC is not a fan of crypto, and they're gonna do stuff. So I don't think it's out of the normal. If it was like something more about a different part of their business, it could be a little taken differently. But I think it's just par for the course in crypto right now, honestly.
Thousands of dollars to play golf.
No,
Just
bro.
go enjoy it.
I could definitely go spend like $4,000 on a whole new set of clubs, but am I going to at this point? No. Like I don't fucking.
I drink too much beer to need.
Let's see.
I don't even know like.
Background might be a little loud right now.
I did go to the PGA Superstore.
Yeah, here's some of the other news.
And I got to hit the new TaylorMade QI10 Max driver. Oh my gosh, so forgiving. Has a
nice
carbon
comeback.
face.
Apple.
Such a forgiving driver. It's like a $1,200 driver. Fucking A, bro.
So nice. Is loud as golf ball. Hold on, I might be disconnected here. Let me see this.
You're good. Yeah, you gotta watch that video. It's loud as fuck.
I sent him the whole Instagram page so you can just like go through and see the different reactions. They're fucking so funny.
It's not that loud.
Yeah. Oh, he just called you a little bitch.
Dude, that shit in person rung my ears.
Watch some of the reactions. You see the people actually like grab their ears, but you have to think about like, you know, it's a quick, loud sound. It's not. It's like it's to scare you. It's not trying to like blow your eardrums.
Yeah.
Definitely scares. I'm the one that hit it and it scared me. I jumped. I was like, ah.
Appreciate you, Dan. That's kind of the idea. We'll see. I'm obviously not one of those crazy live streaming people. I just am a little bit more low key, but yeah, we'll see. I also have someone right out the door, so S&P 500.
It's been a slow morning on the trades.
Oh yeah.
You really need to hold above the orb here on NQ and QQQ. SPY made a lower high. That 514.50 obviously being a little stubborn up there if you're looking for higher. But if you're looking for shorts, you really need some kind of break of structure or SR flip. I think I wouldn't sit here and just try it over and over.
Yo, guess what, Jordan? You're inspiring me a little bit. I'm continuing with the streaming.
Dude, let's go.
Let's
I like
go.
your streams, bro. They look good too. Like
It's actually surprisingly easy. It's surprisingly easy to just get this started. I need to learn some other stuff, but
it's not that difficult. Just like learning all like the bit rate and all that bullshit can be a little difficult at first, but like once you know it to do, it's pretty easy. And then you just keep like working on it to make the stream higher and higher quality as you go.
yeah, I'm still in that bad quality part of the start for sure. But my bad quality isn't so bad. I'm happy with the bad quality that it is, if that makes sense.
It's good enough to like for someone to sit and watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's fine as long as it's like bearable to sit there and like enjoy and watch. Like I was on your stream the other day during the earnings, and bro, like looks totally fine. So
I'm doing it for Palantir earnings today. Trying it again.
I'm in the bad quality.
Yo, that's it for me today, guys. Pleasure making money with you.
Good morning, Maple.
You're the man.
Rest of your day.
Talk to you later, brother.
Love ya.
Enjoy.
See you, Maple.
Later, Maple. See you tomorrow, man. Yeah, I'm not seeing shit on my charts, and there's no way in hell I would ever put any money into this market right now. So I'm gonna go have some lunch.
Boom, do it.
So if we get a move in the afternoon session, maybe after 1:30, 2 o'clock, we'll see. I don't foresee SPY breaking below 513, and obviously we got 515 right above us. Two big key psychological levels here on SPY, and we're stuck in the 50-cent range between the two, so it's not interesting for me right now. So not going to get chopped up, not going to bore myself to death looking at these candlesticks going back and forth. So
yeah,
I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm still going to hang out and here on Spaces until...
That's why we're talking about golf balls.
Yeah,
to all the listeners out there, when you hear us going off on random ass topics, like, I mean, they're interesting to us at least.
Ollie, give me your thoughts. what is the biggest worst quality thing here? Is it like what you're seeing on the screen? Is it the sound? And I'll keep trying to improve it, but give me the direction of what you think it is the worst. And for the record, I do appreciate the type of constructive criticism like that for me to help the quality so I can continue to get it better. But yeah, give me the thoughts. It is, I think the sound coming through the phone isn't that great. I'm really just streaming the screen here, so I don't know if the quality of what you're seeing is too bad. I would actually think it's not too bad, but the sound I'm a little worried about. We'll see. And Dan, I appreciate you.
Right now during this price action, it's going to separate people that are forcing trades and then the disciplined traders that know not to be involved in this price action. So, and that's a really key thing, is being able to identify the price action and being disciplined to know when to get involved in the market.
Play for the breakout. I'll wait for it to tell me where it's going to go and then react accordingly.
Marvis, does that sound better?
100%. 100.
Which means no sushi for lunch today because I can't make any money right now.
I know. Like, what the fuck? What am I supposed to go eat now? A freaking peanut butter and jelly? Like, what?
I think that might sound a little better. It's probably pretty loud.
I don't deserve it.
Maybe like there. I know my voice sounds should be pretty clear, but theirs it would make sense.
Actually, I think watching Mikey's 113 right here.
Sounds
both
mono.
NQ and DS holding.
Let's try and listen to this.
NQ right at point of control as well.
1 second. How does the spaces sound for everyone?
As soon as you connect with it. Is it like really loud, or is it just like? Dude, it blows my eardrums out. Oh damn. Like my ears run when I hit it.
Sorry, I was listening back to that's fine actually. I don't hate that.
Like continuation type of stuff.
Oh, is that Bing bong.
3-3.
What's up, Jordan? The only point of criticism I have is just the lack of content intraday during lunchtime, just because, I know it's tough. I'm also not like I don't know if I'm an all-day stream type person, but we'll see. Let's just test it out and find the different marks. I'm pretty sure that the earnings part of this, the Palantir part, is going to be pretty good. So I may just wait until I get to after hours. Maybe I just do like these 3 p.m., 3:30 live streams. Could be interesting. We have 4 more hours till that comes out, so maybe I even just end the stream and we'll see where we go from there. Up in the air.
Someone's out there.
If you guys are in here, you guys should definitely subscribe to the page. That's all I'm saying though, because no matter what it is, I'm gonna figure it out, and you guys will want to see that.
AMC $6.5.
Yeah, I might do something similar. Maybe I even talk about doing something with Amit.
Don't forget, we also have the $10
Bing
calls
bong.
and the $15 call swings from June. Take a look at my tweet, you'll see them.
How are the predictograms days going? Jordan, how you doing today?
We're doing all right. Yella. Let me check my stats today. I'm shooting 71% on 8 predictions. We're doing all right. I missed a few on Tesla that brought mine down.
Garlic, team's in first. Nice job.
Yeah, I see you did a prediction on PLTR.
I did. 3-day guy.
Let's go 3-day
So
guy.
a little earnings one.
Bud.
Hey there, bud.
Little 3-day vendor, huh? I did it for the earned.
Yeah, so we'll see. I have that prediction up on my screen right now. I need the move didn't feel that huge, so Just has to go in the right direction for you.
So whenever you do the 3-day predictions for earnings, it's kind of like a regular.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't have it priced in.
Because it's the way the data provider does it. They're not pricing that. By the way, I'm short NQ here.
Short NQ. Let's see.
But no, they don't have it priced in like that. Like, it's going to make a move like that is what it is.
NQ is with a nice little bounce lower there.
I'm looking for 89 on NQ and then lower.
But yeah, all I'm going to say is when you guys have a moment, you should go up to the tweet pinned up in the nest above and join the live chat for a minute and subscribe. That's it. We'll see what we got coming. Big stuff, big stuff. Where are you live streaming, Knots? Is it Twitch or YouTube?
So I'm doing Restream, so it could be it's going to a couple different Twitch, YouTube, and Kick.
Oh, big Kick guy.
Just starting it up.
Yeah, so now in a month, Knots is going to just have choices from all of them. He's
Yeah.
going to be like, who do I want to get paid from?
No, that's actually a good idea.
Yeah, I'm doing that, and then I got to set up OBS and set all that up.
No, that might be better than what you're doing. I should be on multiple places. I'm just on YouTube.
You should. It's very simple. Well, what do you use? OBS?
I'm using OBS right now, but I maybe should just use Restream.
Yeah. So no.
You can just connect OBS to Restream.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, because Restream is not like, dude, it's not as high tech as OBS. OBS, you can do anything you want. Like,
yes, but you can really connect it there and use it. So
That's
use
why
OBS.
I hate Restream.
Yeah.
Pisses me off. I can't do everything I want to do.
Well, you can, Jordan.
It is really good for overlays, though.
You connect to OBS, and then
exactly. Yeah,
now
you have to do that.
Now that you made me look through it a little deeper, that's all you gotta do.
15-minute candle on Qs is ugly.
Yeah, I'm short.
I'm still long. Celsius and M phase looking great.
That's about the level you put it. Yeah, it is definitely below where you set it. Couple points on NQ. Pretty big right candle there. What's up, Paul? Appreciate you coming back. Appreciate you, Paul.
Yesterday I
Let's see what the Tesla Bulls are saying on this one.
He did his entire newsletter, so you have to read it.
As an animal.
There we go. Yeah, hey, we had a good Warren Buffett talk. I don't know. I could enjoy being live for some of these major events. Like, I enjoy the earnings a lot, and I think we can get some good stuff going there. Get the people the numbers before they come out.
Evan, are you doing a PLTR earnings call tonight?
I am. I know I won't be getting you the numbers before they come out, by the way. I'll get you seconds after they come out.
I wouldn't. I honestly wouldn't hope you could, because that could.
Yeah, that wouldn't last for a long time.
Yeah.
No, I agree. But yeah, no, we're doing something later. You guys should come and hang out if you guys aren't doing your own thing. Would love it.
I have one set up, but I'll honestly just join yours instead then.
Hot.
Yeah, I know you are.
Someone just asked me about Chewy. Dan just asked about Chewy. You guys looking at this one? This 5-minute candle's pretty red there, but you guys trade Chewy at all?
I do not. I personally do not.
I feel like Mikey trades everything. Oh, he's not up here anymore.
Mikey has definitely chewed it.
Yeah. That was funny. You should talk more.
You should talk more.
What about PCC? Oh, the put call ratio ticker? PCC is a thing? Oh, interesting.
Jordy.
I don't even know what that is.
Apparently it's the put to call ratio tracker.
Oh.
I don't necessarily know what I'm looking at. But there's something happening.
Amp, are you short, by the way?
He's about 5'2".
I want it to bounce up a little bit here, and I'll get short.
I'm short at 97. 98.
I would like to see a little bounce and a clear rejection of 99 to 102. The orb.
Yeah, I'm short. I'm short right at that orb. 90. I'm at 98.25.
I'm tempted to chase just like a starter here in case it just goes. But I don't want to. I just don't want to chase anything.
I'm up $100 here on that short.
Oops.
I want to see more. Show me more. Show me more. I sell these futures too early.
Let's do this. Let's get a little heat map screenshot going. FinViz is great for this, by the way. If you guys don't use FinViz, you should.
Today's the day you probably do want to sell early, though. I'm looking for target 1 at 78 on NQ.
Ooh.
I would look for 82 and then 74.
I can't add a description at all.
Maybe 75, just to be safe.
Yeah. I always like to give it an extra point or two.
Spy looks like it's going to try to lose it here.
The heat map today is kind of interesting. Amgen having a pretty weak day here. MSI on semi. Nvidia and AMD are the green ones standing out. Uber, pretty strong day.
Yeah.
Micron as well.
AMD and Nvidia have just been mooning.
Airlines look like they're doing decent enough. I can't really see, but Southwest looks like to be a nice green guy.
Yeah, UAL's up like 2% too.
The GE complex looks like it's having a day. GEV also up about 2%.
I trimmed some here. Just making some green. I should have trimmed some when I was up a little bit more. That was stupid. But
Intel assembles Japan team for chip making automation. Intel will partner with 14 Japanese companies to develop technology to automate back-end chip making process, life packaging, according to Nikkei via First Squawk. That's not from today. There it is. Garlic, what do you think of Palantir earnings today? I know it's a big one for you.
I think, and honestly, this isn't even biased. I think it will be good. So
isn't even biased.
Obviously, no, it really isn't. But I know you have spoken to. How do you say his name? Amit.
I'm pretty bad with names. I say Amit, but can't confirm.
Okay, and then.
Great guy though, really smart. Amit investing on here. AMIT.
You know who else? I like Arnie.
Yeah, I think we're trying to get them on for that Spaces.
They probably will. I would think they would join.
Tom Nash too. I don't know if you follow him.
I do not. I have not. But the biggest thing is that 2-month trial for boot camp, and those, like Arnie has actually said, those actually will be. Most of those trials have ended, and they actually are customers now for this quarter. I think going forward, we're going to start to see 20-25% plus quarter-over-quarter growth, which is big, and they're expecting 17%. I think we're going to really start taking
a break down here. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. I think we're going to start to ooh, wow, wait, hold on. Yeah, let me trim here. We went past my target. I trimmed.
I got you distracted. Sorry.
No, you're good. No, honestly, it was probably good you got me distracted. I would have sold early. Yeah, so we're going to start to see, I think we're going to start to see stronger quarter-over-quarter growth on revenues, EPS, income. Their free cash flow has already been increasing quarter-over-quarter. I absolutely love that. And they're doing really well on that. I truly think it's going to be a good quarter, and I think going forward, this year is going to be pivotal for their growth.
Yeah, I know you're still hoping for that S&P 500 inclusion. All the bulls are.
I think that really does happen this year. I do.
Can I ask another question?
Of course.
Did you really think it was going to happen last year? Love you.
No, I didn't think it was going to happen last year. I thought it was going to happen in March.
I'm sorry, I had to ask. But yeah, no, that could be cool. We'll be watching. Should be a fun time.
I didn't think that. I didn't think last year that at all.
All right, if we're sitting on VWAP here. If we get below VWAP, 50 is my next level down. Maybe front run it to like 53. And then orb low on NQ and the outer VWAP band I use is at 43. So that's where I would be targeting on the short. Fell the orb high, you should go to the orb low. Not every single time, obviously, but that would be the trade plan.
What ticker was that?
NQ.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
QQQ, it would be like 436 50s, somewhere in there.
What's Intel doing off of this headline here? Probably nothing.
Big down candle on NVIDIA.
Big down candle on Intel too. Of course. Is that what you just said?
No.
Yes. I think for live streams though, people like at least for me, I think the after the power hour after hours might be the best time for me, not the morning.
Yeah. You're still no one knows who you are, huh?
Yeah, we'll see one day. You guys do. I'm just a private guy. I don't want to do it. That's why I kind of enjoy Twitter too.
I'm just gonna post a photo of you and make you do it.
Yeah, like one day that type of thing's gonna happen, and it's just gonna be whatever it is. But yeah, no, I got nothing to hide. I just don't. If I can do something like this, become a really big account and not have to put my face out there and just do whatever and be a normal person, that'd be cool.
You definitely don't have to. There's plenty of people that do it. So.
We'll see. If it starts to hinder me, then I'll do it.
Dude, I don't think Maple Stack shows his face. I've never seen
Isn't his profile picture his face?
He has a great community. You don't need it. It's just it definitely helps.
Yeah. Well,
but you don't need it.
Yeah, his profile picture is his face now. But yeah.
True, but
he doesn't show it on Twitch now.
On Twitch, he doesn't show it.
Did he raid you today?
Post on Twitter.
Did he raid you today?
He does. He raids me every single morning, bro. I love it.
That's hot.
I need to be rated all day, every day.
We have 900 followers on Twitch.
I honestly don't want to be rated yet because this thing is disgusting.
Yeah, mine's pretty bad too.
We are now 95 followers away from 1,000 on Twitch.
Oh, damn.
It's middle of February. We're doing good.
Jordan, I think I'm just going to actually restart my Twitch account too.
Like make a new one?
Yeah, because it won't let me change the password. Like, at all.
That's fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do it sooner or later.
Let me change my username.
Sooner than later, because now that you're streaming, you don't want, like, everybody following that account if that's not the one you're going to be on, you know?
Oop, that was loud.
Yeah.
I won't lie to you. My goal right now for this morning stream, get to the 20 watch hours, done. And then do something out there.
And do what?
And then do something, go live at like 3:30 for the Palantir earnings.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna sell out my NQ here. I got out, actually. Hold on. I'm gonna actually shut this off. I just shut off the stream without even saying it. I'm gonna actually just log out of this and make a whole new account.
That's pretty funny.
Knots is out.
Knots just rug streams everywhere.
Seriously.
No, I'm just making a whole new thing.
Rugs are us.
Because he's
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Not so you can. I mean, I get that shit's annoying. It like doesn't have your password saved and whatever. Can't change it. It's annoying. Got to be able to do all that. I hope you didn't set up all your alerts though.
No, I didn't do anything.
Okay, good, because that would have been a whole lot of work for nothing that you got to repeat. Once you get them set up though, it's like really easy if you do want to like change them.
What do you guys think of PayPal?
I haven't even
Pretty nice.
looked
I'll
at it
continue
today,
mine
really.
if you want it.
You could send me your oh, that's funny.
Oh.
Oh.
I mean, Venmo or...
Yeah, a Cash App, some could say work too. No, PayPal, I mean, I own some PayPal. What's my cost basis? It's higher than where we're at right now. My PayPal cost basis is $73.81.
Ooh.
I could see PayPal for a swing, like equity type of swing, but...
Yeah, that's what I have.
It's
That's
just
not a
been
trade.
It's so beat up, but it's been like just consolidating for like a year. I mean, it just doesn't...
73.81. Mark on the chart. Close enough. I learned how to draw a horizontal line on here, and now I have to use it as much as I can.
For what?
On TradingView, I don't know. I never use this stuff. Small wins. You gotta celebrate the small wins. I like PayPal though. We'll see. I don't know. It's been a loser. It's definitely a tougher space. Like at the start of this year, I was talking Disney, Intel, and PayPal, and Disney was the one I was the most confident on. Intel was one that it's proven not to be a great one so far, but Intel's been more on the rising tides of the U.S. chip kind of market and the CHIPS Act and all that stuff. Intel's just gotten destroyed though. It's dicked back down to 30. And then PayPal was the fallen giant, fintech continuing to grow. I'm a fan of the Venmo side of it. And I still think that there is more room for them. But that one's the toughest competitive environment, I would say. Toughest competitive environment. Intel's the worst company out of the three, in my opinion. But the area it's in is so great. And then Disney was, I think, the combination of a lot of stuff, in my opinion. And all you haters... fuck off.
Okay, guys. Totally new.
Speaking of haters.
Beautifully set up. New Twitch. Amazing.
Oh, that was quick.
Speaking of haters, Apple looks like a short.
Shut the fuck up. No, I'm kidding. Love you, bye.
What is your name, Knots?
Someone has...
Apple does look
Trade
shitty.
Fighter somehow. So it's just literally the opposite. It's GNOT BTF.
Wait, it's what?
GNOT BTF.
Bet.
What we
Somebody has
betting?
Bull Trade Finder. I can't believe that.
Kind of makes sense.
Wait, who is that on here, I wonder?
And I wonder... Ooh, Apple does look ugly. Fuck.
Oh, nobody has, like, Bull Trade Finder spelled out.
No, it
they?
says it says I can't use it. It says it's been taken.
That's lame.
Come on, Apple.
Damn, Knots, did you used to stream Rust or what?
He definitely did based on that.
I tried it.
I see on your first account, it says Knots recently streamed categories. It's stocks and bonds, and then there's Rust, too.
Big Rust guy. 1v1 Rust. I know it's different.
1v1 Rust. I don't think I've ever played Rust.
1 second. Sorry about that. We're back.
If it comes down and gets real sticky, I'm going to jump out of this just because of the way today's trading. I want to see NVIDIA play out here, though, to the downside, too. Apple.
My profile banner.
oil knifing right now? What's oil doing? CL. Ooh, big knife on CL. Oh, dollar's pushing up. Wow, yeah, look at that CL knife.
Sorry about that. Apple wants to hold. Can it do it, though?
I think the ceasefire just went through.
Ooh, actually? Al Jazeera citing leading Hamas source movement informs Qatar and the Egyptian mediators of its acceptance of their ceasefire proposal. Interesting.
All right, there's the orb back test. See if it stays under it.
I'm trying to short there at 97. Very small.
Yeah, I added to my starter. If it goes over the orb, I'll get out.
Interesting. SPY isn't really moving too much off of that headline. I guess they kind of want to wait and see anyway, which makes sense. Bam, 19.2 watch hours. We're climbing pretty quick now, actually. It's crazy how much faster you get the watch hours up when you have like 12 people in here versus 2. I guess that makes sense. Jordan.
He's muted talking to his dogs.
Okay, I was going to say.
I'm watching him right now.
I wanted to know how long, what he started streaming at. Jordan has had a good little crew on there for a while, I feel like.
Yeah, he's got 50 right now that are still watching.
50's good. 50's good. Maple, I know, kills it as well. Maple gets some good numbers.
Yeah, well, Maple has 10,000 followers, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. Better than what we have. Although, watch out. I'm at 3,800 YouTube subscribers and coming.
Oh.
What does it say when you have that much and you can only get 13 people live? Da 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 da.
This guy stinks.
Oh brother, this guy stinks. Did any of you guys listen to Buffett over the weekend?
I made some short clips that are not getting any love. So yes, I did listen.
How'd it go? What'd you think?
It was interesting.
What clips did you make? Like of you talking?
Mostly regarding the AI stuff was interesting. What else did he do?
Oh, you posted clips from. Well, you posted a TikTok video to it. Oh, is this you talking on TikTok? Okay, that's fine.
No, it's not me talking.
Oh, you should have just posted the video to Twitter. Those were actually doing pretty well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Twitter wants you to post videos. Give it what it wants. Feed it. Good day so far, not bad. This pattern does not look bullish on Apple, I will say. The intraday guy. Although it wouldn't be a bad place to hold if it could. If you want to. Not very pretty, though.
Microsoft just made a new high. Got over that 410.
Ooh, this Microsoft chart does look nice. Fuck it. Prediction upside. MSFT. Engaged. Thrusters activated.
Thrusters engage.
Don't you know? Pump it up. What do I need it to get to? I need it to get to... waiting for target price. That is what I need it to get to.
By the way, I'm out of the short there. I tried it. Hopefully I'm out.
Still waiting. I need to find like good music that's not copyrighted. I have a feeling this whole thing is going to be copyrighted because I was on here with Mikey earlier, and that probably screwed me over a little bit. We'll see. And I know YouTube's like anal about it as well. Follow us on Twitch. Is there multiple of you, or what's happening there? Mr. Garlic.
No.
Follow us on Twitch is weird wording.
You know what? Eat it.
I do refer to myself and what I'm doing sometimes as we and us. I don't know why.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Someone DM'd me. Look at it off the space. Ah. We hit the 20 watch hour target. Vamos.
Nice.
Nice.
So what does that do for you?
Absolutely
You say
nothing.
20?
Yeah, and 20 is not great. I want to get to that
Only 3,980 mark.
Yeah.
We gotta start somewhere.
Gotta start somewhere. The Apple one I did got like 80. Basically, I don't know how direct the correlation is to getting paid, but you have to get to 4,000 watch hours before you can join the YouTube Partner Program. And once you join the YouTube Partner Program, you can start making money from it. So you can't make money on YouTube until you get 4,000 watch hours. And the watch hours from live streams do work. So...
Yeah, Evan, haven't you streamed for like a week?
No, well, first of all, Jordan, how many people did you start with live?
I mean, my first stream, I had like 120 people on.
That's insane. I did not have that. So no, I'm not. I'm a good little distance away from it. We'll get there at some point.
That's all right. We'll get there.
We'll get there. It's
all
small
good,
steps.
baby.
Small steps, right?
Yeah. No, you'll get there quick though. You just got. It's all about like streaming long. You know what I mean? You stream long. You stream for 6-8 hours straight every day. You're gonna get there quick.
I'm also not Jordan, the Mr. Entertainer over there. I enjoy watching your stuff. You're good at it, so.
Dude, we try and entertain. You know, I love it because like on my stream, like obviously you guys know me, but like on the stream I get to be so much more personal and just like talk a lot more because it's just me on here, you know. So it's cool. People get to, I guess, like learn more about me and just more personal at the end of the day. Fun time. I just wrap mine up.
Special teams, special plays.
Special teams, special plays, special players. Some people give, some people take. Me, I only take.
I'm Evil Salvation Army. I'm Bad Will.
What's up, brother?
What's up, brother?
What's up, brother?
Dude, you should watch Sketch play golf. It's the funniest shit
Is
you've
it?
ever seen.
I won't lie to you. I had no idea who he was like 2
Like,
weeks
one of the
ago, and now
worst
this guy's
swings
everywhere.
I've ever seen in my life, but he still bangs it, dude. He's still good. It's hilarious.
One of the worst swings I've ever
most
seen in
awkward
my
swing
life.
I've literally ever seen in my life, but he still drills.
Like Charles Barkley?
Dude, it's just it's so
Well,
horrible.
Charles had the yips.
I don't even know how to explain it, but just you gotta go watch Garrett from Good Golf. He just he posted a video of him playing.
No, they literally said Charles Barkley was actually good.
Yeah, Paul. I need to get some
and then
SoundCloud or
after
something
he hit
going.
that little
I'll get
girl
that going
with
in
one
the
of his
future.
balls. Wow, that sounded so wrong.
I just need to figure out how all the settings work and everything.
With the golf ball,
Yeah.
he absolutely, his brain just couldn't comprehend how to swing normal again.
Yeah, that might tarnish your career right there.
I'm almost positive. Hold on, wait a second. I'm almost positive what I just said is 100% correct.
You're almost positive it's 100%.
I'm pretty sure that's what.
What are you doing right now? You digging a hole?
I feel that. That's I'm almost positive that Celsius is 100% a ripper overnight. So, we'll
Celsius earnings incoming. Come on.
Let's go, baby.
See you later.
Jordy.
I think this is the first earnings I played. What's up, Imp?
Can you go check on your man K-Dot?
Uh-oh.
Dude, he get destroyed?
I didn't listen to the new ones yet.
Oh my god.
But I know Drake fed him fake info about his fake daughter. That shit's hilarious.
Drake played him like a fucking flute.
I love
the
the
Kendrick
back and
one?
forth, bro. It's so
Puppet Master.
Dude, you know how much clout they're getting from this shit right now?
So much.
And it's funny, and everybody's trying to get into it too, and there's a reason why. It's because right now in the music in the rap industry right now, if you're not fucking dissing Drake or K-Dot or any of the people in that group right now, you're not getting clicks. You're just not.
Yeah,
Nobody cares about you right now. Everybody cares about Drake and K-Dot right now. So if you're not in that, you're not getting the clicks you want. That's for sure.
That's why you see all these other producers
you see all these
and DJs
motherfuckers on
coming
the
in.
sidelines. Yeah, they're like, let me get in there.
I saw Metro Boomin tweeting about it.
Yeah, Metro's in on. DJ Mustard made
Metro.
the last beat for Kendrick.
Metro, Future, Kanye, Weeknd, ASAP Rocky, which I really like ASAP Rocky.
Big ASAP Rocky guy.
But he
Drake
rinsed ASAP because Drake was talking, or no, ASAP was talking about some I guess he took Drake's bitch or some shit way back, and he's like, oh, I forgot the bar, but it was you need to add up your math correctly, something, because he was with Rihanna, which is ASAP's bitch.
Yeah.
And it was just a double blow back and forth. It was funny.
It's just dirty laundry coming out everywhere. It's
I know, I love it.
No matter which side you're on, it's at least they're rapping. It's almost like they needed a controversy.
Dude, for anybody that takes shit seriously about us talking about Drake and Kendrick, don't freak out too much, all right? I'm literally listening to Kendrick right now, okay? I'll still listen to it.
By the way,
it's still entertainment.
Elon
People
just
get so worked up. I'm like, dude, it's just people making music. Chill.
Elon just put out a tweet a little bit about Boeing. Boeing got $4.2 billion to develop an astronaut space capsule. SpaceX got $2.6 billion and finished it 7 years faster. Too many non-technical managers at Boeing. That's a Elon Musk tweet.
Damn.
Also, here's something interesting. Someone in my Discord just said their daughter is graduating from Georgetown. And who do you think the commencement speaker is?
Fed's Barkin's talking.
It's Feds barking? That's who the
No.
speaker is? Oh.
Yeah. Who do you think the commencement speaker is going to be?
Elon Musk.
Nope.
Who?
John Calipari.
No. It's someone in the market world.
Tim Cook.
New high.
Jerome Powell.
Oh.
No way. Big Pow.
Big Pow Pow.
Big Papa Pow.
The Pow Pound.
Georgetown is going to get a nice tie and a lot of pursed lips.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, watch out.
Oh, M-Face, don't do it.
Oh, don't do it.
I'm
He
down
has
like
a family.
$350. I'm down like $350 on it. Back. Come on. Oh, no.
You bastards killed Kenny.
No.
Fed's barking.
Killed Kenny.
Inflation data this year, disappointing. Job is not yet done. Don't see economy overheating, but Fed knows how to respond if it does. I'm confident that the current restrictive level of rates can curb demand enough to bring inflation to target. Fed's barking. A little bit more. Financial Juice tweeting some stuff out. Given the strong labor market, the Fed has time to gain the confidence it needs to be sure that inflation will fall. Data whiplash confirms value of the Fed being deliberate. There should be another Fed president speaking in like 5-10 minutes or so too.
Yeah, we got Williams embarking today.
Williams and Bakken. Oh, I can add people as a moderator on here.
Yes, you can. Yeah, I highly recommend having at least a couple mods. I mean, in the beginning, it's not a big deal, but as you grow and get people in there, like it's weird. Twitch, I have these people that try and sell me viewers. I'm like they're like bots. They're like the Twitter bots. I'm like, bro, I have my mods. They as soon as they see it, they insta ban them. And like since we've been doing that, they haven't been coming around, which is nice. Like, why would I fucking buy viewers, bro?
Kind of like what Kendrick does. Oh,
Oh! Why Kendrick did that? Sheesh. Kendrick did that?
Yeah, word on the street.
Word on the street.
Word on the street.
Dot, I know you in that NYC apartment right now, doing lyrical gymnastics up in.
Wait.
Drake you better had a quintuple entendre on that.
Wait.
Shit, I don't even understand.
To the one from the other day.
Drake responded last night, and
K-Dot responded too, right?
Oh wait. It was like not Drake, right?
I need to listen to him.
No,
wait, what are the two new ones? What do they both?
You gotta listen to Heartbreak Part 6.
All right, Heartbreak Part 6.
Part 6. How we already hit Part 6.
Okay, so this is Drake's, and then what was Kendrick's other one?
Oh, Kendrick's other one was actually really fucking good.
What was it?
The one that he did with the little West Coast beat was pretty solid. Whatever that one was called.
That was the one that he responded like an hour after Drake.
That one was solid.
Yeah, that was really good.
That was all the one that Kendrick saw. That was the only.
Meet the Grams. I gotta listen.
Yeah. That one's pretty rough.
That one's pretty solid, but and then Drake came back and dispelled so much of that shit too.
Yeah, but how much of what he's saying is true?
I just don't know how you come back from like falling for
I know
fake
how do you
news and
come
putting
back
it in
from
a
that
diss.
one?
How do you come back from that?
Seriously,
That
From
shit's
what?
rough.
Drake fed him fake information about him having a daughter.
Oh no, I know that.
And he took the bait.
I know that.
He took the bait, and he got fucking. Everybody in my comments on Twitter was like, "Oh, you obviously didn't see the diss of fucking Kendrick talking about his daughter." I'm like, bro, that's not real.
And honestly, in Drake's new one, it's almost like he's like, all right, yeah, this is what it really is. I'm about to bow out of this because it's not worth my time anymore. Which is kind of interesting because it's like it's almost like he's like, I'm bored with you now. But I don't know, we'll see because he's like, Kendrick, I know you're gonna drop like 10 more shitty records. I don't know.
I love how everybody talks about ghostwriting too. I'm like, bro, all these motherfuckers have ghostwriters.
You know what?
Are you dumb? Like, come on.
You know what another thing is realistically, Drake's you could kind of continue to listen to, while Kendrick's are just like actually just like diss tracks.
Feels like a big flush coming here.
Oh, probably do get a nice flush.
Down the drain.
Another thing I like about Drake, dude, his last diss, like the one before this one, dude, he had 3 different flows on one fucking song. One song, 3 different flows, 3 different beats.
Yeah.
Like, he's just like that. He's got that pocket, you know? He's got that pocket.
Range.
This one's not horrible. I just...
There you go. There you go, Vadim. I gave you a mod.
Drop.
So, hey, if you watch the chat for me, that would be cool. I don't think anything's really going in here. I could watch this, but keep an extra eye. That would be nice. Thank you, sir.
I was really trying to keep it PG.
I'm about to listen to the Heartbreak one again.
Bro, I'm just not a fan. Meet the Grams. I'm not a fan. But
No, but he does. He really does do some, good dissing on it.
Vadim, say something else in the chat. I want to see if it changes what your text looks like now.
And it's like a song I'll listen to. That's the thing. I will never listen to any of these disses from Kendrick. I'll never get in my car and
That's what I was about to say.
No, that's what I was saying.
I like Kendrick's
You know what
music,
I mean?
but he's not a good diss artist.
Dude,
like it just doesn't sound
almost
good.
I think every diss that Drake dropped, I would 100% get in my car and listen to.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Exactly that point. Drake.
And like,
Drake's disses are like
at
songs.
the end of the day, bro, who do you hear when you go into the club? 9 times out of 10 over the other. It's fucking Drake, dude. Who you hear? Who you psyched up about when they drop an album?
The only Kendrick song I like in the club is that Swimming Pools. That's the only one.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's iconic.
For the liquor
That's iconic by Kendrick, for sure.
Yeah.
Kendrick and Money Trees.
Just to give him his flowers, too. I'm not just only hating on Kendrick.
Oh, dude. I don't...
there's
I listen to fucking Kendrick every day, dude. Like, I still like him. It's just like... Money Trees and then Love, Feet Zakari. Those are my 2 favorites by Kendrick, for sure. Such good songs. Gosh. Dude, like,
bro, in this new one,
you know?
In this new one, I remember he even goes like, we knew you were thirsty for some information, so we fed you that stuff about the dollar, or about the daughter being 11. He's like, we were gonna make up a name, maybe a destination, but you didn't even care to like fact check the shit.
Yeah.
Oh God!
I just went past that bar right now. Master manipulator, you bid on the speculation. You dumb and reactive, I'm petty with dedication. Ugh. I like it. See, again, the last song, Kendrick's, I wouldn't have listened to in the car. This, I will listen to.
Yeah, I gotta listen to this new one.
The
What is
beat.
it called?
It's also just way Drake sounds, I think. I genuinely like...
Yeah.
Kendrick got to make a banger for me to listen to it, just because his voice is... it's not something I'm fond of, and that's obviously subjective, right? So it just depends on whether you like that style or not.
Yeah.
I'm just not a fan of Kendrick's pocket, but...
What's this last Drake one called?
The Heart Part 6. Yeah.
Yeah. And the cover art's just Dave Free liking that one chick's... or commenting on the one chick's picture with a heart.
Just trauma for your own confessions. This is when your father leave you home alone with no protection.
Guilty hour. Pushing the 25 here.
Oh, that's why these pedophile raps are shit you so obsessed with. It's so excessive, man. Oh, dude, I think you rinsed him on this, to be honest, bro.
He did, bro. Like,
I can't lie, though. Kendrick, one of the most lyrical motherfuckers out there, bro.
No, he is.
One of the best.
He's an artist.
Absolutely. One of the best. No doubt, bro. That's the thing, too. I'm professional enough to have love for both. Like, I really don't give a fuck that much.
Professional enough. Big man. Big thing.
Dude, you should see some of the people in my DMs. I'm like, bro.
Big mans.
Doesn't know. I'm feeling a little peckish.
I'm like, we're all just having fun, talking shit. You know what I
I'm
mean?
your baby mama screen
None
saver.
of it's serious. It's all just shit talking.
I'm hearing an echo or something.
Who's echoing?
Oh, my bad. I'm in the car.
Disgusting.
Honestly, I'm going to throw out a diss track on Frank.
Yeah, you should. I would. Oh my god, I would love that. Oh, Drake got deep with this one.
Oh, Frank's up here now. I didn't even see that. What's up, Frank?
I'm your baby mama screensaver.
Oh, I don't think I can hear Frank, probably.
I haven't heard Frank in a long time.
Oh, he's not even up here. I gotta invite him.
Oh, okay. There you go. That makes sense.
A-B. A minor.
Damn, Palantir continuing to push today.
What's it? It's like E major. Ray said, do Rick Ross.
Is Frank back up here now, or is it just...
I'm up now.
Oh, Frankie, what's up?
There he is.
How are you feeling about the diss track coming?
That was the quick rejection. Now they're trying to get back up there. Oh my god.
Are you...
Yeah, you got Barkin's comments and then the peace talk stuff going on at the same time here.
Yeah. Overall, it's so positive though. Oh.
Can't break it down.
Bro.
We're above the orbs. You can't really short them here.
Bro, this one's dirty, bro.
I try to tell you, man.
Dude, this one's... Oh, I don't want to fight with a woman beater. It feeds your nature. Oh, my God.
Oh, wait till he says the line about, like, you hit my phone, I'll hit you back. But it's safer.
Oh, my gosh. Kendrick did have some bars in the last one, though. I won't lie.
No, he did.
He had some solid bars, for sure. But,
Drake winning easy.
That beat, his flow, again, would I ever go in my car and listen to it? Absolutely not. Nope. But this shit, hell yeah.
I figured you would like the that last one Kendrick did a little bit better because it's that
bro.
West Coast.
Not one he's dropped. Not one he's dropped. I can get in my car and bump. I just can't. But I'm also again. That's coming from somebody. I'm very picky with music.
Everybody
picky.
has their taste too. Right?
Yeah. So it's definitely subjective, obviously.
It's funny because there are a lot of people out there that just they think Kendrick's just winning, and I'm like, well, are you listening? Or are you just biased? Put your bias away and just like from what they're saying. Just
realistically, they're both doing such a good job.
Oh, it's so entertaining.
Both of them.
Either way.
They're coming out back to back, hitting each other back. This is a good fight. Like,
and they're coming out quick.
It's almost like it was pre-planned.
In this situation, for sure, no matter what. Like,
it's almost like it was premeditated.
Oh, dude.
Some could say they're cooking it up.
Guys, there's going to be some traps when you think it's good and it's bad, and you think it's bad and it's good. Like, that the traps are coming.
Come on, Celsius. Go new high a day, baby. Woo-hoo.
Woo-hoo.
Woo-hoo. And M-Phase, retrace for me. Come on, I'm losing like fucking $400 on that. Come on.
Palantir is doing good into earnings. Probably not what you want to see. Palantir.
I'm rooting for you guys in Celsius tomorrow. But
dude, I'm holding some cons through it, and I have shares. I'm rooting for myself too. Yeah.
I mean, it's rallied into the only thing that really bothers me is it's rallying into the earnings.
I know.
Same thing with Palantir. I don't want that.
No, you don't.
We'll see.
Hopefully, it'll just.
Dude, I'm heavily optimistic.
I mean, we're up above the orb. We're highs a day now. Like,
yeah, we just took out Hive Day.
We the best music. So beautiful. Banger song, by the way. Future, Beautiful, SZA, DJ Khaled.
Bro.
Amazing song. SZA goes off. I love SZA, bro. Love me some SZA. I think, dude, I literally listen. I think I listen to Future more than I do Drake, to be honest. I love Future, bro.
Oh,
I love Future.
I used to fuck with Future so hard.
I
was in college when all that stuff was first coming out.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
His Pluto album and stuff.
Future was just popping off and everything.
Bitch telling at the parking lot.
Yeah.
I'll imagine. Voila.
Wait, what's that one song? Bro, you remember Perky's Calling?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, like,
that
Purple
little, like,
Rain,
piano
that
beat?
whole album, Purple Rain, oh, that was when I, like, first started listening to Future. I can hear them Perky's calling. I can hear the Hurts calling.
This 120 to 125 area, Frank's big area. This is where we had all those lows, like, the week before we fell.
Yeah.
NVIDIA ride against 920 here. Ooh, Spies against 515 too.
Yeah, big levels, like for Monday, right?
I thought we would test these levels, but like later in the week.
What's up, Frederick? I'll definitely give you mod. I
Dude,
appreciate
facts. I'm just
you.
gonna make a diss track to Jim Cramer.
Standard mod. There we go. Frederick, you are now a mod as well. Frederick, can you do me a favor? Can you type in the chat? I want to see what it looks like when you type as a moderator. So just type something again in the chat, please.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Shark.
Sharky. Dude, Sharky been hitting them balls off the real grass, too? Let's go, dude. Love to see it.
I'm short, by the way.
Oh, he should.
Over the field.
All right, I'll join you. I know, I'm taller than you.
Oh yeah, I've been enjoying the
Ooh,
rain.
it does.
It's good
Nice.
to get outside.
There we go,
Dude,
Fred.
I'm so glad you're
yeah, if
playing
you could
on
just
real
hang in
grass,
here,
like,
watch the chat, chill
I've
with it
gotten
on
to
the
the point where I
side.
won't even go
You could
to
do what you gotta do,
a
but
turf
just check
range
in.
because it doesn't help you
Look at
at
the chat every
all
once in a while. That'd be
whatsoever, dude.
helpful.
You get
Right
out
now,
on the
we're gonna be
course,
pretty
you're
good,
gonna-
but
Israel saying Hamas is not
we're going
acceptable.
further.
Ooh.
Appreciate you, man.
So yeah, I'm glad you're hitting those.
You
Dude,
see oil,
get the
dog?
hang of it, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I yelled that out a while ago, Sharky. Dumped so hard
you
when they
played,
had that first news.
Have you played a game yet, Sharky?
No, well, not in years, no.
All good. Just gotta get out there one of these times.
Yeah, it's just not strong.
You'll lose a lot of balls, but it's good.
Over the field.
It's fun. Rip it, Celsius. Go, baby. Honestly, instead of playing 9 today, I might just go to the range.
Nah, go play 18. Go play 18. Be a real
I'm
man.
not playing 18. I'll play 9 possibly, but 18, dude, after playing 29 yesterday, I'm fucking cooked. We would have played the whole 36, but
This might move the market a little.
the sun was going down.
Speaking of that, I won't be here in the morning tomorrow. I'm playing
golf
at 8 a.m.
Or that.
Yeah.
Are there some nice courses out there, Knox?
All right, noted, Frederick. How does this sound? Can you hear me pretty well right now? I think that level might be good for when I'm trying to talk.
I hit you back. It's a lot safer.
There's one 30 minutes for me that's on the PGA Tour. It's like $300 to play.
Fuck.
But it's on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, that's Pebble Beach. Pebble Beach is like $400 or $500 a round. I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna play there. When there's if you want to play next to the beach, you just go up the coastline to Santa Barbara, or you go down to Huntington Beach. There's amazing courses on the beach for $100 a round. Pebble Beach is so dumb hard too. It's like
I'll probably never be able to fucking actually play there.
Oh, CL is all over the fucking map right now. I didn't know how to read it.
Order field.
Well, the report is that the
Silver's moving nice today, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Egyptian proposal that Hamas accepted is a softened version, according to Israeli media, and it's not acceptable.
Paul, I added you as moderator as well. Got the whole squad just hanging out in here. Moderate each other's chat. We'll see if I need to change this. Don't really block too many people. Only just the madness. People can talk shit if they want.
I'll be back, guys. I gotta make a couple calls.
Or that.
I gotta go bad. I gotta go.
Just got to break below this 18,109.
The second time we've had a nice looking topping top again.
Getting kind of close to that predictogram level.
It just doesn't accelerate or go any lower.
Appreciate you, Paul.
Celsius, $79. Come on.
I did short with you, Sharky. I'm about to trim one here. One that's right above the orb.
Ooh, I see a paper gains down there. Paper gains, paper
Yeah, I'll
gains.
trim one. Ooh. Trimming one here.
Ooh.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense to scale here.
Paper gains, paper gains. What's up, man?
I'm back.
What's up, brother?
I'm back.
What's up, baby?
What's up, baby?
What's up, dude?
I kind of want to load some shorts. Is that stupid?
Dude,
I don't know.
I'm long Celsius again. Long and
How long are you looking for, Paper?
How long am I looking for?
Yeah, I mean, are you looking for like a 30-minute move, a 3-hour move, or a weekly move on the shorts?
I would load a weekly move, but it would have to be like at the close and maybe tomorrow morning.
Oh, Paul, no stress. I probably won't even be live all day, every day. No, just chill when you can. If you have it on in the background, that'd be cool. But no, you're good. No pressure. Just when you're in here.
Yeah.
Just he had a tweet a while ago about them.
Yeah, Paul, no pressure at all.
What was the news on Boeing? Didn't they have like their first launch or something? Here.
Yeah, there was something around Boeing with the UAL, some satellites with that one. I don't know if it actually ended up happening. I just saw it on the Catalyst Watch.
Okay, got a cover here coming into the orb again. Not fully covered, but took some off.
Ooh. Not been the best predictogram day for me. The only ones, I don't do many downsides, and the only one that's really worked so far is my downside one that I did.
Yeah, do it when it looks like you want to go long. Just
there we go. Come on
button on accident.
Alright, here we go. Basically, the whole crew who's starting out here at the start, Ollie, you're going to be a mod too. People I know, watch the chat. I appreciate you. Ollie's been in here literally the entire day. So, all you guys, give you those mods. Ollie, honestly, there was a point where it probably might have just been me and you for a little bit in here. So, but yeah, appreciate you, boys. Or girls.
Envy's are looking a lot shittier than Celsius is.
Celsius has just been ripping.
I'm up $100 a contract.
Yeah, Celsius is looking hot.
5. Letter bang.
Ollie, do me a favor. Say hi in the chat.
If FaZe doesn't fucking rip here soon, I'm just gonna. I only have 5 though. I almost want to swing them.
What did you do?
I'm in 120 calls on M-Phase for May 17th.
Lopbender wrote out a part of a verse for you.
Oh shit.
I'm I'm about to have to come with a response. I'm not going to let y'all just drag Frank like that.
Give me a run for my money. Love me. I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you.
Hamas not accepting the deal.
There we go, Ollie. Got that moderator. But I appreciate you guys for sticking in here, hanging out. Like I said, I'm going to be trying to stay live all day. We'll see just do this once. I don't think this is going to be an all-day, everyday thing for me. But I do think that maybe around some big events that I'll do something. So I think I am going to stay live for a good little bit. We'll see how it goes. Stay live for those Palantir earnings coming up after the close. So appreciate you hanging out with me. I think we got Frederick, Ollie, Paul. That's at least half the people in here right now, I would say. I hope you guys are still in here.
I got some other shit to attend to. I love y'all. I'm fucking wrapping her up. And go start one or something. Because I know you guys are still trading.
Yeah,
but I'm wrapping it up. I wrapped up my stream. I'm going to wrap up this. Things are slow. I made some money. I'm still holding some positions. And we're gonna wrap them out. So I'm going to go get some other shit done. I love you guys. And,
yes, sir. I'll fire one up and send invites up.
Yeah, sounds good. Appreciate you. All right, boys.
See ya.
Love you. See you in the morning. Hopefully we get some more opportunity tomorrow. But still a good day.
All right. I'm going to join M's stream there. Spaces and listening through there. So we'll get back there in a second. Have a little bit of live trading going on in the background. A couple of the news stories that I wasn't talking too much about. We had Barkin talking and still is going. We have Barkin and the other Fed president talking right now. I think it was Williams. Yeah, Barkin and Williams. We're in that time right now. So this was the big quote that I saw at a Barkin. I could just look it up. Let's look up Williams. Consumer still spending, sees GDP in range. Eventually there will be cuts. Couple pieces. I expect good thaw. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm upset you guys heard that. I hear good, though somewhat slower GDP growth in 2024. That took a lot for me to get out. In my defense, I was reading it upside down, so. I'm going to end up joining those spaces back in a second. Ooh, concurrent view. I guess you guys are looking for it. Shout out to you guys coming back, hanging out with us. If you guys are in here, you should make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. Hit that bell button as well to set some notifications. All right, let's keep looking. Celsius moving higher still. All right, let me join in here. All right. A for effort. Appreciate you, Ollie. Are they going to let me up? That's the real question. No one is talking. No one is letting me up. All right, we'll see. There we go. What's up, guys? What's up, brother? No one talking?
What's up, brother? What's up?
Everyone was just quietly sitting up here. What is that? Poor quality.
We're working.
Part-time Spaces hosts.
I'm working out right now. So.
Oh, Jim.
Yeah.
Big Jim guy.
What time are you hosting your space? Is it you or is it hosting?
Stocks on Spaces, 3 p.m.
Okay. Okay, so we'll switch over to that when
Nice.
Up. Ooh. I'll be in there. That. Yo. That's me. That is you. You ready for Palantir? Yeah. I'm getting ready for. I'm gonna do all of them really quick. I'm really interested in Datadog. I'm just looking at them. I'm like, that's
They're tomorrow morning, right?
yeah, but severely underpriced right now.
The stock or the options?
Options.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Hey, Paper.
That's me.
Guess what I'm doing?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Are you streaming?
I am streaming again. I pinned it up in the message above. You should let me know how the quality is. But yeah, we're trying to get into the vision. I think I'm gonna just like in the future do like 1-2 hour guys around big events. But you know, I want to like shock.
Restream.
I'm on OBS right now. I need to connect the restream. I think I could make it work though, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think you can invite guests with OBS.
Jordan would know. Yeah, you're probably right. I know I need to just end up going through restream. Oh well.
Damn.
But yeah, hey, I'm just trying to, right now, my whole goal with this stuff is just shock the system into using it more. And then from there, actually get better and improve everything and fall into a rhythm.
Yeah. Yeah, I got these buying calls. I didn't have a chance to like send them. I was just gonna sit on them.
Nuts. Look at that. The 233 on a 1 minute in queue.
Where's it at? I'm in middle of a 7 now.
Oh, you're good. Just if you get a chance.
Did it just
We
top
just
it?
bounced. We bounced that 1 minute candle that wicked way down. Bounced right off of it. 90, sitting at 92-ish.
Yeah, we'll see who holds it though.
I hope not. Can't long up here right now.
I grabbed a 514, but a little bit ago. We'll see.
Just need NVIDIA to give it up.
What about, you watch Snowflake at all today? Oh, breaking news. Snowflake is now above my cost basis. Snowflake is above my cost basis.
Nice.
Bang, bang. What?
It's breaking news.
Gotta be really careful for this dog. It's gonna move Snowflake.
Yeah, is that tonight or tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning.
What? Datadog? Yeah, Snowflake should move off of that one. Fair.
It will. It's not like it's like it's definitively going to.
Up.
Uh-oh.
Speaking...
Anybody buy Hood in the free market this morning?
No, but it's a nice comeback.
Yeah. Crazy. I was going to send something to our group. I'm like, too early.
It's moving back lower, though. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like it at a discount, like a big discount, but I don't know.
They report tonight or tomorrow morning?
No, later in the week. I think Thursday or something. I don't care.
Hood reports Wednesday after the close.
Yeah, okay. So Thursday you'll get it.
Shout out Earnings Hub. Ooh, Ollie in my chat, his cost basis is 159 on Snowflake. A little better than me. Ooh, Sharky. Have you guys noticed, I feel like I'm able to hear people more often on Spaces. Not all the time, of course, but it feels like those bugs that were coming for a couple weeks are at least a little better now.
It is a little bit better. Yeah, it's a little better.
That's
I
good.
wouldn't say it's like amazing, but it's still a little better.
It's still Spaces.
It's been more consistent. There for like 3 weeks or a month. It was like
bad.
Every other space there was 1 or 2 people I couldn't hear.
Dude,
like,
Shark has to leave almost like every space. It's mostly Shark though.
Well, a lot of times if you like go off of Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens to me every time I leave the house.
I leave the house and yeah.
What's that? Leaving the house. Never heard of it.
You should try it.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Celsius is flying.
Ollie said it to let go for it.
Go. I just want NVIDIA to let go of these stupid EMAs.
Boeing actually has wings. She's flying.
Flying higher or lower though?
Higher for now.
She's soaring. You
She's
see,
just swing setup, but like I'm like, oh god. You swing Boeing, there's inevitably some stupid news overnight.
damn, this is a nice move.
Rather put a toothpick under my toenail and kick a door.
Probably not. That seems really rough. Bad. So bad.
We're basically approaching my Boeing cost basis, my long-term one.
That is some great analogy. Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
183.15.
It's like one of those analogies you actually can fill.
Close enough.
Would you say you can fulfill?
You can like fill it when you think about it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm not lying. That would be like horrible. I don't even want to think about that.
Yeah, well, that's swinging Boeing. Well, at least Apple's pulling back. Thank you, Evan.
Why? This has become a little thing here. I thought we were friends. What's happening?
I mean, we kind of are, but...
Kinda, yeah, I guess. I'll keep...
I'd like to give you a hard time about your Apple
Noted, I'll keep that in mind.
I say that while using 3 Apple devices right now.
I'm actually only using 2.
I guarantee you have more than I do.
Maybe just habit, but I don't use my watch, really.
The only reason I switched back to Apple from Samsung was for like the FaceTime and iMessage, like with my family and stuff. Otherwise, I would have stayed with Galaxy.
Samsung
It just works so much better with my work stuff, my computer stuff, all that. Windows.
It's alright. Some of us choose to be losers. Yeah, it is. It is what it is.
And to be honest, I use iMessage a decent amount, but like most of my contact is using WhatsApp.
You know, I've noticed a lot of people use WhatsApp more than I've ever thought they would.
I don't know how many of y'all's friends use it, but internationally, it's by far the biggest. I mean, if I want to talk to a business here, like every business here has WhatsApp business accounts, and that's their main like communication.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I've heard so many people in the U.S. that use WhatsApp for some reason. Not even related to overseas stuff.
I honestly like it better than iMessage.
Well, when we had a group chat with someone with without an iPhone added in, and it ruined our group chat, we went to someone else. So I've had chats like that do WhatsApp, but that's really it. Besides that, for me, it's all international conversations that I use WhatsApp for, which are a couple.
Same.
I am a daily active user for WhatsApp.
Absolutely wild. But it's never fun.
Too strong.
What's strong?
It's too strong. The market. It doesn't want to die, and it doesn't want to go higher.
No one will die.
You have a strong near-term market against higher time frame levels. Recipe for chop.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I just literally. Actually, I have no clue what I was gonna say. It's
Nice.
all brain cells in about amount of 1 second there. That's interesting. There was something you guys were saying. I don't remember. NQ trying to get above the orb again. It is over it right now, but barely. See what else. PLTR over 25. Yeah. I really wish that didn't happen before earnings. Who knows though?
Where's Sharky? I took this short with Sharky and he disappeared.
Yeah, he's a bad guy. He's a bad guy.
I mean, I just took it. I took a little trim, but I might close it if it goes any higher. I'll probably close it if it goes any higher.
I know what I was going to say now. I also did Iron Condor.
I'm right against them.
I did Iron Condor tomorrow paper as well already.
Yeah, I love it. Like we moved a lot.
What I did was near open. I did literally $9 wide on QQQ, and it was 16 cents. So I was like, yeah, I think I'll take that.
Nice.
Over 2%.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually a lot more aggressive when I do them than yours for sure. But I don't do them every day. So they're very, very opportunistic for me.
And today I'm just sitting in Iron Condor, which is already 80%.
Everyone in Europe uses WhatsApp. It's interesting. But I like WhatsApp. It's good. I own Facebook too.
$4+ away each side.
I love me some
just gonna
Facebook.
let this one try to go 100%. Because I know you always ask what I would specifically do in certain areas or scenarios. If anyone grabbed those PLTR calls from last week, they're up over 100%. The next weeks are up 140%. The Junes are up 90%. I already trimmed some, just letting runners ride. I'm full profit on those. And whatever's left is just free money. If I lose, I lose.
It's can't really get going any which way.
You gotta remind them nothing is free. Nothing counts money.
Yeah.
It's a little quiet in here. Oh, Shark's trying to get up. My man Sharky. Is everyone there? Or am I not listening to anything?
We're here.
Yeah, it's just quiet.
Very trappy.
Very, very, very trappy.
Alright, I'm back. What did I miss? Alright. It's actually kind of a nice day out. I was moving around a little bit. I did indeed touch grass for a second.
Nice.
Nice. Let the dog out.
It's cold and overcast here in New Jersey. Still. Tomorrow's going to heat up.
It's overcast, but it's not too cold. At least here.
I'm near the ocean. So
Can you guys hear right now or no?
50.
Wow, just when we said something nice about spaces.
It started to do some shit?
It lagged me out completely.
Pain.
Sharky's down there too. It was weird because Sharky joined and he couldn't hear y'all either, apparently. I had to, restart the phone.
So if you remember,
Disney is ripping.
We were looking for, and you even said it also several times, this is good follow-through from Friday. If you went home long over the weekend, you're in good shape.
By the way,
I think if you're loading calls and puts here, it's going to move far away from this tomorrow, I would think.
Citadel CEO Ken Griffin just said services inflation is concerning and is also more likely to persist.
As he fills his pockets.
As he fills his pocket.
Frankie?
Franklin?
Franklin?
Yes, I'm here.
No, I was just kind of saying hi.
Market makers, his market makers are killing it.
What do you guys think of this? Maybe trying out X Pro. Let's get rid of this actually quickly. Let me fix one thing. Double check this is off.
You guys are beautiful.
Microsoft knew I.
Alright. Let's test. What do you guys think of using this? Notifications, we'll need to change.
This is kind of what we did Friday too, though. It's almost the exact same action.
Yeah, up and sideways.
Just slow grind up, some fake signals both directions.
Over here. Yeah, that's good. This one is wide as well.
Dude. Palantir moves a lot, Nick.
What, this morning?
No, on earnings.
Oh, on earnings. Yeah.
Almost 20% average rate.
Maybe this one we do Pro.
And it's been both directions, hasn't it? Or Knott's probably knows better than I do, but I remember one of them had decent, and the last one I think had a pretty poor reaction.
What?
3/4
Palantir.
upside.
Last one was really good reaction.
The last one was good, and the one before that was the poor one?
Two before that.
Yeah, it was... Ooh, I don't remember. Hold on. Give me a second, I'll look right now. I think it probably was poor.
I just remember first time I got up there in that $20, $21 range, it had earnings and it knifed.
Yeah, X Pro is pretty cool. TweetDeck is pretty cool. That's more than...
The one before that was actually good too.
More than 2 likes. We'll see how that does.
The one prior to that wasn't, but they missed by like 1% each thing.
Maybe we do
So it was-
medium.
Okay.
It was two
That was like
priors.
last August or
wide.
something.
Yeah, it was two
Like
priors.
3
Maybe we do
quarters.
that.
Yep. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Maybe.
Crazy how fast time goes
Let's see.
sometimes.
Oh yeah.
No, this feels weird.
Oh yep.
All right, let's test this out. Yeah, Paul, this is X Pro.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Have any of you guys in the spaces used like the new X Pro or TweetDeck or whatever it's called?
TweetDeck.
Well, that I haven't used that. I've used it maybe once and like years ago.
Me
I
too.
used it, but I haven't been.
Like really years ago.
For like scheduled tweets and stuff.
No, look, wait, not really. It just is a pretty good look at the timeline. It's kind of like a terminal-esque type vibe.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I looked at it and I just hate like going to it.
Me too.
I open X and just have it there.
I'm testing it out on that live stream right now. Go up in the nest above if you want to see what that looks like. But yeah, no, I actually kind of like it. I think it looks good for this type of thing at least.
Where is your live stream? Let me go find you.
Pinned up in the nest above.
Oh, I subscribed to you, I think.
Yeah, hit subscribe if you're new there.
Yeah, there you are. Oh, I'm subscribed to you. I was just trying to find you.
I mean, I like this. I like the terminal-esque look of it. I made it so that you have like some wide boxes, but you can do some different things.
Clark, you still holding anything?
Yeah, same position.
What's up, Shark? How's your day going?
What's up, buddy? It's slow and boring.
Did you have a good night last night?
Yeah, my cousin was in town to visit.
There you go.
What do you guys think of X Pro?
I get into work.
People in the joining in to look. What do you guys think? Like it? Don't like it?
Is Palantir after the bell, or did it report in the morning?
After the bell.
Say it right.
Oh wait, it's after the bell today.
What's my name? Heisenberg.
Is Disney
Yes,
tomorrow
after the
morning?
bell.
Disney is tomorrow morning. Weird.
Yeah.
What's tomorrow? morning?
Disney.
Disney.
There's
Well,
nine.
maybe Bob likes to talk in the morning now.
Yeah.
He is.
What's up, Rohan? What's up? You're good. See you soon, Frederick. Yeah, I'm gonna stay live at least for the couple hours through Palantir earnings. Oops, shit. I thought this is gonna happen a couple times. I thought I was on mute. We're still getting used to it.
You're good. It happens. It happens with me on Discord all the time too.
It's fucking tough. No, I'm on YouTube. YouTube.
You're welcome. I'm gaming international.
Your news terminal thing?
No, I'm just doing X Pro. I'm just trying to do some. I'm figuring out what I enjoy through this. So I'm doing one or two all day ones and just find what parts. So far, I think just like the 30 minutes near the close and some earnings and stuff like that, and like a little bit at the open might be the move. But I don't know. Testing it out.
No, that's cool.
All I know is people should subscribe for to see whatever I do.
Yeah, shoot me send me the link, or did you post it in your room?
Yeah, it's up in the nest above. But I also I was talking with Paper. I need to get my restream going so I could bring you guys on directly onto it.
Oh, that's what he's doing. He's doing restream too.
Yeah, well, that's how we know we can get it on. That works. Like you could just send them the link and they join in, and it's actually pretty solid.
It would be cool if we could all like be on there together, kind of like the StreamYard lives.
Yeah, I think we can.
Could be fun.
Like, yeah, especially those stream yards.
I have to take a shower.
Oh, that's okay.
Microsoft's still ripping.
I probably should get a better thumbnail at this point, but oh well. Too late.
Yeah, what is that thumbnail? I saw that.
It should just be Alex Karp and like says get ready for the week or something, right?
Yeah. So this, I didn't really pay attention to this. So it was like some old guy.
That's actually that's Frank.
Oh, bro, you keep dissing Frank, we're gonna have.
No, that was all love, Frank. I mean, being Alex Karp is weird, but he's rich.
New Hive Day.
Ken Griffin says if Fed doesn't cut in September, it will in December.
New highs. All right, I'm
Grab a short here at 28 just for fun. I don't really care.
There's a pivot point up at 144-ish.
They're about to stop me.
Hamas deputy Gaza keeps a force in Israel.
Attempted to short ES right here. A couple of points higher, maybe. $92, I think.
Wonder what's dragging down the Dow. Or what is in it this week.
This short that I'm in on NQ at 128. I mean, if it hits 120, I'm just going to sell out. I'm not really watching it that much. So.
I've got an order sitting here for 192 ES for short.
SPY on the 1 hour does look on the 1 hour candles like what 10 out of the last 11 or something are green. It's a nice little trend. Let's do a little daily DCA into.
Get over 35, I'm out.
What was the upside calls you sold? Nick?
G-Nuts.
Yo.
What were the upside calls you sold? Do you remember?
I'm out for profit at 23.
Do I have to take a starter on ES here instead? Stopped 3 ticks from my entry. Okay.
Garlic, did you watch the Palantir earnings prep video I did?
No, I didn't yet.
I literally all I did was ask Amit what he thinks is gonna happen for like 6 minutes. I think it's a pretty good watch. Ooh. Yeah, Q's is the one that I daily DCA into really. VOO a couple times a week.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Little scout, that's all. Nothing. Oh, God, this is boring.
Very interesting. All right, thanks a lot. Give it a close. Thanks a lot. But don't look down.
Israeli Army spokesperson said asked about the on truce, if he examined every answer and respond seriously and are exhausting every possibility regarding negotiations and returning hostages.
The video may be out of juice today.
Sharky tweeting out a little sector watch. SMH leading the day, nice.
Okay.
Pretty much the entire thing is green.
This is all freaking, yeah. This is only, what is it, real estate and consumer staples. XLP. Only red ones.
Yeah, advancers, decliners. I'm looking on Wall Street Journal's website. New York Stock Exchange for the NYSE, it's 2,200 advancing, 600 declining. And then for the NASDAQ, it's 2,750 advancing, 1,400 declining. So 2 to 1, 3 to 1. See if there's any interesting new highs.
Yeah, NYSE's 3 to 1. Well, I'm just interested to see the Dow is actually negative for some reason. So I'm trying to figure out what's dragging that.
I could tell you.
So my short on NQ there for 10 points was nice. And I'm basically done for the day. Cause Fukum.
Amgen's bringing down the Dow. Amgen, Apple's down a little too, actually. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Apple. Yeah.
Apple.
Said the names being thrown around the Trump cabinet are really good.
Kind of sounded like my dog there.
Are you saying that I have my dog in me, or was that an insult?
No, I know you got the dog in you.
Good. Just want to make sure you knew it.
Oh.
Got that dog in him.
Oh.
What was that noise?
Took a starter on 1ES here. I'm still waiting on my level.
You know, with chips, though, it's probably
too strong. Gosh. The rough part about trying to watch your stream, Evan, is I'm hearing myself again like 10 seconds later.
Pain. Yeah, I can understand how that's rough.
Yeah, I guess I can put it on my other laptop. Give you that international audience.
I'll take
Is
it.
there location data?
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
I've only done one YouTube video so far. So.
Mr. Futbucker, not to be mispronounced as anything else. His name is Futbucker. He is asking us to discuss Palantir earnings and invite some friends, Amit and Arnie. I think they should be coming on later. So we'll be talking about that with them later.
Hell yeah.
Hells yeah.
Yeah.
TQ2 is right against pivot point up here. 438.72.
Not to be.
I hear the replay.
I hear the replay too. That came out pretty well. That was funny.
Fucker.
Fucker.
30,000 shares at $9.65 per share average.
I'm seeing how long the delay is.
I hear the replay too. I think
It shouldn't be that long.
30. It's about 30 seconds.
Is it?
Like.
What's that for, though?
From what we're hearing to what it's coming out on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
That's a lot. I want to get that down. Get it down.
Here, I'll test it on my side again, too.
There you go. Subscribed.
Ooh.
Ready,
We got. Thank you, sir. Your subscription to Team Stock Market News will not go unnoticed. Team.
All right, test.
Everyone should be subscribed to Stock Market News. That's all I say.
Don't do it.
On YouTube, you don't have to pay for it on Twitter. Test. We got Paul Ramos in the chat from New Jersey. I'm sorry.
24.
That sucks.
24 seconds.
24. Okay, that's an interesting number. Random. Damn, spies. Working on
That's how you know
the
I'm not
candle.
bullshit. I actually counted them.
Or you're just a shitty counter.
No, I was looking at the actual, because like on one of my charts, it counts the seconds, so I was just counting those.
You know what?
From when I said test to when I heard it.
Futbucker is requesting to come up.
Bring him up.
Bring him up.
Let him up.
What's up, Mr. Fut?
Paper's responsible for anything he
Mr.
says.
Fut.
I take full responsibility.
Hey, B-Trades is down there, too.
He needs a request.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Yo.
What's up, dude?
Ready for some Palantir right here.
She's beautiful.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all ready for her? I'm so hyped.
I can't fucking wait.
I might run through a wall tonight.
If it goes up.
Here he goes up.
Or if it goes down, you might still want to run into a wall.
Yeah, a thicker wall though.
It could go both ways. We're running into a wall.
He's gonna find the thickest wall he can if it's down 10%.
That boy thick. That's a thick hair boy.
Let's get out the rest.
I'm short. Have mercy.
Have mercy.
QQQ is against the pivot point. Spies against 515. ES is at my level. This choker you're getting out when I'm adding. That's not good.
I kind of would be more interested to see if we hit up by like 38, 35, but it's just drifting, so it's just
LCID, lucid, shares popping here.
I mean, I could see it going over this level and straight to 439.
LCID.
Lucid is getting a little pop.
My mother gets tough, we got it. Don't think they're coated in peanut butter. Otherwise, just anything. You can make a voice
Here comes the boom. Mr. Futt, Mr. Bucker. No, any good comments here that you want to share with the people? Any jokes you've been saving for the first time I'm listening to you on Spaces?
I leave my my comedy hour for the weekends, but
respectful.
They get a bit of a melt up here, but as far as what Palantir or just price action right now, besides wanting me to take a nap.
Oh yes, I don't blame you.
This is better than Jeez.
I really don't blame you. I mean, this is really shit. I'm just in a spread. I really haven't done anything past that.
This is better than Bob Ross till I'm lull you to sleep.
Oh, yeah.
Was that Tom Brady thing last night worth watching?
People seem to enjoy it.
Who all was on there?
I don't know, a lot of people.
I saw Bill Belichick clips.
Oh, Bill was on there?
Yeah.
Or William?
Did they
roast him about his walk of shame?
I didn't see all of it. I saw him roasting Gronk a little bit, actually. I saw someone roasting Kim Kardashian, too. For some reason, she was there and got a ricochet shot.
All right, here we go.
What else is ricocheting?
Tell me more about that joke that you just made. Explain it for the crowd.
I don't know.
Ricochet's a fun word.
Pew, pew, pew.
Pew, pew, pew.
Lucid is moving higher, let's see.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Here we go.
Might be just some pre-earnings moves.
I'll show you some pre-earnings moves, if you know what I mean.
Where, like on your stream?
Huh.
Yeah. This is so ass. I mean, we're moving now. We're starting to move up. Breakout. This is just fun.
You touch my level finally on yes? No.
It is 2:00 though, so we might get it back.
Yeah, true. Oh my god, wait. Oh my god, where's she?
So.
Damn, it is already 2:00.
Now's the time. Hopefully, we start to go. $10.
Alright, yes, see if you react to it.
I think that sleuth survey is out. I need to close some tabs. Yeah, this is more than this computer can handle.
All right, I got out and I got back in actually up here.
What are you short?
Yeah.
Big boy short.
I'm long.
Long and strong.
Took 10
Everybody's right, because it's not going anywhere.
Longer than a motherfucker.
I mean, it is making new highs, but...
Net percent of banks reporting weaker demand for C&I loans increased in Q1 from Q4.
Oh, the dead motherfucker.
What is C&I loans? Commercial and industrial. Let's switch this over.
QQQ, new high day.
Ooh. Say it again. Say it again. One more time, please.
QQQ, high day.
There we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
We gotta work on your here we go.
Oh, me?
No, I probably suck at it too.
No. No, Evan usually is a good one.
You gotta bark it more.
You gotta go like.
You gotta be a
"Here we
Fed
go."
barking. Ollie, I snuck a bite or two in there at some points, but nah, a little bit. I literally went down and stuffed my face for like 5 minutes and then came back.
This guy stinks.
I had some of the dinner I had last night. I got halal
Evan
food.
does that really good.
Oh, brother.
I do like that one.
This guy stinks.
It feels like the weight of risk is towards inflation. Barkin said the metrics of where rate have moved up. It feels like current policy is restrictive. Barkin said at this point wanting to believe that current rates are restrictive enough to feel strongly from business contacts that the labor market is normalizing. Those subsectors that fell behind in hiring during the pandemic are still catching up. Barkin said GDP growth still seems strong. Focus attention now on the job market. Recent data makes you think less optimistically about how quickly inflation gets under control at the stubborn
Ooh, that's a
road.
big one.
Barkin said barking well to corral price setters.
Barking is barking.
They don't have a chance. Have not yet seen evidence that inflation is on track.
A lot of Fed speakers
Barkin
this week.
said tend to imagine that the Fed will need to take some edge off demand to finish inflation fight, though some help from supply is still possible. That's from the Richmond Fed president.
Barkin loves to bark. Ruff.
Woof, woof. He's got that dog in him.
He's got a little dog in him. Nothing crazy.
A little dog.
Dog.
Doji.
He's got that doji candle in him.
Ugh.
So let's see, is Snowflake still above my cost basis? Yes. Bang.
Ready for the Knicks tonight?
Ooh, Rangers set me on a good tone yesterday.
Yep.
Oh my god, look at that.
Dare I say we're both going to win it? Oh, I'm going to do a parlay right now, betting on a little both of them to win the championship. Let's see what my odds are. Can I parlay that?
Of course.
Of course. I only have FanDuel, so if they don't allow it, then I'm not doing it.
FanDuel's shittier, I'll be honest. I don't use FanDuel. I think it's garbage. Just shit on your hopes and dreams right there.
Let's see if it works.
Oh, no. That word always makes me think of Jack Sparrow.
Captain Jack. Let's see, can I parlay this? Ooh, alright, I can. And it is 10 to win $705. Alright.
You want to hear another thing?
GME.
Is Shy going to be on that call?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. That's also my dog.
Dog.
DGX Quest Diagnostics to acquire Path AI Diagnostics. AI digital pathology adoption and cancer diagnosis.
Oh, so boring. Just drifting.
GME almost red to green.
What's up, Mikey?
How you doing?
It was pretty red for a second, no?
It went up and then it went down. Now it's coming.
Yeah, she was down 16%.
She's like.
And then I'll tweet it out those calls, and I mentioned she'll go red to green. Let's see if she does.
Red to green.
It's almost time to fill up the water bottle.
No balls.
It's been a wet day.
Cool whip.
Cool whip. Snowflake. If snow goes up, I'm gonna start talking with paper and I'm gonna become a menace.
Dennis?
Dennis the Menace.
Oh, wow.
And yeah. Oh, wow. Ooh, wee. I need to text my friend that Snowflake is now above my cost basis. I have that one friend who I tell him some of the stuff I buy, and every single one of them he had a higher cost basis than me. So I was telling him, hey, the one I bought, you do with what you want this information, but it's below my cost basis.
What the fuck?
Now take a look at this. See the increase of activity on social media.
Meta New Hive Day. Amazon looking perky.
Shit. I want to take an apple upside, but let's just fuck it. Let's try the downside.
GME. I see $20 calls loaded for May 17th. Roughly a $500,000, 600,000. I see $34 calls, about 190,000.
Ooh.
A lot of D-Dog puts coming in.
It's actually pretty funny.
Microsoft new high a day for those still in the 410s. Ooh. AMC, I see May 17th, $3.50 calls, 120,000. Remember what I said about AMC. She's going to go red to green, and I expect her to hit plus 6.37%. Watch. Oh, yeah, so.
Come on. I put a downside on Apple. I needed to get down to 180.56, I think is what the exact level was. I've been talking with M too much today. He's even gotten me doing some downside.
Griffin's getting interviewed on CNBC.
Who is?
Ken Griffin from Citadel.
Oh yeah, that's been on for a little. Of course, Apple is now moving higher. Hey, I'll take my stock going up. Fuck it.
Look at that. It's a win-win, Evan.
I could have used my team getting some more love. Can't believe I cracked my phone.
Maybe if it wasn't a piece of shit Apple.
Nah, honestly, it should have broke earlier. But it's only like, I have Apple Care, so it's only like $30 to fix it. $30 plus what I already paid, of course. The X's, of course. Does anybody know, if you guys want to send me a DM, this is a little complicated question. If if something gets copyrighted, I know you don't get the money, but do the watch hours still count to your 4,000 watch hours? If anyone knows YouTube, let me know.
issue made on April
Yeah, honestly, I kind of do, Ollie. I just enjoy it. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe I should trade, but I just haven't put in the time that it deserves. So we'll see. I probably will be trading at some point, doing a little bit more. But for now, I just enjoy using the predictogram. Paper. Paper gains, paper gains.
Even.
Hey, Snowflake's above my cost basis. I just wanted you to say some good things about Snowflake, if you wanted to. Oh my god.
Protect it. I would not sell calls though. I would just like to have some protection in case Datadog doesn't do it.
When
But
are
I don't want to limit.
When
I
are
don't wanna,
Snowflake
I would
earnings?
not want to. I would not want to limit upside.
I don't know. Microsoft new high a day. Oh my god. CELH is about to break the high a day. I think she'll hit $80.32 today. So the $80 call should be the money.
I just got the dumbest DM I've ever gotten in my life.
What's that?
His name is David Eyes. I'm gonna put you on blast. He told me Knicks have 0 chance to win the championship. Probably get swept in this round. What a loser take.
Ooh, I like this guy.
Listen, I'm not saying we win the championship, but I do not see us getting swept.
Who are y'all playing this?
The Pacers.
Celtics.
Who the
Pacers?
fuck are the Pacers? Who the fuck is this guy?
Bell's coming off.
I do gotta say though, Pacers are honestly a dangerous team.
I took a little bet just in case I'm right, as I'm saying it, just in case the Knicks and Rangers both do win. $25 to win $1,800. So I'll take it.
Do it.
Little tiny little bet in there. I'm no big baller on the betting.
There it goes.
Here we go. Come on.
GME, I see $34 calls for May 17th. About 180,000.
Are we going higher or lower?
No, it's falling.
It's volume filling.
Where are we going though? Down or up?
Down.
Drop it low, girl. Drop it low.
Oh yeah.
I'll be back in a minute.
We're going higher for longer.
Higher for longer.
Higher
Higher for longer. Dead serious though, I am buying some protection against myself, like equity. Even.
You have to take advantage of those little dips to cover. You can't get long, but you got to just take advantage of them. It's just relentless, boring. Beautiful. Now I want to see a new high a day. Come on. Camera step that bitch. Let's go.
Yeah.
GME. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Red to green. Fucking G. It was done fucking 12% and I call it red to green.
Uh, 439 Qs.
Yeah, QQQ, it almost hit it. Oh, wow. That's by 2 pennies.
ES didn't take me out. EQ did, and I'm looking to get back in on this pivot point last shot.
Look at Visa. Visa's strong. Express.
Oh shit, how do I do that?
Order filled.
Oh fuck, I don't have access to that. Fuck.
Order filled.
Oh, there it is.
Order filled.
Why can't I open that?
Oh, she's ripping.
Hell yeah, she is.
Gamma 5.
Order filled.
Oh, I left I left you guys on GameStop. That's kind of a rip.
Order filled. Order filled.
I got 10 for 10. Oh, Paul, nice. Is that for the series or is that for the championship? Let me get you off GME.
Finally, IWM, let's go.
There are really only bulls on Palantir. I agree on that one.
Order filled.
Let's look at there's a little conversation going on in my chat that there's seems to be no Palantir bears anywhere to be found. Does that worry anyone? No Palantir bears heading into earnings.
CELH, new high a day.
Why would there be? Ever.
Yeah, puts aren't that expensive either.
Yeah,
They are? Okay. What's the implied move and what's the historic paper?
Well, okay, so they're not overly. So implied move $3.83. Average move is $4.57. So slightly underpriced.
Order filled.
The one that's like mostly underpriced. Let me see. Well, okay. Maybe I
So how do I open
so Datadog, okay, Datadog's not really underpriced. It is slightly underpriced. So Datadog average move $14.66. Average move or implied move $13.50. Honestly, they're all kind of overpriced today, but it's probably a little bit of the Monday factor also. Yeah, I mean, all options are a little overpriced every Monday.
Oh, we got a little confirmation. Dan Niles is probably coming on Wednesday.
Oh, that's why.
Nice, Paul. Let's go. Come on. Let's go Knicks. Although I don't know. With your arguably person who should be your second best player, Julius Randle, out, you should probably not win, but is Julius actually our second best player? Hello. Wow, I leave for like 10 minutes and there's like 50 million things. Nothing really relevant. Alright, I'll be back again.
Oh, good.
David, by the way, I was just joking. All love. Knicks are gonna win, clearly, but no, I respect it. I like to talk shit about sports. Fun fact, I am a Knicks, Rangers, Mets, Jets fan. I've never seen my team win a championship. Never once. So, yeah. It is tough. It's tough out here.
I mean, you follow two of the worst teams, so.
And which one do you think those are?
Mets and the Jets.
You mean all of them?
Yeah, they've all been kind of rough to me.
Mets and Jets. Knicks have been really bad, yes.
The Mets, when they made it to that World Series a couple years back, that was fun. If only they won.
But realistically, if you literally just did the Giants and the Yankees, you would have like multiple. 5 or 6 championships in your life.
Exactly. It's kind of sad. Rough points.
Can't win them all.
Can't win any, I guess, either. Now my chat's making fun of me for being a Jets fan, too.
Well, I mean, it's usually something that's very easy to do.
Seems like y'all have some kind of bad luck or something. I mean, the whole butt fumble thing, like, just the weird shit happens to you guys.
We'll see this year, too. Come on, give me more than 4 plays. Give me a full season, A-Rod.
My friends are adamant that once
Wait. Say that again?
Yeah, I didn't say it right?
Yeah, adamant?
I don't know.
Adamant, there
you go. That the Joe Namath curse is true, and once he, God forbid, but once he passes, that it would.
Whoa!
Ollie, the guy in my chats who gave me shit for being a Jets fan, is a Jaguar fan. What are we even saying? What are we even saying? Now that I talk.
Isn't that true? Isn't that what like everyone thinks Joe Namath sold his soul for the whatever?
I don't know. That's what you said.
Are you calling for Joe Namath's death on Spaces right now?
Garlic,
no,
is this a public statement from the Bull Trade Finder team?
Yes.
Not me.
It is.
It's kind of gross.
That's at Bull Trade Finder for all of you guys out there.
Not me.
Not me. Not me, big brother.
He's calling for the death of a legend.
A former quarterback.
Didn't he also try to like sell? Well, not sell, but well, actually, yeah, sell the game.
Are you just Joe Namath slander? Is that just what you are?
No, dude. This is what I hear from all of your Jets fans. So that's what I'm talking about.
Slander. That is what it is. Slander.
So wait, Evan, your teams are who? Knicks, Rangers, Jets, and who?
Mets.
Mets.
I'm also a Liverpool fan, Ohio State fan, so there is some winning pedigree there. But those ones were like a little later. Those are the core ones I grew up with.
Liverpool used to win a lot, and then recently they finally found some success.
We
I hate
good.
Liverpool by nature, but the "You'll Never Walk Alone" from the Klopp over there.
Who's drunk interview, Ollie?
It's pretty sick.
And you'll never walk alone. Sorry.
I heard a team in Scotland did it first.
Scotland.
Hey, you're hearing it. You're hearing it.
I see GME $16 call for May 17th, 330,000. $22 call May 17th, 107,000.
You're in here first. PLTR to 45 today. 45.
Oh Jesus, 45. All right, I'm gonna mark that on my chart. The garlic level.
Did that weekly cup and handle for 3 years now? We're there.
Garlic, I could tell you hate Joe Namath. Apparently, Ollie is saying there's a drunk interview of him that it was very funny.
Yeah,
no.
With the recorder.
No. I don't hate Joe Namath. This is literally
That's all I've heard.
What I'm saying is literally from Jets fans. So
allegedly.
Jet fans want to kill Joe Namath. That's wow.
My God.
You said 45.
What's 45?
That's what you said Palantir is going to. What's 45 after he makes such a large claim on the spaces? X spaces.
We're going to the moon.
X spaces just sounds wrong. Like, whatever. Sounds like we're talking porn. What'd you say?
What did he say?
What did he say?
Look at this dude.
He's too strong. Gamma.
Oh, Peapod just put me in all my positions. Let's see what I can make this month. Okay, so.
Palantir on the 1 hour candle's looking pretty kind of hot over here. If only it didn't have an event coming up after the close. Oh, that was a big chuckle I got right there. I felt very genuine. I don't know if I was unmuted earlier when I said it. Guess who I have coming on Spaces on Wednesday? It's 4:15, so it's after you guys are done, too. Dan Niles. Should be a good chat.
Dano.
You guys should come for that. Ooh. I'm gonna come. Don't come.
I'm gonna come.
Do not come.
I repeat. Come. Come. Cum. The Rembrandt. It's been a minute since I made a post. We'll retweet this. Let's look at this too. How's the 52-week high and low list looking? 52-week high. Coupang, Carvana, Mikey Carvana, Delta, Energy Transfer, GoDaddy, GE, Goldman Sachs.
GE Vernova or just GE?
Just GE that I'm seeing.
General Dynamics?
No GD.
52-week
lows. Brown Forman, which they are the ones who make Jack Daniels, right? I think so. And then Magna.
No, not old number 7.
No. Let's see. Who owns Jack Daniels? Brown Forman. Bang.
Damn it. Jack's a good
Corner
man.
3. Bang. Guys, Knicks are going to win tonight. Hammer it.
Oh, just send it home.
Send it home.
Who's home?
Guarantee. I'm going to use that on Spaces later.
Who has home court advantage in that?
The Knicks? What does that mean?
Well, so far the home teams have been...
Okay, but we were the 2 seed, so everyone except Boston will have home court.
More D-Dog puts coming in, nonstop.
What's D-Dog doing?
It's reporting...
Tomorrow morning.
Well,
it's not so bad. It's in a little... There are uglier charts here. At least on the 1 hour.
are we going to break structure, or are we just going to bullflag into power hour?
Oh.
Seems like we got a little bit of a boring time coming up.
Who else interesting reports today after the bell?
We have Palantir's the real one. Vertex Pharma, VRTX, Microchip, MCHP, Realty Income, ticker O, Axon, AXON, Shockwave Medical, SWAV, Lucid, LCID,
Garbage.
Rocket Lab, RKLB, Symbotic, SYM, HIMS, HIMS, and then Goodyear Tire, GT. A couple others, but those are the ones on here.
Is Goodyear still pink sheets or no?
I don't think so.
Goodyear.
It's expected to get $4.8 billion in revenue. I choose you.
I choose you. What is this, Pokemon?
I choose you, Pokemon.
And I reverse scaled into a position from 47 to 51. I'm short 12. I would short 50.
I'm just short one small one, or well, one
12,
small position from the pivot
I'm
point.
short one, really. One with a stop at 50 and call it a day here.
It's This is just too
You
strong.
have to be more patient than the market is with you, right?
I'm gonna get stopped right here, probably in profit.
This is a.
I was so excited to buy my first home, but I needed a lot of work done on it. I went on to Andy. Davey was the first person to call.
Yeah, it's just too strong. NVIDIA 920.
This is longs with no sellers. They have to get in. They're buying. They have to buy. Buying into the trap, right into the trap.
Trap. It's a
Right
trap.
They're in the trap tomorrow.
NVIDIA 920 calls in the money.
Nice, Mikey.
Nice, Mikey.
Nvidia.
CELH, new high a day. Remember what I said? I expect 80.22. So our $80 call should be in the money today. LLY or 760 calls in the money.
NVDA, NVIDIA shares at the highs now 920, 110. NVIDIA shares up about $32. NVDA. PLTS will Tony in acquisition shares quoted at the highs on the circuit breaker.
I expect SMCI to rip up to a new high a day.
Ooh, meta ripping new high.
$500 strike on Meta coming in.
Pivot again, Frank.
All right. Nice and quiet.
Yeah, is it happy hour? I mean, power hour yet?
I know, right? Oh, yeah. Just slow. But, I mean, there's some nice relative strength names.
Oh. No.
Oh, this is one of those days where I wish I would have got long where I wanted to earlier and just could have stayed out it all fucking day.
Yeah, really the lunchtime dip was the only, I mean, maybe at 1 o'clock.
That VWAP bounce. Once we got back over the orb and just held it. Feels like we're up a lot, but we're not.
All right. What other stocks have you guys been looking at today? Disney has earnings tomorrow morning. I mean, 1 hour chart for Disney actually does look pretty nice. 5 minute did not. 4 hour looks really hot.
What does Uber got going on?
Uber has earnings Wednesday morning. That I know.
What happened at noon today? Like a $1.50 wick on a 5-minute candle.
Dude, the time is in military time. How do I change it to like American stupid time?
I'll just learn it.
CBA.
Pretty easy to subtract 12.
Yeah, but I know I can get it, but it takes like an extra couple seconds. At this point in time. A couple of you down below I know are like cringing, but whatever.
Oracle new high day.
Oh.
Meta's flying.
No, dude, what the fuck?
What happened, Ivanito?
No,
And
it's...
so is our 465 calls.
Let's get this over here. Let's see if I can get this. fuck it. I'll get it later.
Where were you trying to change it at?
I was going in the settings and trying to find it. Someone said it's in there, so I'm sure I'll be able to find it.
On what platform?
Trading View. Right click on price scale.
Go to scales and lines. Chart settings, scales and lines, and go to the very bottom, time hour format.
There we go. Thank you.
Hey, Francona, your ears must be plugged. Open your motherfucking ears, you dumb fuck. I mentioned IWM 10 times since I come back on Spaces. Go suck my cock, okay?
Whoa. That was not me. That was a lot. And silence comes across the spaces. Nice, though. A time I can read. I appreciate you, Paul.
Dumb motherfucker doesn't understand two shits on Sunday.
So he's saying, like, here. This. Interesting. You were rejected pretty hard. Alright, we'll take this back up.
Mike, you must just had to pay my medical bills because I started to choke on the popcorn I was eating, and like I'm actually eating popcorn.
Well, that's crazy because if you were in Canada, your medical bills would have been covered.
Oh shit!
Yeah, but he would have waited 5 years.
Why are they slow?
Very, yeah.
Yeah. Like I know Aruba does the same thing. They cover all expenses.
Picks Aruba.
Mexico.
Yeah, the UK does the same thing too, but they're also a problem of there's issues. They don't do a lot of preventative stuff. Has been a boring afternoon.
More Meta calls again.
$9, Papalima Tango November. Goes up about 15% now.
Palantir putting in a little downwards 5-minute candle here. It's the 1 hour.
Oh, is M still here?
Boeing.
Is that not hilarious? The funniest thing I've ever seen all day, right there.
Boeing opening new inquiry, or FAA opening new inquiry.
Oh, she gone. Fucking put shit. God damn.
Remember when I said toothpick toenail?
Yeah. That's fine.
That's fine.
Fucking funny. God damn, make it stop. I can't stop. Son of a bitch.
Oh my god, just when we said Boeing. Oh, there's the news. That stock cannot get a break.
$177.50. That's funny.
Yeah, that is a pretty big candle down.
Still falling.
U.S. official familiar with talks says Netanyahu and Israeli war cabinet have not appeared to negotiate with Hamas in good faith. It's the latest round.
Oh, my buddy landed into equity short on that Boeing news.
Bye.
Boeing continuing to fall here.
Bye, Boeing.
Boeing 175 put. I fuck, you guys didn't hear me call that out.
Stop it.
That was fucking rude. I'm serious. I didn't call it out.
Oh, I believe
That's right. I called out 177.50s.
Oh, amazing.
Still fast.
Let me know when Boeing reaches to $69. Oh my God! Get to my 175!
Ooh, I just saw something that you would like, Paper.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
My computer's being very slow now. All right,
your arrow system's getting hit too. Oh my God, Boeing.
It's so bad.
Garlic, I'm going over.
Cool.
Peace. All right, give me 1 second. Getting this headline out. A little slow. My computer's being whatever, but areas have opened a new investigation. It's related. Wall Street Journal. Okay. Let me get this article up on the screen for you guys. There. That's what that is. And then let me get over here. We are back on Stocks on Spaces.
Let's get it. Big day in the market. Palantir earnings. Let's get rolling. Time for it. Stock market talk time.
Yes.
That's more up his alley, you know. But I was gonna lose a little
Subpar
bit
music
on that.
day, I won't lie, but we'll let it go.
Well, we were saying, once you come in, it's Katy Perry time, but we'll see. All right, let me see if I can get a few others up here on stage.
By the way, while we're talking right now, Boeing's moving lower. There's a headline or an article from the Wall Street Journal saying that the FAA opens new Boeing inquiry after jet maker says it may have missed some 787 inspections.
About freaking time. Jeez. Wait a little longer.
About 183 is where they were at. Now they're at 175 in the last couple minutes. Boeing moving lower.
Nice. I guess maybe there's another whistleblower or two to kill. We'll see.
Whoa.
We'll see. Only time will tell. Get Brett up here. Short the VIX. Dropping some invites out. Okay, wow. Yeah, that is a cliff Boeing just fell off of there. Nice. I wonder, I'm assuming Mikey probably called out puts on their other space, like right beforehand as well. That would be my assumption. All right, interesting day in the market here. Definitely a split market, but green. Right now you have QQQ and SPY both up exactly 0.79%. You have almost all of large cap tech, except for your favorite name, Evan, on the way up. So you have Tesla, that's up 1.5% today. You have NVIDIA having a killer day. Semis just never stopped this morning. They just really kept on going. We were talking about MU this morning. We were talking about AMD this morning. I mean, look at all of them. They're just holding up so nicely here. Sadly, if you were trading options on them, that did not work out too well. The IV and everything is just crazy on these. You're just going to get crushed throughout. Microsoft, Coin, both up around 1.4%. AMD, of course, in the semi bucket, up 2.5%. Meta up 2.5% as well. Meta is pushing through 463 here. Pretty nice day overall, except for Apple. Apple's down 1.3%. They did push back to green right off the open, but then they gave it up. And they've been trending downward throughout the day. A little bit of a sell-off from where they pumped up to post-earnings. Some of our other names, so obviously everyone's looking at Palantir. They had a big runner this morning, and they've held it. They're up 7.26%. Pretty much at high of day right now on PLTR going into the close. We've got earnings coming up. I don't know why. I got a good feeling for these earnings, but of course,
everyone's bullish about them, though.
I do not have a earnings-specific position. I'm just excited to see what ends up happening here. But if you do, we're excited to hear from you on the panel. A couple other names that are just surging today. Celsius
back up to that 80 level. Even the haters like Shy are starting to come back. It was number one ranked on his post today. I know he's not a real hater, just looking for value. But yeah, Celsius trending back up to $80 per share. It is up 7% in the past week. You also have Snapchat pumping right here, up 4%. It's had an interesting year. It's actually green off of today's movements, but just a crazy past week. It's up 17% in the past week. Crypto really just had itself a weekend. Bitcoin, I mean, if you look over the past week, Bitcoin's relatively unchanged, but pretty wild to think that it went all the way down at one point to like 53. Maybe that was 2 weeks ago, and now it's back up to 63. So this thing is the peak volatility. Ethereum back over 3K as well. Quite the store of value. It's just flying around up here. Betting stocks doing pretty good here as well. So if you're looking at, a DKNG and others coming off it, DraftKings is up 4.2% today. They're up 26% year to date now. So pretty nice to see that on some of these sports betting names. More money coming into that market. It's NBA playoffs. There's a lot to throw your money down on. We're doing Wolf Sports betting spaces every Friday, and they seem to be our most well attended.
Wolf, I took a bet today, by the way. Just saying.
Did you bet on the Knicks?
It does. That is a part of it, somewhere in there.
Yeah, there you go. Is it a parlay?
It is Knicks to win the championship and Rangers to win the championship, parlayed together. It was like plus 17. I don't know what it was. Like 10 to win, 700.
You say Knicks to win the championship?
Yep.
Might as well have wiped your butt with that money.
Delusion.
We'll talk more at the end.
All right. GCT's up 8% today. It's back over 40. That's what I'm talking about, baby. So we're looking pretty good on the stocks that I pay attention to scale. And, of course, the large cap tech scale. And even Wolf Speed, Tick Wolf, putting in a 2% day today. Don't look at the year-to-date, though. You'll be unhappy with that chart. That's what I got to kick us off. Let's roll around a little bit. It is, I know, Amit, we only have you for the beginning of this one. So if I could turn it over to you first, I'd love to hear your thoughts leading into Palantir earnings. And then it'd be curious to hear from you as well on the hood news that we got this morning and anything else you've been looking at.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me. It'll be an exciting day. I'll do hood first, and then we'll get to Palantir. The hood thing caught me off guard, dude. I did not expect that. I mean, today's a big week. I mean, this is going to be a big week for Robinhood. I think everyone pretty much expects their earnings are going to be strong. Whatever happens to the stock is whatever happens, but the numbers should be relatively good. And so for the SEC to basically come out and give them a Wells notice, I didn't even know what the hell that was. I found out today. It's a sort of formal recommendation that, hey, we're about to sue you, so just get ready. That cryptocurrencies on their platform are unregistered securities. It's the same debate we've had for the past couple of years, and the SEC sued Coinbase for the same reason back in February of 2023. At this point, I'm reading a lot of articles going back and forth trying to understand it. Obviously, the news broke a couple hours ago, so I don't fully think I have a fundamental grasp, but the way I'm thinking about it is that the SEC is upset that there are particular coins on Robinhood's platform that are unregistered securities. Maybe some of the meme coins that Robinhood listed in their EU business, but that's in Europe, so I don't know why the SEC cares that much about that. In the United States, they don't have a lot of coins. They delisted Solana back when it was $9. Solana is now $150, so they basically gave Coinbase all of that revenue that Robinhood could have got a part of it because the SEC threatened to take them down. And so I don't know if the SEC thinks Ethereum is the issue here. There's no way they can think Bitcoin is the issue because they approved the Bitcoin ETFs. So it has to be either Ethereum or Dogecoin or Shiba Inu or something like that. And if they're going through all this trouble to get them to delist those currencies, I think the routes of action are either Robinhood has to fight for those currencies. Robinhood's crypto legal team is very conservative they literally delisted Solana just to make sure that the SEC didn't get upset at them about 18 months ago. So to me, I think they've already taken a lot of precautionary steps. It's very weird the SEC comes out of nowhere 2 days before their earnings. I mean, they're supposed to stop against manipulation. It can't help it feels weird that they're doing this. And I think it's going to be conservative against them. They're going to make sure that the SEC understands the internal dynamics of their business. The one part I'm concerned about is if the SEC still is fighting Coinbase on this unregistered securities issue, there's no way Robinhood's going to make some amazing argument that's going to convince them to think the other way. So is this really just a way for them to get money for their lawyers? Is this a way for them to charge Robinhood a $300 million fine, which is basically a parking ticket that a lot of these big financial institutions have to pay to move on? I don't know. But they're definitely not going to be delisting Bitcoin, to my understanding. If they force them to try to delist Ethereum and Dogecoin, I don't think Robinhood's going to do that. I think they're going to fight for those currencies because that's still a substantial part of their business. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But that was very, very weird to see that this morning. And it is a hit to the thesis. I mean, 10% of Robinhood's revenue is crypto. It is a hit to the thesis. I don't think it's a thesis breaker, but it's a hit to the thesis. And hopefully over time, this just gets resolved in some fines and legal fees, legal back and forth, and there's no major issue there. In terms of Palantir, yeah, I'm excited for Palantir. I think Palantir is one of the most interesting companies in the world. I think that Palantir's customer count is going to be the thing that surprises people. They've done software boot camps, which is a new way of going to market and selling. So instead of kind of taking clients out to dinners and trying to show them these PowerPoints of like why they should try out the software, they actually give clients the software in real time at these boot camps they've done all around the world. They've done about 5 a day so far in 2024. I think, so that's like, call it 500 boot camps. If the conversion on that is anywhere between 20 to 25%, we're adding 100 net new customers this cycle. Palantir is going to do $2.6 billion this year off of only 500 customers. In comparison, a company like Snowflake has 8,000 customers. So Palantir's customer count is not substantial. They really haven't gone downstream to small businesses. If they can start converting heavily off this new bootcamp go-to-market strategy, I think the street's going to price in a lot of future growth. The biggest knock against Palantir, and deservedly so, is that their top-line revenue growth is still slightly below 20%, which is just, you can't be a SaaS company with the type of multiples Palantir has and not growing at more than 20%. I think this is
It was some
quarter,
good shit talk from Stock Talk.
where they raise that guidance, they show that their go-to-market is working, they show that when it comes to enterprise AI, they are the big guys in town, and as a result of that, the street's going to be very excited for that and potentially give them the benefit of the doubt in terms of how they're going to attack AI. So that's what I'm looking for. If they can increase guidance, increase customer count, I think that'll be the best thing for the stock. And then we'll see how the street treats it after hours.
Very cool. Evan, you got any comments on that?
Yeah, no, I very much appreciate Amit for all the thoughts that he shares. Follows Palantir a lot, and Palantir, it is kind of crazy how big the cult following is on here. Whether it is a cult or not, you could choose. I've been talking about it a bunch today. There have been a couple comments that definitely made me think. One example was, hey, everyone on here is bullish. Now, Stock Talk loves to talk about how that's not really a good tell for what the market actually thinks, and it's definitely a little bit more empirical, but it is interesting that pretty much anything I see on this website about Palantir right now is bullish. We'll see how that sets it up. Also, the stock being up so aggressively coming into earnings on that day is probably not what you necessarily want to see, but we'll keep that one on watch. I would love to hear what your kind of I asked you this on that video we did, but your thoughts around what you're watching for Alex Karp to be saying. Kind of the language. We know a little bit more about your thoughts on what you're expecting for this quarter, but what about for the future? Some stuff that you're hoping Karp says on the earnings call.
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing about Karp is that he always has this tenacious, fiery personality that resonates with investors.
Welcome, people.
And they actually listen when he speaks, and I think all of us know, given we're retail investors, we absorb pretty much every word these CEOs say, and if they don't compel us and get our attention, it's very hard to keep retail investors engaged, and Palantir right now is still majority retail. So I think Karp now is trying to get that majority retail to go majority institutional, and he has to whisper the things that they need to hear in order for the big guys to start buying in. Last quarter, he talked about 3 main things. He talked about talent wanting to join the company at an unprecedented rate. So, just more and more people applying to join Palantir. I was actually speaking, I'm at this Palantir event today. They're going to have a conference tomorrow. And I was speaking to one of the forward deployed engineers at the expo while they were getting set up. And I just said, hey, why are you working at Palantir? And he was like, dude, I can't imagine any other company I could work for that has the missions and values that Palantir has. So I think that is a big thing that I think he'll keep touching on. Number 2 is AIP growth. If he continues to say, hey, AI is big, we know there's going to be trillions of dollars here. We're a $50 billion company that eventually is going to be a much bigger company because we're going to capitalize on the entire AI market. I think that's something the street wants to hear. And they also want to hear specifics, right? Like how it's because, about 18 months ago, he sold us a story about what AI was going to look like for the future of Palantir. So far, that story has worked. They've grown 70% US commercial. Stock has done very well since then. Now that story needs to continue to expand and scale. And I think he has to give really, specific analysis on what we should expect in terms of the future of AI growth. And then finally, NATO countries are experiencing a lot more, I guess you would call it, chaos all over the world. Germany in particular is having a rise in terror attacks. On the Q3 and Q4 earnings call in 2023, he basically said, hey, Germany, your leftist government is having these issues against working with Palantir. You guys are trying to build your own Palantir. Live on that earnings call in front of millions of people, he was like, you cannot build your own version of our software. You need to buy us. And we've seen a lot of articles from the German media over the past couple of weeks basically agree with Karp. You know, a lot of like independent news outlets are like, look, this is becoming serious. Let's just buy Palantir. Let's stop trying to build our own stuff. We can't innovate the way Palantir does. So I think people reiterate the idea that Palantir is incredibly vital when it comes to what's going on with Israel, incredibly vital in terms of what's going on with Ukraine, and that more NATO countries should take Palantir seriously. And if that's the case, that should hopefully reaccelerate the government revenue.
Well put there. Well put. All right, I'm going to circle around the panel and get some other thoughts. I know you were able to join us for the first 30, so might double back to you. But of course, if you have anything you want to jump in with, feel free to just throw up that hand and I'll come right over to you. All right, let's get a couple of other analyst thoughts here in the beginning. Brian, how's Palantir looking from a technical perspective? And then what else are you looking at in the market?
Palantir looks pretty damn good. I actually have a position in Palantir. It's not a trading position. It's a position that I hope to build over time as the technicals warrant. I hear the same talk everybody else does, is that like somebody was saying this week on Twitter, people are upset because they missed Apple, they missed Amazon, they missed all, Tesla back in the day, and then likening Palantir to an early stage version of those companies. I don't know if that's true, and nobody knows if that's true, but I'm willing to put some risk capital to work to see if that plays out, as long as the technicals support it over time. So that's Palantir. But I want to go back to a couple things I want to talk about. First of all, I want to talk about Coinbase in relation to that Wells notice for Robinhood. It's like, I think it's important to remind people that Coinbase was trading at $55 when they got their Wells notice, right? It's $226. So that Wells notice seems like it's a scary thing for Robinhood, but it certainly doesn't have to be. And again, this is one of those things where you want to kind of filter out the narrative and your fundamental thesis and focus more on how the stock's reacting, right? If it's reacting technically strong, and I don't just mean today, but I mean over the next few weeks or so, that's smart money telling you that the Wells notice is either going to be handled or it's going to be a fine or it's something that's not going to be crucial to the bottom line of Robinhood. So that's something to watch. I want to circle back to a conversation that Stock Talk and I were having. We're all having, but specifically Stock Talk and I were having last Wednesday. Not about cucumbers, but about the fact that Apple and possibly the data we were going to get last Thursday and Friday could save the market. I'm doing air quotes, save the market. But basically, stem that ugly action that we saw last Wednesday. And as of right now, that's what it looks like, right? That's what it looks like. It looks like Apple and the economic data turned the tide. There's a couple little things that I'm not super sold on. I don't like the gappiness of the indexes. I don't like the fact that the volume's not really there. But you can't argue that, prices has certainly stopped going down. And so, I've said this many, many times, as I started to get more cautious in mid-February. I started getting into cash in early March, and I've been in cash in my long-term accounts for at least 6 weeks now. And I've spent that time being very strategic, doing a lot of scalping, a lot of intraday trading. But if we get a pullback to the 50, and I use the EMA, so, the way I look at it is we already broke above the 50 on Friday. I know most of FinTwit thought we're still below it because they used the simple. But if we get a pullback to the 50 or any sort of rest, right, I'll start putting money back to work, right? I'm not going to put it all back at once, but I'll put it back. And that's what you do. My thesis was that we would probably correct 10 to 12%. Still might happen, but that thesis was rocked on its ass last week. And that's what we do as active investors, traders, is we have theses or we have ideas that are backed up by our methodology, whatever that may be. Maybe it's technical analysis, maybe it's fundamental analysis, maybe it's growth metrics, whatever. But we have to be able to change, right? What's that famous quote that's attributed to so many different people? It's like, I change my mind when the facts change. What do you do? Right? And so that's kind of where I'm at right now. I haven't totally changed my mind, but I'm certainly not as bearish as I was. I wasn't bearish, but I certainly wasn't. I certainly don't think we're as apt to have that pullback that I thought we were after last week's action.
Got it. So with most of earnings being in a pass, does that kind of level out the market a little bit for you, make it a little bit easier to approach here?
100%. I mean, I hate being active during earnings season because it is so binary. And it's the same thing like between FOMC meetings. Like, people have to understand that like for most of the time, the market shouldn't be reacting to FOMC minutes. They shouldn't be reacting to PPI numbers to see about it. And when I say not reacting, like not these crazy reactions. When the market's reacting really strongly to those things, it means the market's on edge, right? Those are volatile. There's a lot of volatility going on under the surface. So I like those periods when there's nothing going on, right? The gaps between FOMC meetings, right? The gaps between economic announcements. And so certainly getting earnings out of the way is going to smooth things out a lot. And again, if we pull back, we get a little bit of a rest here, and then we start to move higher, that's going to be a perfect scenario to start putting money to work that can really go uninterrupted for, 2 to 3 months without having to worry about earnings season again.
That's definitely good to hear. Take some of the stuff out of it. Okay, last question for you, Brian. I'll keep it circling. Actually, Evan, go for it.
No, you go for it, then I'll come in after.
Okay, we had a nice semi pump today. What's your overall thought on the state of semis and in trading them?
Yeah, so if I look at SMH, it looks really. So there's this pattern that I was telling my subscribers on Thursday, but we really saw it on Friday, and I'll do my best to describe it. So it's like you base for a while, and then you kind of fall off of a cliff, right? And then you bounce hard, and then you pull back a little bit, but you put a higher low in. And the overall pattern is kind of a sloping. It like slopes from upper left to lower right. And that's the exact same pattern that we saw in SMH, that we saw form last week. And what's really powerful about that pattern is when it takes place right at key moving averages. And so that's exactly what SMH did. SMH, it rallied starting on the 22nd of April, went back above the 50, had a very minor pullback just below the 50, and then now is back above it. That's super productive activity. So I think, I think SMH looks good. And I think if we go back to all-time highs, right, if that pullback is over, you want to look at this sector because it's performing, some of the stocks that are performing the best. And
Ooh, crashed. We're coming back on.
really, those are the ones that are
There we go. We're back.
Those are the ones that make it back to all-time highs first. Those are the ones that will continue through all-time highs. So I would say right now, semis look pretty good.
Very nice. Yeah, go for it, Evan.
I mean, it's funny. It's hard to find a Palantir bear around, actually. I'm not one, but normally we would have a lot more. So
We back.
They move a ton, and I mean a ton on earnings. Options just slightly underpriced by about like 75 cents. They have some new stuff. I'm interested to hear like what their progress is into like the commercial space, I guess,
Here
or
we go.
enterprise
Here we
space,
go. Here we
rather.
go.
I come from enterprise tech, and we worked with like Snowflake and companies like that. Palantir had always been that government type of play, but I know that they're trying to get into some of the enterprise areas. I have no idea if they're actually getting any progress there or not. So that'd be interesting from just like a Q&A perspective, or just looking at some of the breakdowns on Palantir. But for the most part, that's it. I mean, market sentiment wise, I'm actually happy to hear Brian say what he said. I'm very much in line with that. I think the market in general is kind of, I would use the word trappy, if that makes sense. But, for me, we moved the length of an average week within the last 48 hours. So I shouldn't see a whole lot.
If you guys are on the live stream right now, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Doing a lot more live earnings coming up soon, so something you're not going to want to miss.
dip buys have been better opportunities. So like NVIDIA sub 820, we got a couple times over the last week or so.
There we go.
Those have
We got
been
about an
good
hour
dip
left.
buys. So
The number should be
I'm
out
more
at
in like the
4:05,
sale
so
mode.
40
So
minutes.
when I see my stocks go on sale, then I'm picking them up, right? Like if I see a good stock at a good price or a good stock, on like real big sale, I think that's more the type of situation right now, because we would like to see a lot more of a base from a technical perspective, to see it's kind of like even out and then start to trudge higher towards the back half of the year.
Perfect. Yeah, and I'll circle back on some of the other topics. Evan, did you have a thought you wanted to get in?
Yeah. First of all, Meet, did you say you're actually at the Palantir shareholder meeting or the quarterly thing? Earnings report?
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, no, I'm not at the shareholder. I'm not at the shareholder event. They have a conference
Tomorrow.
Yeah, they're having an AI conference tomorrow. It's like them, Google,
cool.
Microsoft. They're like one of the head sponsors. But they invited me and Arnie. Arnie's another friend of mine that covers Palantir, and we're basically looking at their demos for defense. And we're just making some content out of it and seeing what it looks like. And so the demos I've seen today already are like fucking incredible, just in terms of how they're building unique defense tech products. And I know defense tech is, the VCs are putting so much money into it, et cetera. So yeah, it's going to be really cool to see what they do. The conference is a day after earnings. So hopefully the earnings goes well and then they have a good conference. I think Karp is going to be speaking at the conference as well. And so we'll see how it plays out.
That's pretty cool. So Wolf will have to put a reminder to ask how that goes. But I know, Shai, you also will definitely have some thoughts on Palantir. I wonder if you have anything that you've talked or seen Amit talk about, or anything that you have any thoughts on, or what he was talking about earlier, just anything you want to add to the Palantir discussion.
Yeah, I mean, Amit definitely saw the juice for the Palantir earnings. I fully agree with everything he was saying about it. This quarter is all about commercial accounts, specifically commercial customers. Like, I thought last quarter was an inflection point for their AIP program. We want to see a follow through on this print aftermarket.
What's up, Jonathan?
On that thesis that was an inflection point. We're seeing the progress and momentum gain in the AIP program, because that was the whole bear thesis on Palantir, was it's a black box consulting company that the government uses. It's never going to really gain traction in the commercial side. The AIP completely flipped the bears upside down on that thesis, showing the insane growth last quarter, right after the launch. Like, I think it was a couple quarters before that. Like, we're seeing the inflection point last quarter. We need to see that follow through. But I'm underwriting Palantir growing at close to 23 to 24% this year. And right now the analysts are expecting like 20%. So I need to start seeing some re-acceleration in the top line on top of the commercial customer account, because I think the biggest hurdle for them to be in their 20s still is that top line revenue growth. Like, it needs to be in the mid 20%. So I really do want to see that top line beat, and not just like a slight beat, an actual beat. They are GAAP profitable. They qualify for the S&P 500. I do think on the EPS side, it would just be a barely beat. Like, that's just the way they go. It's like always a slight beat. However, the two metrics that all that matters in this print is the customer count on the commercial side and the top line revenue. I do think that I hate to see a name like run up the way Palantir has today ahead of their print, but who knows? Like, this kind of environment, there's always leaks. Maybe someone's just loading the boats ahead of the print today. Who knows what the reason is for it? But expectations are sky high. Their last two earnings, they've had a gap up and held that gap up and consolidated. If you look at the last two quarterly earnings where they beat, you saw the AMP momentum went up like 15, 20%, held up. Again, didn't really move anywhere until the following earnings. Beat and went up 20 to 25%. I wouldn't be surprised if we hit 30. If my thesis is in place right now, where I'm underwriting mid 20% growth for this year in commercial customer account to actually be a pretty big beat. Like, I'm having 550 as my customer account number, which is a 40% year-over-year growth. So I am really bullish on it. However, like, I do want to add more. Like, I'm only 70% done filling my Palantir position. My average cost basis is under $10. Like, I do want to add more. I have some limits in place in the 1850 to 19 range in case we do have some kind of algo-driven drawdown because I don't think anything in this print will be thesis breaking in my opinion unless they see some kind of commercial count just not moving at all, which is so hard for me to believe. Like I do think the adoption would be very
405 is the time
sticky
Palantir
on
is
the
out, by the
AIP
way.
boot camp.
405.
So looking forward to that. But one other comment I want to make about today as well. Rocket Lab
real quick, I got to get out of here. But Shay, I agree with everything you're saying, dude. If this thing drops after not having the thesis break in the earnings, especially on the commercial print, I think it's a great opportunity. Maybe it's algo driven, especially because it's up 8% on the day. But I also agree on the flip side, this thing could hit 30 if the numbers really are the way we want it to be. And so we'll see what happens. It'll be an exciting one. Thank you guys for having me. This is awesome.
Appreciate you joining in.
Yeah, I think Paper mentioned this as well. Like, there's very few mid caps out there that have the potential of becoming those like Amazons and Apples, like Microsofts. Like, I'm with Paper. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but there's a handful of those companies that have that potential to have it happen, and Palantir is one of them. And you can brush off in a clear inflection point you saw last quarter in their earnings for their AIP program. Like, if it happens again today, that's just in your face. Something big is happening, and it's going to be industry disrupting across so many different industries that's too hard to ignore. I also hate that there's a cult following behind it because, again, I'm also in the boat of Shock Talk, who mentioned that I don't like it when everyone's a bull and there's not many bears out there. It's like that's not how the market works. It's essentially what Coinbase went through last week. That's actually a good example. I wouldn't be surprised if Palantir had a similar reaction as Coinbase, where Coinbase ran up a ton in their print, destroyed their earnings, nothing really happened. I could see that happening in Palantir today. So it's going to be really volatile earnings. Real quick, I know I'm taking up too much time. Rocket Lab's reporting after the bell, so that's going to be a big one as well for me. It's my second biggest small cap portfolio position. This is so much disrespect. It doesn't belong under 5 in my opinion, but we'll see about that. Axon is a name that I've absolutely missed and I've always been wanting to add for over a year now. I'm hoping they can give me an opportunity again today. If you guys don't know that name, write it down, do some research, because that is a monster of a company. And the next one is Hims and Her Health, like ticker Hims. They're reporting after the bell, and their CEO has made some polarizing comments on the geopolitical issue that's happening overseas. And they've had a pretty big run-up. Like, telehealth has not been there's been a lot of losers than winners in that specific sector, and Hims is clearly one of the main winners of it. And let's see if we see some follow there, because they had a lot of momentum this year, and the chart was looking really bullish until the CEO started making some unforeseen comments, and they dipped a decent amount the past week. And he apologized for those comments. But again, this is a pretty interesting print for them. See if we see a follow through on their telehealth trend of just outperforming their peers.
Nicely put. All right, get a few other voices in here before we get into more of an earnings mode. Short the fix. Thanks for hopping in, man. What have you been trading? How's the market been treating you?
Hey guys, thanks for having me back on again. I think so. Last week I outlined kind of the my thesis for rates coming down, and kind of the different opportunities that we could see with that. The LABU ended up doing very well. I wasn't able to get it on FOMC. The spreads were a little too wide for me to be able to snag it. But I do have a little bit of a different view on kind of what's happening with the market right now and why we're seeing some of these moves up that we are. Specifically as it relates to Apple, I know they released, I think it was the biggest buyback in history. And that kind of triggered me to take a look at, well, there are these blackout periods that do happen. So where are we in terms of the percentage of companies that are in these buyback blackout periods? So as of today, it's sub 20%. Middle of April, that number was up in the 80-90% range.
Jonathan, I do have a Discord, free Discord. What platform? If you're on Instagram, let me know if you're DMing me, or Twitter, or wherever you're from. Just send me a DM and I'll send you the link to join the Discord.
The slowing down of the runoff of the balance sheet on Wednesday, as well as the QRA, especially the buybacks. What markets typically will do is it looks like they will overprice certain things. So going into this year, obviously we all saw the expectations for 6 or 7 rate cuts. When we started to see a little bit of that hot inflation data, well, obviously those expectations need to be pared back. We got to like 1, 0. Some people were even saying that we were going to start hiking. Now, when the data starts to shift just a little bit the other way, well, you can see some of those opportunities start to come back into the market. Well, we're also seeing oil about 10.34% off of its highs. We're seeing the dollar had sold off a decent amount since last week, and then yields are coming down as well. I think a lot of those things are playing a bigger role than I think most people are kind of factoring into what's happening with the market. Like if we see rates continue to come down, I mean, this market could just continue going in the short term until something starts to shake it back up. We do have CPI and PPI next week, so it'll be interesting to see if any of the effects of oil moving to the downside are going to help out our numbers a little bit. But we obviously started basically the half of the year coming off of all of these inflation pieces of data that were all higher than expectations and not necessarily what the Fed wanted to see. If we can get some of those expectations to kind of balance out for cuts, not necessarily saying this is what we're going to be getting going into the end of the year, but the overall market coming to a consensus, you might see a little bit less of those whipsaws happening. And then there's no need for me to come in here and say, well, all right, well, I think rates are going to come down for this XYZ reasons. But most of what that is saying, well, we have Japan, it could easily lead to lower dollar down, that could easily a little bit more, a little bit of a move down in our yields. But other than that, I mean, we were aware a lot of these companies, specifically Tesla, even though, I mean, their numbers weren't ideal, they weren't as bad as what the market expected, which could cause them to easily move up, which is exactly what we saw. But on Palantir, I mean, that one, I know everybody loves that company. I like that one too. I've been trying to buy that thing below 20 and it just won't get there for me. So I have a position on it. I haven't been able to add. I'm definitely going to be interested to see how it performs after hours today.
Very nicely put. I appreciate the thoughts there. How do you go about treating earnings and approaching them? Do you ever trade them, trade after them? Any thoughts around it?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if I want to have a little fun, I'll play the event with a strangle based on what the market makers are expecting, based on what I see on the option chain, what the overall expectations are. But most of what I do is just waiting for those charts that make significant moves after earnings to find some level of balance. Tesla is one that I am interested in. Even though we have all those headwinds and everything going on with car sales and rates being higher, I mean, that chart looks pretty interesting to me if it can get some consolidation and the buyers and sellers can agree and the volatility comes down. Apple will be another one that I'm watching for, even though it's just kind of sold since, let me pull up the chart here. Since it reported its earnings, again, if that one can form that nice period of consolidation, I'll be absolutely interested in trading that to the upside. But that goes for everything. If we see these big tech names starting to get those nice levels of just balance, forming nice ranges after they report solid earnings, I'll definitely be looking to trade those to the upside. Last earnings season, I mean, was very fun with that because we had a lot of those companies just blowing estimates out of the water, making big moves, and then continuing.
I think you guys can still hear that, but you can probably hear me a little better.
This earnings season obviously is a little bit different, so I'm not as
These are the expectations for Palantir. The numbers for Palantir should be out at 4:05 p.m. Eastern, by the way. We're waiting. I'll read them out the second they're out.
That's still in line with what my thesis is for investing in those companies over the long term. Like AMD, I've owned that since 2017, 2018, and the day of their earnings, right before, was the first time that I had sold shares on that thing in forever. It was the
Realty
first time
income.
I
I know a lot of you
it.
dividend guys might like realty income.
It made a couple of different moves, but nothing substantial in that regard.
Sounds good, man. Appreciate you filling us in. Feel free to throw up a hand at any time, and I'll come right over to you. Let's go over to Kevin. What's going on, Kevin?
Not much. We talked about it this morning on Evan's space right before the open.
Ooh.
The fact that volatility obviously was continuing to come down.
Yo, what's up, Frederick?
At the money spreads.
We're getting close to Palantir earnings being back. Here we go.
At the money straddles are actually fairly cheap, right? Which
Palantir numbers should be out at 4:05, so we're about 25 minutes away.
Continue to bring it up, and I will continue to bring it up here. It's just volume. It's just super light, right? And
I'll start shifting the focus of this conversation probably in like 10 minutes or so towards Palantir directly. So we'll see. We'll get some good Palantir talk going.
Kind of made sense. But I don't see a lot of the up days on a lot of strength, right? Just straight up green trending days. So I actually am a little bit more cautious with regards to the S&P 500 now. NVIDIA can provide that follow through if they have good earnings and a good guide. But I do believe that this pullback was a needed pullback. I think we are kind of retracing some of those losses here. But I don't think that we're
Shout
out
out
of
to
the
Meat
woods
for coming
quite
on the
yet.
Spaces for a little.
I'm looking at the 5250 level on the E-mini S&P futures. I'm sorry, 5270 level on the E-mini S&P futures as kind of like that line in the sand. That's where we saw a fair amount of consolidation. We actually, had highs there. We were basically testing that level for 6 trading sessions back in early April and failed each and every time. So it's a pretty strong area of resistance. And I do believe that we probably will continue to kind of move to the downside here. And that's just, once again, kind of based on the technicals that I see. Definitely we were oversold in a sense, but we quickly went right back to overbought conditions. And overbought conditions on low volume for me doesn't provide conviction of the move. One thing I actually did post here, and I wrote an article about it earlier today, and I posted it to the top. People could check it out. But there's a chart that also has me a little bit concerned regarding the broader equity market, and not just the equity market, but the economy as a whole, or speculators that are within the energy space that are selling or shorting, say, crude, shorting heating oil, are completely on the wrong side of the trade. And I think that we would have a resolution of that within the next couple of weeks here.
Yeah, 8.2% pre-earnings is crazy, Frederick.
Diesel. I'm just going to call it diesel, but it's heating oil, right? Heating oil compared to the S&P 500, looking at it on a longer time frame, right? And heating oil 2 weeks ago broke its 200-week moving average, which is a significant area of support/resistance, depending on where it's at in the cycle. And last week, it confirmed that break to the downside. And the reason why I kind of bring this up here, if you actually look at kind of the fundamental data that comes out, that has been coming out, yeah, we've had a little bit incremental buildup in inventory, but our refining rates have pretty much stayed the same, literally for the last 7 weeks, 8 weeks, around 87.5% to 88%, 88.25% for refining rates. The inputs going into those refiners, for the most part, have stayed steady, right? So what are we seeing then? If we have the inputs going in, staying steady, if the refining rates are staying steady, the output and some product supply, for the most part, staying steady, what's happening? It's a deterioration of demand. And so I wrote an article about that. I have 3 charts in there, 4 charts actually, this comp chart, and then 3 other charts that actually do show that. And so we are seeing some moves to the downside when you're looking at the distillates. We are also seeing that managed money flow. So 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, everybody and their mother was going on TV saying $100 oil, $120 oil, yada, yada, yada.
Frederick saying, I feel like the after hours are going to be more crazy than NVIDIA last time. Time will tell with direction, though. Yeah, it should be an interesting one. I'm excited. Palantir, it was pricing in, what did Shark put out there? I saw Shark tweet something.
So much so that now we are starting to see
over here somewhere
from those money managers. And once again, that's why I'm saying I think they might either be off.
I think it was like a double digits price moved in.
Go back to that comp chart. Pretty much every pullback is kind of heating oil continues to look like a leading indicator.
No, okay. This is the problem. I don't know the shirt. Maybe like the Shark.
When it comes to CPI, PPI, we talk about those on a monthly basis. I write about them. You can go back, read it. But it's a really good leading indicator for the equity market on a broader scale.
Whatever. Yeah, we're not going to find it.
And the only time I'm going to retweet this in a second. Was in 2014, 2015. In 2014, we had OPEC and Saudi Arabia basically come out and flood the market with retweet in order to try to
back over the earnings,
destroy the shale boom that we were seing here in the United States. So they flooded the market.
All right. So we got Brad up here on the Spaces. We're going to talk about his thoughts. We'll get nerdy there. I'm going to ask about implied move and historic.
There's a very strong correlation between the two.
Let's talk about paper on that one. That will be a question. PLTR to Brad and Shy.
We had the jobs report on Friday. Yeah, it's one report.
And
So
we'll hit stock talk too if there's time.
But if we do see that type of deceleration or that rapid deceleration in jobs,
That'll be the order there.
that would be another area of concern. PMIs, pretty much services, ISM manufacturing data, still showing higher prices, showing new orders.
All right, let's talk some Palantir in a minute.
For several months now, once again, is also a little bit concerning. And then we also have this deflationary.
By the way, if you guys are, I'm gonna keep saying this. If you're new to the page, if you're not subscribed to my channel yet, that means you know me. You're here. That's the only reason you're here. And I appreciate you guys, and you should get subscribed to this page. This is the next thing I'm trying to conquer this year, the YouTube. So we'll see, and I think it's gonna happen. But we're trying different things. These live earnings, I enjoy them a lot. I'm gonna read the numbers out the second I see them. Make sure you get Palantir numbers. Probably before 99.99% of people you're gonna be hearing them. So looking forward to that. Going to be talking about Palantir in probably about 2-3 minutes. Those numbers coming out at 4:05 p.m. Eastern. So keep an eye out.
35 billion is not really that much, but I think it's the symbolism that will actually push yields a little bit to the downside in the near term. And we have the 10-year, 30-year coming out on Wednesday. We probably will get a little bit more enthusiasm. That drawdown that they have, or that QT policy that they just adjusted, is not taking place until June, so this will not impact this auction. But I think that's also another reason why we are seeing the Treasury yields moving.
Probably want to move down even to like the 1-minute chart for Palantir at some point.
To try to push higher, but once again, I think there's going to be a longer-term play of us staying in a consolidation period. I potentially think that we could go down even lower on a longer-term basis here, hit that 200-day moving average, and then bounce back up. The 200-day right now is not where I think the market's going to go to. I think we're going to slowly grind down as the 200-day is going to continue to move higher because we're making, because of the roll-off effect for a simple moving average. But that's kind of what I'm looking at in the marketplace today. So I'll kick it back over to you all, and I appreciate you having me on.
All right, let's throw it over to Logical, and then we're gonna kick it into some Palantir earnings talk. By the way, those numbers should be out at 4:05 p.m. Eastern, and then obviously there's a couple other names, but Palantir's the big one we'll be focusing on. But yeah, Logical, what's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what I've been seeing and what I've been doing before we get into earnings talk. But yeah, I mean, last week I had a very big trade in Coinbase, and they killed the numbers, but stock was flat, which was tough. But fortunately, having rolled down a lot of my options, I was actually able to walk away with a profit, which was amazing. And last week, my stock portfolio was hit all-time highs, and so I'm patting myself on the back for that one. And just been trying to manage risk by taking down some leverage. And
Palantir 405, Realty Income 415, Vertex 405, Microchip 415, Lucid 405. Okay.
There was a ton of open interest and call volume for the maze, and I think that a lot of people were playing a lot of Coinbase, and I think that they just killed all that.
Rocket Lab could be a little interesting one. 405 as well. All right, I just gotta focus on Palantir 405.
Continue to go higher, even though maybe some of the technicals look a little shaky. But yeah, I've been paying. I paid down all my margin. Had some excess cash. I actually consolidated into several positions that are actually
on the 1
reporting
minute
this week.
candle.
I'm looking forward to it. I think what we've seen this earnings season is it's really tough to hold the gains. But if you look in mid cap land, small and mid caps, they're going into earnings with a much better valuation than a lot of these large caps. They're not going in at their all-time highs. A lot of these stocks are still. Sorry, I'm on the bike, by the way, if I'm breathing heavy. But so I think that we're seeing small caps breaking out a 2-year basis. I've been pounding the table on that, and I think that finally, whether the S&P goes down to 4,800 or whatever, maybe we're going to start to see active start to finally outperform passive, because it's just been way too easy for a lot of equity investors to continuously perform at 10-15% per annum. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I wouldn't be fading small caps after a 2-year basing period, and I think that all it takes is a little bit of good news at these low valuations to see a lot of upside. So that's where I've been focusing, and just looking forward to this week of earnings.
Awesome. I appreciate you. Let's kick it into some earnings talk. Let's talk some Palantir. I know there's a couple other names. I know Shy, Symbiotic, or however you say it, is one that I've heard you talk about. If we can have time to talk about it, we will. I do see we got actually Mr. Paper Gains. Can you run us through like the implied move for Palantir and some of the historic returns? I believe that's data you have. Palantir paper just dropped off. All right.
It's 14% move. I can answer
implied
that.
move, really? That's a pretty fat move.
So it's gonna
Okay.
be $27 or $21 essentially.
All right, 13%, 14%. Do you know what the historic move is?
I don't, but that sounds right. The 14. It's a big mover, Palantir. Always, every single print. So that I feel like it's in line. It's usually in the low teens.
Yeah, sorry, I had some connection issues with my Twitter thing. So I looked at the last year and a half. I think anything further than that, sometimes the underlying price isn't really comparable. But last year and a half for Palantir, average move is 18%, 18.23%, 30% last quarter, 17% the quarter before that. Out of the last 6, they're down 2 out of 6, so 3/4 of the time looks like they're going upside, and upside roughly 20% or more. The downsides are a little bit less. So the downside moves 5% to 3/4 ago, down 11.5 a year and a half ago. But again, it's just, it's one of these where if I looked at it, what I want to see is something severely underpriced or severely overpriced to make a trade out of it. Something like this that's slightly over or slightly underpriced, I would still want to sell some nearer term vol, if that makes sense. So if I had a target here, if I impute this, that means that an average move 18%, 18.25% is about $4.60. Palantir sitting at, 25, would put you right around that 30 strike. So I would probably sell the short-dated 30 strike and buy, the longer-dated 30 strike, maybe as far as, June's, if I was going to make a trade out of it. Although I will say I'm not trading this one. But that looks like, yeah, and so you would want to really take advantage of something called term structure, not to get too in the weeds, but I don't know if anybody's heard the term backwardation or contango, but essentially the near dated contracts are very, very higher priced, a lot higher priced than the shorter dated ones. I mean, you might even hover around that 28 strike, just undercut it, maybe selling May, buying June, something like that. That actually looks a lot more reasonable, and that you can actually get for $50. Actually, as I'm modeling it, I don't hate that at all. $15 on that one. Yeah. And then you can hold it for a little bit and it'll pay you. It has some downside protection. Not a whole lot, but just a little bit.
Welcome to anyone joining.
On something like a Palantir.
We're talking to Palantir earnings prep right into their live numbers.
But Disney, we do have Disney also. Is that tonight or tomorrow morning?
Yeah, we'll talk. That's about tomorrow morning, so we'll have time.
Okay. Yeah, so if you're trading, I know we want to talk about what's gonna hit the screens tonight, but if you're trading, you have to look at also what's reporting tomorrow morning right now. Also, so this is your last time to trade those.
All right. Keep an eye on that watch. Yeah, a couple names going tomorrow morning, Datadog, Disney, etc. But I want to make sure we got over to Brad dropped off. Rest in peace. I was about to come over to him. Paper, you have any thoughts on Palantir itself? I know you're not just a trader. You enjoy that long-term front of it. You have any thoughts about Palantir? Is that a name that ever comes on your radar? And then I definitely want to hit Shy.
I mean, we bought Palantir, around $15-16, not that long ago. So I think at this point, if it goes up, great. But it's one I'd really still be okay, if we get dips to buy, that's more in line of what I'd be looking at, something about around that $20 if we get a dip to that level. But at $15 when it was hovering there, I think that was the time to really get long. If not, a pullback, depending on how, it's got a base out, right? But if you're long, I'd say stay long, and I would not hedge this. I'm not hedging this, if that makes sense. Because we're at a critical spot, right? If it breaks out, it's gonna be a good one, and then we can be along for the ride. And that's more the next couple years ride. So we'll see what the trend looks like from an earnings perspective. If it is a major pivot point, then it's not something that I need to really monitor too much in terms of like it's very near-term price action. It's just going to be about what's the earnings trend look like. Are they trending up? Are they trending down quarter over quarter, really?
Awesome. Appreciate the thoughts there. I want to throw it over to Shy and get you involved. I know we talked a little bit about the Palantir of it earlier. Have any extra thoughts about what you'll be watching? Maybe kind of rehash on a quick note on what's you'll be looking at first. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Everyone's eyeball should be instantly towards the commercial customers. We need to see a continued uptick in that metric. Secondary, again, is revenue, but honestly, this is a commercial customer story right now. And that inflection point that Paper was talking about that I mentioned earlier, and even Amit was calling, is AIP for the commercial front. We saw an inflection. It was absolutely clear last quarter. We want to see a follow through with 3 more months of boot camp that's been installed for the AIP program. See, like, all right, people are actually adopting rapidly, because that journey from the mid cap to like the mega cap, like that inflection point needs to have scale at the commercial front, the enterprise front. It can't just be a government business. It's totally
5-minute
unpredictable.
chart
That side of the
initiated.
business. Sorry?
Oh, I apologize. Fuck. I'm trying to live stream these for the first time, so this is gonna happen where I think I forget that I am still on. I changed my chart to the 5.
Here in the background. Mom,
Shy, I just changed the chart to the 5-minute. We're getting close. I'm gonna maybe change it to 1 minute.
I'm looking
Sorry.
at the flow right now. The $30 calls are like popping right now.
Oops.
So it's also interesting. Snowflake just caught a bid past 30 minutes.
NQ
And people
rocket shit out.
correlate Palantir, Snowflake all the time together. There's no business they should be belonging together, but who knows? Maybe Snowflake gets a bid if Palantir destroys their earnings and it's above $30. But regardless, it's all customer count. It's all you need to focus on the metrics.
Here we go.
SBC, stock-based compensation, has been trending lower. It's on a healthy position, in my opinion. But yeah, it's a commercial story. It's an enterprise story, and everyone's seeing the rapid adoption of the AI front from the Microsofts, the Googles, and even the Amazons. Like, they're seeing reacceleration on specific metrics due to the AI projects. Like, Palantir is the only profitable pure AI play in the whole marketplace. Like, all the LLMs
Earnings
are
out
losing money, and all the pure
10.
AI plays
Earnings
are
out
losing
9
money.
minutes, guys.
Palantir's
9
the only one
minutes.
that's profitable. They should be thriving right now in this kind of environment, which is why I'm like pounding the table that they should be growing in the mid 20% this year. It should not be a 20% business for their valuation. So customer counts and then top line revenue, they need to beat, and they have to also guide up. It can't be a 3 to 4% guide up, be on the top line and keep the forecast like essentially in line. Like, it needs to be on the top line and guide up by a couple basis points. So that's what I'm watching, but it's a couple minutes to go. I'm excited. I have my limits in place for $18.99 and $18.50 for any kind of gap downs on Palantir's earnings, because I want to have more. Even though my cost basis is below 10, I still want more, because I'm part of the camp that we saw an inflection period, and there's very few stocks out there that have the scalability that Palantir has, that we saw an inflection point. And I'm pounding the table that I'm being a dead horse, but this is a massive quarter for them today. They're printing like 10 minutes. It's going to be a massive story for the longevity of like what they're going to be. And yeah, they can miss out on this one print, and maybe their stock has ran up like Coinbase has, where it's not going to move post earnings. But I really have a hard time believing it's going to go in the teens. Like, everyone and their mothers wants to add this at right below 20. Like, it's going to get bought up if there's going to be any kind of gap down. And I really do think that the flow is calling for the bullish side in 30, and we'll see. It's going to be a fun ride.
We got 2 minutes till the close, about 7 minutes until the numbers should be released. Looking forward to it. Mr. Stock Talk, Palantir, a name that you ever trade or have any thoughts on? Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Unfortunately, it's not a name that I cover too closely. I know it's very beloved in the retail community, but not a big name on my trading list. I haven't traded it, in fact, I think in probably over a year. So no, not too many thoughts there, unfortunately. We have a lot of other interesting earnings later in the week that I'll certainly be paying a lot of attention to, but there's a lot smarter people on the panel today that can comment on Palantir. I'm certainly not up to date with the business, so it wouldn't be my area of expertise to be commenting on.
If anyone does have any thoughts that they want to share that they're looking for specifically on Palantir, customer count, the commercial customers, I'm glad Shai called that out so we can talk through that one after. Should be interesting numbers that we got coming out. Symbiotic as well. Oh, what's up, Wolf?
I just want to check. I don't know if we've heard from Brett at all on this one. I was curious if you had specifically on Palantir any thoughts. I know it'll be out here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, not too many specific thoughts on Palantir outside of something you guys have already done pretty. Chai's crushed it on coverage, so not too much to add other than the fact that it's trading, of course, fantastically ahead of the print. For me personally, I think it's important for people to differentiate between if they're trading it or investing it. If you're investing, it's not too hard to hold through earnings, but if you're trading it, it really affects how you size your position and whatnot. And I don't typically.
I think Palantir is going to wick around. I don't see the numbers out yet, though.
An earnings event, so
I'm
curious to see how it holds up. A lot of names that report this week are also trading really. Celsius, Trade Desk, Shopify, Palantir. They're trading really, really well. It's, from a trader's perspective, unfortunate that they have a binary event ahead of them, but. Excited to see how the market responds to some of these higher growth tech names, and if they welcome the results or if they if they sell them on the nose. So it'll just be nice to see from a larger top down view how they respond to the risk on names.
All right, we got those Palantir earnings should be out within the next 4 minutes. I am seeing a couple numbers like Vertex, etc. pass. I'll give it a minute before I actually go in and get them. Gerg, I see you down below if you want to come up and read the numbers that you see. For me, the expectations I have for Palantir are EPS of 8 cents and then revenue of $617.6 million. So expecting a positive EPS quarter. That one should be big, and then around $617 million is the revenue target to be looking for. But yeah, I'm sorry. We will come back to you, Brett, after we get these numbers out, and we'll have a little bit more time to talk about some of that stuff. There was a couple other numbers that do report as well. Lucid, which I'm sure we'll talk about at some point. Vertex, which I said is already out. Ticker O, Realty Income, and a few others. I know I've heard Jaguar talk about like Shockwave Medical and Axon as ones on here, but a couple stuff to be watching. I'm seeing a CNBC article, Social Security now expected to run short on funds in 2035. 1 year later than previously projected. Good job, guys. But yeah, waiting for these Palantir numbers out in 2 minutes, 3 minutes. At least that's when they're expected to come out.
I'm looking at this chart. This thing is all over the place.
It's all over the place on this. Listen, as I said rudely when Shai was talking, 5 minute. It's just all over the place.
Yeah, we've already been 24, under 24, and over 26 at the same time.
Palantir's numbers just came out, matched EPS, beat the top line. Sales came in 634, estimates were 618.
634.
11%.
And you're saying the EPS was 8 cents?
Yeah, is what I'm reading.
3% in after hours, up 3%.
I mean, again, I think it ran up. I have to dig into the report, though, but this is nothing that's going to be. Let's see the commercial counts first before I speak more.
Shai always gets those Palantir numbers real quick.
Yeah.
He's got the scoop.
I got the bad line.
My computer's going to be... Yes, sir. I'm looking at the price. It's at like 26.20. For right now.
Sounds good. Yeah. Gert, jump up on stage. All right, Shai, you see initial numbers. I'm sure you're doing a little bit of analysis here, but walk us through your thought process.
They guided up slightly. Their guide is essentially 650 to 653 for next quarter. Their estimates were 641. Slight uptick. Again, I called it. Like their fashion, they barely beat the EPS. Nice top line beat of what was it, 19 cents? Like 3.5% beat. Like again, this is no kind of home run. I still need to click on the report to see the commercial count, but
Palantir sees its revenue next quarter though. I'm seeing 649 to 653 million. Wall Street expected 641, so slightly above.
Yeah, again, it's like this is not a home run type of print, but again, it's all customer account. I'm trying to click and find it, but it's all about that commercial customer account.
Looking at the stock is up around 20, is at 26, 27, continuing higher in after hours. That fair enough.
We're close to 52-week highs. Pretty close. I'm trying to pull up another chart right here real quick. Let's see. See Brian down there. Monative, jump up on stage as well. I feel like PLTR is up your alley. All right.
What's that supposed to mean? No, I'm kidding. I actually agree. I think you'd have some good insights.
I don't know what that question is.
Palantir, yeah.
So
good
really
job.
Nice launch here. If you attach an anchored VWAP to the recent 52-week highs back on March 7th, we launched off of that. So this is a really good looking chart here if we can hold this move.
Let's see if I can.
It's a nice wedge. There's Brian. Monative, what's going on? What are you thinking with Palantir earnings here?
I'm still looking. No, I'm not a Palantir expert by any stretch, so I'm still looking. So I'll chime in soon.
I'm still waiting on their website for the full report, but I do see obviously the numbers now.
I'm so annoyed. Their website doesn't have that shit. I'm like refreshing every freaking.
You want
few
what did
seconds.
you want? Commercial customers. I see commercial revenue was 299 million. Customer count was up 42% year over year.
So I took a little off at 26
Oh wow,
after hours.
that's a 560.
U.S. commercial revenue grew 40% year over year to 150 million. Commercial customer count grew 69% year over year to 262 customers.
Do we have the HAMS numbers? That stock's up 12% after hours.
I was just about to say.
Give me a second. Computer's a little slower than normal today. HIMS, I'm seeing GAAP EPS was a beat, 5 cents being expectations of 2 cents, and then revenue of 278 million being expectations of 270 million. I don't have too much more data.
278 versus 270?
Yeah.
It's not a big beat, but I wonder what that guide looks like. I mean, they were down like 20-something% going into the print.
Yeah,
they were
damn,
down
stock is
30%.
ripping. Yeah, but I mean, not that crazy amount. PLTR, back to that one.
Yeah, pull back a little bit. Still up 1% here in after hours, but fading. Ooh, red. PLTR.
It's trying. It's fighting the good fight. Palantir is now down 24.69, 24.83. Were there any other earnings that were interesting for you guys?
Axon and Rocket Lab.
Axon and Rocket Lab. Let's see those ones if I have them as well. I know Stock Talk uses all of HIMS' products, so I'll make sure I keep that one on watch. And then it was Axon or RKLB.
Nice.
Axon, I'm seeing their EPS was $1.15, beating expectations of 94 cents, and then revenue of 460 million, beating expectations of 441 million. Hims and Hers forward guidance. Next quarter, they expect revenue between 292 million to 297 million. Wall Street expected 288. Full year revenue guide slightly above expectations as well. Lucid as well is another one, actually. You're right. Thank you, Frederick. Axon full year outlook or fiscal year outlook, they decreased it. 1.88 to 1.94 increased it. I apologize. Was 1.88 to 1.94. Now is 1.94 to 1.99. Still below expectations. Lucid produced 1,700 vehicles in Q1, delivered 1,900. I think we knew that already. Lucid EPS was negative 30 cents, missing expectations of negative 25 cents. And then revenue of 172 million, beating expectations of 156 million for Lucid. Stock Talk. You have a Lucid car. What's your thoughts?
I mean, I don't think there's many expectations there around Lucid's earnings. The company's been dead in the water for a while, but no, I unfortunately do not have a Lucid car. I do think this HIMSS earnings report looks nice on the surface. I have to see the guide on it, but subscribers up 41% year over year. That's pretty good. I think that's helping fuel the stock too. I don't know what the expectations were there at 1.7 million, but I imagine they were a little lower considering the reaction we're seeing in the stock.
I just wonder what the S&M line number is.
Yeah, I haven't gotten all the details yet. This is like a less covered name, so there isn't as much breakdowns available yet.
I think what's really going to matter, like for that stock to really take off, is just like if they can reduce their sales and marketing and they continue the growth.
Yo, look at Palantir. Sorry to cut in, but look at Palantir. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's dropping down.
Oof.
I told you, I mentioned like that top line isn't good enough for the run up they've had. Like this name needs to be growing the mid 20%. 21% doesn't do it for it. I think we're seeing a good commercial customer growth, but we're not seeing the top line yet. I do think the government side is the reason for it, and it's unpredictable. Nobody knows when those deals really come through. Fine, I want to penalize the company for it, but this name needs to be growing in the mid 20% and to justify the current valuation. So it makes sense it's dipping. Again, I do think it's just going to be consolidating in the 20s. Like, it won't break 20 like a lot of people hope.
Hey, if you're in here and not subscribed to the channel, make sure... Oh, fuck, I did it again, didn't I? Oh, I suck. I love you. Bye. God fucking damn it. It's so rough. Keep going, though. I suck.
No, all good. That's all I had.
Shy, I just hear the pause, and I'm like, oh, damn it.
Yeah, Shy, I agree, and that's what I was looking for in this.
If you're in here,
report,
subscribe. That's jokes.
Just didn't get it. I mean, I do like the continued growth, but it just needs to be higher. Definitely needs to be higher to see the stock perform, higher as well.
Having said that, it's still higher than it was on Friday. It
Of
just
course.
ran up today. That's the thing. It's the Coinbase 2.0. Coinbase ran up a shit ton the day of their earnings. Good earnings. Wasn't phenomenal to make a continuation following day. Palantir's the same boat. Like, it's going to be higher than it was on Friday. It went up 8% today, and it's still like not feeling that gap. So,
I don't know. I'll push back on that. Coinbase's numbers on an annualized basis would be a very cheap stock on next 12 months. It is cyclical, though.
You have to factor in the cyclical element. Exactly. You just
For sure, yeah.
Yeah. There's a premium for recurring revenue, like what Palantir has.
Shy, if you think about it, they expected a 14% move. Honestly, in the past 3 days, we literally got that move. So,
very true. Yeah, it ran up. Yeah, 100% agree.
Shy, Axon is out. Nice beat. $15 versus 95 expected. 460 million versus 441 for the street. Looking for guidance. I will post it as soon as I see it.
I'm so tilted on Axon. That's a name I just sold way too early. It's just always going to be one of those growing low 20% for years to come with an amazing fundamental profile, high moat, high competitive advantage, high barrier of entry. It just won't give me an opportunity to freaking add. It won't ever have those gap downs. Such a strong stock. But yeah, it was a great earnings from Axon.
Yeah, I think I did see their forward guidance. If I'm not wrong.
When you get these beats and like you see some profit taking, sometimes those are the times, right? Like I have stocks like that too, Shy. Like PWR is one where it's like sometimes it'll pull back on earnings and then boom, right away. Like that was the buy. So you can watch that.
Yeah, Axon did. I'm seeing they raised their full year revenue guidance, but it still came in below expectations. I'm also seeing they announced an acquisition of a company called Dedrone or Dedrone, something like that. Terms not disclosed. Expected to close in the second half of this year. Let's see. What are some of these earnings doing? Axon down in after hours. Actually, it's kind of hard to tell on that one. I'm still getting used to these charts. Wolf, Axon's down in after hours, correct?
You're talking about AXON. Palantir's just dropping, bro. It's about to go red on the day.
HIMSS is still up.
Axon is down 0.84% in after hours. Palantir is down 7.5% in after
Lucid's
hours. It was
down.
only up 8.1% today. It's about to go red.
I need to figure out these charts.
For stock talk for your car, I'm going to send you a decal for the back window. One of those
for
earnings talks. Yeah, for the Lucid, where it says like this is fine, and then we'll have a stock chart right from like the IPO price to where it is today.
Stock talk, do you own a car?
I do. I own a couple.
Oh, he owns a couple, guys.
Not a Lucid though.
Do you own a Tesla? Let's see if you're a fake fan.
Yeah, 2.
Okay, good. I was so ready to call you a giant fraud.
Which Teslas?
If I had a Lucid instead, then you could.
Is it
He uses the Lucid to go to Red Robin.
Oh, now we're bringing Red Robin into it too. Oh no, gonna reel it in. No, but earnings reactions after hours. Palantir down 6% now. Pretty huge reversal there. It was up about 4. Hims holding really well, up 10%. Those are the only two that I would say looking at. But Axon as well is up, I think, or was up. Now it's flat.
There you go.
So today's not as interesting for earnings as the rest of the week, I think. The rest of the week we have a lot of big names.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a very good week for earnings, especially for volatile names. I mean, tomorrow morning we have Disney, then we have Crocs, Datadog as well in the morning. In the afternoon you have Upstart, Rivian, Lyft, Twilio, Toast, Confluent, Win. I mean, we have a stacked week coming up, so a lot of big names. You also have Airbnb, Robinhood, Arm, Beyond Meat, Trade Desk, et cetera, Duolingo. I mean, there's so many names reporting this week that not only high short interest names, but a lot of industry leaders too. I mean, you have Uber Wednesday morning, Shopify Wednesday morning, Toyota. Yeah, Perion Networks.
Disney.
Yeah, that's tomorrow morning.
Wait, stock talk. So do you have a Model S? Which
He's
one?
got a Plaid, dude. He's got a
Plaid, he said? Okay, nice. What's the second one?
At least we got to give him the credit.
What's the second one? I'm curious.
Getting me over here. The 3.
The 3? Nice. Real him.
He's OG.
Oh my gosh.
Tomorrow we got a lot of good earnings after the bell. Coupang, Celsius before the bell, and then Pubmatic is after the bell, with Magnite on Wednesday after the bell too. So good ad tech names. And then 4 on Thursday.
Don't forget we got GCT this week as well.
Ooh, you know what I just realized? There's an old school name, Market Access, MKTX. That's the bond trading platform, if I remember right. That one, yeah.
Little bounce in PLTR.
Little bounce.
By the way, the Palantir, the shareholder letter is out on their website, which I'm digging through right now.
Oh, Evan just beat me to it. Also, calling out their Palantir's like actual earnings where Carp answers the questions is a video one, and I'm telling you, he's always fired up in those calls. I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of uptick in the price action on something he's going to say. That can't be discounted.
I am looking at slide 15 on here. Is this the same rule of 40 that you like to use? 57 seems high.
It is. They have an insane elite Rule of 40 score.
Tell me what this is again. What's Rule of 40 mean?
Combining the revenue growth on the top side with their free cash flow margins. So there's only a few names out there. Let me pull up the chart. Few names out there have a higher score than Palantir. CrowdStrike's an example of one. Atlassian is one that's up there. Snowflake was up there at near 60. Now it's closer to low 50s. Boohoo. That's still an elite score in my opinion. But yeah, that's my favorite metric to essentially judge a growth tech stock. I love it that Palantir included in their presentation or shareholder. But that's literally my go-to metric to use. And I cut stocks that don't qualify for it just because you're part of the elite stats. Usually if you have a 40 or higher score, you get a premium and you keep that premium for years and years to become. And the barrier of entry for competition is generally very high if you qualify for that Rule of 40 score because you're producing earnings while growing the top line at a significant amount. That combination shows that you have a moat and competitive advantage that others can't really duplicate, and that's an easy metric to focus on to justify if this stock actually has a moat or advantage or not.
By the way, someone made the comment around Lucid. If you had invested in its IPO and held to today, you'd currently have 2.8K. More than I thought, actually. I thought it'd be like $20.
6X is a SPAC. That's when you should have sold it.
Yeah, that on here does look crazy. This actually includes the SPAC days.
Yeah, no, the SPAC days were crazy for Lucid. I mean, in general, SPAC days were crazy. Well, one
All
thing
right,
that's
wait.
interesting is Microchip Technology, ticker MCHP, reported relatively in line, but guided down in the second half of the year, which is interesting because it's speaking to kind of this winners and losers narrative in semis once again. So Microchip does microcontrollers and analog, which is a specific category when you're looking at semi demand overall. There were actually a couple notes this morning, one of them being from Bernstein, that talked about industry surveys that they were doing that showed that outlook for both memory, for DRAM and HBM is higher than expected, but also that they saw a 50% quarter-over-quarter jump in demand for microcontrollers and analog. And so some of those names I think are worth to start putting on watch lists for the coming quarter. It probably will not reflect in this earnings season. So in other words, it won't reflect in the backward-looking quarter. But in the next quarter, it may. Based on Microchip's current guidance they provided today, it doesn't seem like they're going to be a direct beneficiary. But some of the other microcontroller and analog names might have some positive guidance intra-quarter because a 50% quarter-over-quarter jump is big. The street was expecting 20% quarter-over-quarter in that category. So that sector remains probably, or that I shouldn't say that sector, that specific area of semiconductors remains worth watching, I think, for the rest of the season to see if there's any standout guides. I mean, last quarter, Micron's guide was, pretty significantly above the street. I think it was their EPS guide was double the street's expectations of the previous quarter. And that kind of opened up the Pandora's box for some of these memory plays. Analog and microcontrollers might be the next place to look.
Interesting. What is MCHP doing in after hours? Sorry, I missed that if you said
It's
it.
down about 6%.
Okay.
It's a $50 billion semi-company, so it's not like a small company.
No, $50 billion is pretty solid.
Yeah.
Good numbers. I'm still digging through this Palantir report more. That U.S. commercial customer count. That's a little bit of a mouthful that I'm struggling with. Total, it's kind of crazy they only have 554 customers. But fair enough, I guess. During Q1, they closed 87 deals of at least $1 million. They have $3.9 billion in cash. They did give a full year outlook too, actually. Let me post this as well. Shai, you have any further thoughts as you're digging in?
Mixed. It's a solid earnings. It's just a mixed report just because the commercial front's my number one metric looking at, showing the inflection point actually happens, continuing. We're just not seeing it in the top line, so it's almost a mixed bag in my opinion of just we're seeing this clearly commercial accounts gaining momentum. It's just we're not seeing the top line yet, but again, that's a theme that kind of continuing from last quarterly earnings with a lot of these mid AI stocks. They're not really seeing the top line reacceleration as much as the big tech stocks or the infrastructure stocks. It's not that transition or that trickle down hasn't happened yet for software names. Hoping this isn't the trend for this upcoming earnings season. We'll find out very soon. Tomorrow morning, Datadog is the first software name in the consumption-based model that's going to be reporting earnings. After seeing all three infrastructure players report reacceleration last week and the last 2 weeks, I want to see some kind of trickle down towards software. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. Nobody knows when.
I have different
that's why
estimates.
I'm running that kind of transition.
And I have different estimates. I have lower ones for their guidance. For Palantir, I have...
I want to see it this earnings season. It looks like Palantir is not the best judge of if that's going to happen or not.
I have
tomorrow morning is a better judge. Same with Confluent.
649 to 653. Yeah, actually, you're right.
So I think
What did
it
I
might
put?
be a similar story as last earnings season. I'm hoping it's not a precursor. It's just we're not seeing that baton passing yet of seeing the
Ooh,
clear
maybe you're right. They actually
uptick
changed it.
or earnings or revenue reflected
Alright,
off
let's
of
fix
these AI
that.
projects in the software space yet. It's going to happen. We just don't know when it's going to happen. It might not happen this earnings season. but we'll get more color this week for sure. But I think it's a similar issue Palantir is experiencing, what MongoDB experienced last quarter, what Snowflake experienced last quarter, where it's going to happen. They're seeing their clients kind of use AI projects, but not really showing a real ROI yet from AI within their specific product tools.
I am actually seeing the forward guidance. Emp's pointing this out. So I saw the first place was saying that Q2 revenue, the guidance there was around 641 million, which would have been a beat. But I'm seeing different numbers saying 653.25, which would put it as a miss. So it actually seems like the forward guidance might be a little bit lower and below expectations. Could be a part of this downwards move.
I really think it's just their full year guide just didn't change at all. Like again, like I was underwriting an uptick in the revenue, and the guide right now is 20%. I'm looking for 23, like low to mid 20%, and I expected this earnings to kind of show an uptick in that due to the commercial growth, and there's either sandbagging completely and just of earning guide visibility, or just like I said, like it's too soon for that trickle down to software space on the AI projects. That might be it, but it wasn't a home run of an earnings that a lot of people were front running, especially with the flow going towards 30.
Oop, did we lose Shy? There we go.
Yep. I still got him. Yeah, so I'll pass back to you. But again, like it's just a solid quarter. Thesis is continuing. I want to say it's expanding. It's just, I think we're at the prove it stage now in Palantir. Like, show us that revenue acceleration on the top line. Like, this needs to be a 25% revenue growth story. No more 20% garbage. Like, you're the pure AI play, and you're seeing the commercial inflection point. Show us in the top line. And until that happens, the stock will be trapped in the 20s. And probably trapped between 20 to 26 for the next 3 months. But yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Appreciate you. I see we got Brad back up here. I'm sure he's going to be posting that one pager up in the nest above. Brad, do you have any thoughts for those Palantir earnings or anything else, any of the other numbers we just got?
Sure. Yeah, I can talk about Palantir real quick. Sorry about earlier. I was just I've been having so many like glitchy technical difficulties with Spaces, so I'm really glad it's working right now. So fingers crossed. I do see that Q2 was ahead. So on Ticker and Coifin and all the other resources I use, it's at 643, and they got it to like 651. So a little bit ahead, but I think Shai nailed it. I mean, you can't look at this quarter and say this was bad. Like, they're reiterating a guide despite the fact that they beat on Q1 and raised for Q2, which does imply a light second half of the year. Can't call it bad, but I mean, this company just thrust itself directly into that conversation of immediate Gen AI winners and monetizers with the artificial
Palantir is down 10%
platform
now.
that they launched last quarter, and then they also got us pretty excited about the fact that the whole go-to-market was that boot camp program that they were running, and they really had not ramped up external sales team to go to market with this product, which is, I mean, from an outsider perspective, just kind of made my mouth water a little bit, wondering what is the potential here. So is this bad? No, but I think the comp here is AMD. So people kind of looking and wondering, okay, where is this up? Like Shai was saying, where is this uplift that we were talking about? Where's the bend in this curve? Where's the acceleration? And Q1 showed it to you. The Q2 guide sort of showed it to you as well. But the second half of the year doesn't really imply that they're super excited about it. Two other notes I want to put out. They sandbag every single quarter. They love to underpromise and overdeliver, like every good public team should, because that's what a very shallow Wall Street usually wants from quarters. Whether you like it or not, that is what they want, and that is what they deliver quarter after quarter. And then the government reacceleration was nice to see. Sequential growth there, and I mean, there's those contracts are so lumpy. They come in so unpredictably. They close in very strange time frames. I mean, we talk about sales cycle elongation on the private sector side for all these software names. It's even more unpredictable and chaotic for large government contracts. So to see an acceleration to 16% year over year, I know people want to see that go to 30 or 40 or 50% and just post really gaudy numbers, but 16 ain't bad. Sorry, am I cutting out?
No, you're good.
Okay. Aside from that, I should read the press release and read the letter and listen to the transcript before I comment further. But from a 30,000-foot view, can completely understand why traders are punishing this right now. If you're a Palantir bull, I like to think I'm pretty unbiased here. Don't own shares. Would never consider shorting it. It's kind of like Tesla to me. I don't think you should be freaking out about anything being up 9% during a session and down 9% after hours. fine quarter. Could have been better. Probably left a little bit more to be desired, but really not any red flags or anything off the top from this press release that I'm seeing. And now I need to go read everything and make sure that I didn't miss anything.
Shai, have any thoughts to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny you said that, because I was just hyping up that Palantir is still much over story rather than seeing an actual result.
Trey, that was Brad, stock market nerd.
As on AMD. So again, like, if your mentality was that in this print, knowing that, like, you're not supposed to expecting to see like I was expecting to see an uptick, not a massive uptick. Like, I do know people were expecting close to 30% growth this year, but yeah, it's just much of a story right now. But we're seeing a micro metric like the customer account like exploding, and that's what we're holding on to, and hoping that micro turns to a macro with the revenue guide of like 25%. But again, I'm underwriting this stock as low 20% growth this year, and we're going to see reacceleration next year and the year after that to potentially have a 25% CAGR for the rest of this decade after next year. So I'm still hoping for that to happen. I do think that any kind of significant dip will get bought. Like, I really don't think this will break their $20. If it does, it would be a little under it. But this earnings won't break the backs of the bulls, and I just think it's going to consolidate for a while. And I'm hoping Carp can provide some color on why he's anticipating second half weakness, because there's sandbagging and there's like, all right, you're showing reacceleration next quarter, but then you're essentially in line for the full year. What are you seeing in the second half that we're not seeing? Is it something on the government side that you have more visibility in? Because as retail investors, we're completely in the blind on the government deals, and it's just such a wild card for Palantir's revenue that could be it. I know the government side is lighter than I expected. Like, I'm a little surprised it's not the deals aren't picking up or it's getting bigger and bigger. But again, like, who knows what's happening on that front? All I know is that the segment of the revenue is getting more favorable to the commercial side. It's just what everyone wants to see because that's more predictable. And it's going to take a long time to get there. This is not the quarter that we were all hoping for, the clear reflection of like, wow, we're seeing the commercial growth explosion and it's showing the top line. This is not the quarter for it. It's going to take some time, I guess.
Palantir
we have 3 more months until that happens. There's going to be that quarter of fireworks where you're going to see those 2 metrics I called out, customer count exploding, continuing, and you're going to see finally the top line revenue reacceleration. This earnings wasn't that. So you could accept defeat, I guess, if you expected that. I was hoping for it, but I wasn't expecting it. And again, I'm a long-term investor. I got in, like, my average cost base is in 9, so like I could care less if it consolidates in the 20s. Like, all I know is that my thesis for the stock is solidified, and I can make the argument it's expanding due to the commercial customer counts continuing. So hold on to the specific metrics. Don't lose your pants over the stock being down 7 to 8% when it was up 8% today alone. So I'll pass it back to you, but that's my 2 cents.
G-Nuts, I wonder if you have any thoughts in here. I started to look at the heat map for the day, and overall, it's a pretty green one. So, I mean, it was a decent day overall. We can talk about some of that stuff. And like we said, Palantir had such a massive run-up coming into this print, just for the day that we're basically at levels not seen since the close of Friday. We're a little bit below it now, honestly, but it's really not much. It is now down 8.6 in after hours after an 8.1 increase intraday. But Garlic, you have any thoughts, better known as Bull Trade Finder or G-Nuts, you have any thoughts about what you're watching? Or any thoughts on these prints to what they've added?
Exactly what Shai was saying, and I commented on this earlier. We're seeing so many, the consumer growth in the boot camp specifically, in as there is a 2-month trial on that product, I believe, correct, if I'm correct. Most of those trials ended, going into this quarter. So we should have seen some increased sales. And of course, the revenues did go up. I am like literally I could say verbatim on what Shai said, because that is literally what I've been thinking for this quarter. That's what I've been thinking for this company. And what I think, should come. It's just, again, when is it going to come? Sounded a little weird, maybe how I said that, but
Don't
I
come.
think people got so spoiled for NVIDIA. I really do think they're expecting like an NVIDIA type of destruction of their.
Yeah,
and that was the issue.
Or at least like Azure.
100%
Like with the
Azure. That's a great point. Like Azure last or 2 quarters ago, where we saw that. Wow, it's happening on both fronts. That wasn't this. I think you can sum that up to a loss, but I don't view it as that way, because Azure and NVIDIA are just in their own ballpark. Like you can't compare Palantir.
Yes, they are. And like you said, they're increasing customer-wise.
There we go, Ollie. Big job. Nice.
Greatly, and we're just not seeing that 25-30% top line growth there, and we're still stuck. We're breaking into the 20s now, but we're still stuck. Just slow growth quarter over quarter. We need to see that consistent 25%, and then this stock will really start to move in the direction that we're hoping for. And again, that also, I'm happy to see the free cash flow is continuing, and everything else is going in the right direction. But again, it really just depends on improving that top line growth, and when those customers truly come into play to reflect that.
All right, I want to shift the topic up a little bit and maybe ask Brad about Disney earnings tomorrow morning. Should be one that we're keeping on watch. It's weird that they're reporting earnings tomorrow morning. I don't see them as a morning's earnings company. I mean, maybe they've always done that, and I'm just weird and forgetting about that. But Disney has earnings tomorrow morning. I know that's a name that is on your radar. I actually own a little as well. You have any opinions, anything you're watching for there?
I do, and Elon Musk fans, please don't hate me for liking this stock, but I will try to keep it. I'll try to keep it as objective as possible. But so Disney tomorrow morning, Datadog tomorrow morning, Celsius tomorrow morning. So it's a pretty busy session, I guess, for pre-market earnings. But for Disney, so during in quarter during an investor conference, Bob Iger basically told you we're going to earn more than the current $8 billion free cash flow guide. That's why sell side so much higher than Disney currently is at 8.5, so they probably need to do better than that. They're also, one of my favorite things that public teams do is they offered at least earnings per share guidance, which sell side estimates always anchor to for some reason. They never believe in upside beyond that. So I feel like every single company should just offer at least and leave all the surprise to the upside. But looking for a boost to the $4.60 EPS guidance. They closed the Spectrum bundle deal during the quarter, so there's going to be a large uplift in Disney Plus subscribers. I think like 6 million is the current guide. Internationally, though, is going to fall because they're still rolling through price hikes there, so that's going to be reflected in that number. Other things qualitatively that I'm looking for, just I would love nothing more than for the ESPN NFL deal to be announced tomorrow. We've been hearing rumors for several months now. That is how you compete with Amazon and Apple and Google in terms of not having as much money to bid on this live sports content. You partner with the companies that own the content so that you can insulate yourself from being outbid in the future. Other things besides that, I'm pretty confident this is going to happen, but it needs to happen. I'm reiterating, streaming EBIT positive by fiscal year Q4 2024, which is later this year. Aside from that, I mean, Iger is like is like Carp in that they love to sandbag on guidance and they love to leave all surprise the upside. I think everyone kind of knows that. He's been, I mean, he left and then came back, but he's been around for a very, very long time. Sentiments become a lot more positive on Disney. That inherently raises the bar for what's considered a positive quarter, which is, again, important for traders and not so much for boring long-term investors like me. But it should be pretty good. Netflix was pretty solid. They are just now conducting a crackdown on password sharing, which you saw what happened with Netflix subscriber count during that whole process playing out, and that's entirely in front of Disney. I don't think you're going to get as powerful of an uplift just because Netflix has more loyalty and better retention than any other streaming platform in the world. But when you're doing things like lumping Hulu and ESPN Plus into Disney Plus, that has helped churn a lot and should allow them to kind of maximize that retention from this move. Maybe some commentary on a succession plan. Don't really think that's coming yet. maybe another raise to the dividend would be nice. They intentionally started it very low so that they could give that positive headline of raising dividends every single quarter. Like, again, every public market team should when they're given the opportunity to. But it should be a great quarter. I don't love to predict how stock is going to react to a good quarter, but the numbers should be great. And I mean, you're getting Disney right now at a low 20s free cash flow multiple, with free cash flow compounding at a 3-year clip above 40%. So in my biased shareholder, always could be wrong opinion, a lot to like here, and we shall see if that is reiterated or thrown out in about 12 hours. So
they're not normally a morning earnings, right?
I think they are. I could be wrong, but I want to say yes.
Interesting.
Maybe not under Shapek, and then Iger came back and changed it to morning earnings reports, because the last few I think have been in the morning, but honestly the last 2 weeks have been so overwhelming that I could be completely wrong right now.
That is fair. It's been a draining earnings season, I won't lie, especially with the FOMC in there as well. Okay. One more quick question, and then we might dig back in on that Disney talk. I wonder if you listened to Warren Buffett speak at all this weekend. I listened to him speak for like 6-7 hours on Saturday at the 2024 annual Berkshire Hathaway shareholder meeting, and we don't get to hash into it too much. I've talked about it a bunch, but I wonder if you had any thoughts or takeaways, Brad.
Yeah, you are exposing me right now. No, I'm just kidding. But I needed to unplug for a couple days over the weekend. I did not do anything productive or any work, so that has been bookmarked for the end of May for me to watch, because I mean those are. I mean, if any long-term investor, any person operating in this world should watch that shareholder letter, or should watch those shareholder events, just because he's a fountain of knowledge. But candidly, I've not listened to it yet, so I can't intelligently comment.
Hey, well, guess what, Brad? Just for you, I filmed a YouTube video, like a 12-minute recap of what he said. You should still watch the full thing.
Just for me?
Just for you. It's pinned up in the nest above. It's on private, and it's IP locked to your location where you are right now this second. So don't anyone else try.
What is your YouTube channel called, Evan?
No one else try and click that link up in the nest above. That's all I'll say. And we'll digress from that conversation. I appreciate the attempt for a plug there, too. But yeah, I'm excited for those Disney earnings tomorrow morning. We also have Datadog, which I know Paper has been talking about a bunch. It should be impacting Snowflake, so we'll see in that area. I'm excited for that one. Disney, though, is a name that I've owned for a good little while, and I added to in the 80s, very, very high 70s, mid-80s at some points, too, recently. So I'm excitedly looking for that one. I do have some decent expectations. It does sound like the journey we were being sold, or the recovery being sold, which did take a year from Iger, is starting to happen a little bit. Hopefully the content starts getting good too. Stock Talk.
Yeah, they've thrown out like 80% of their film pipeline. And I mean, whenever they say, and I'm using air quotes, we're returning creativity to the center of the company, they're telling you we're going to make great content, and then we're going to shut up like they should. So I hope you're right, and I think you're right.
I actually was being dumb there. I should just look back at when I have said Disney earnings are out. 4:05 p.m. last quarter. November 4:05. They're on afternoon's earnings.
Well, I'm wrong. My bad.
No, this is not on my bad. This is I should have looked at this actually. Yeah, it's weird. I think I even have dates back to when Shapek was there. Interesting. All right, I digress.
Disney's always after hours.
Yeah, it's weird. I wonder if there will be an analyst question asking about that. Interesting. I feel like we get some Disney slander from Stock Talk every once in a while. You have any thoughts, anything you're watching for tomorrow?
No, I'm not a Disney hater. I think the only thing I've really criticized in the past on Disney is something that I, in fact, still think they need to improve, which is their content delivery. I think, it's funny because I say both things at once. I think Disney has probably the biggest advantage when it comes to legacy IP related to, potential new content. They own so much well-known IP that has basically infinite potential for new show creation, whether that's like Star Wars or any of their other original franchises. So I think they're in a position where they should be just frankly putting out more content. But I mean, that's really that criticism isn't so much a fundamental criticism as it is just like a flat out criticism of their content. I think there have been some incrementally positive things in the business, some of the things that Brad highlighted, but they to me are at like a similar juncture to PayPal, where it's still a prove it story. People still want to see a meaningful shift in the makeup of the business. And I think those things are happening under the surface. I'm just not a shareholder in either of the companies right now, but I do think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity if you want to front run that turnaround. But I still do want to see Disney's content delivery and content execution improve dramatically. I mean, for anyone that's like a Disney Plus subscriber, you know how underwhelming the content portfolio is on there. And so I would like to see that improve. And I know that the integration is coming with Hulu and all of that as well, so that'll probably help. But or at least will help the appearance of content delivery in that case. But yeah, no, I'm not a Disney hater by any means.
No, that's fair. Do we have any other thoughts on any of the other earnings that we have coming up tomorrow morning before we get the chance to come back on Spaces? Actually, Wolf, Celsius earnings tomorrow morning, CELH. Those numbers should be out around 8 a.m. I'm seeing Earnings Hub saying 19 cents on EPS, revenue of $390.1 million. I think I might have gotten some emojis saying he can't talk right now. Anyone want to say anything bad about Celsius right now? Because I know he can hear it, but he can't talk. No? No one brave enough to say bad words about CELH, but we'll keep an eye on that one tomorrow morning.
I know Jordan's playing Celsius. That's all I'm saying.
It's a great company. Continues
I
to
feel
grow,
like we
continues
all
to take
own
market
it.
share.
I own a little Celsius, I can't lie. Not much, but I got in around 50.
The only thing about Celsius is, like, I don't think we know what the restructure of the Pepsi distribution deal was. They did get hit last time based on that. And we know that they did a little concession where they dropped their margins in an effort to incentivize Pepsi to, like, continue to push the global distribution or just distribution of Celsius. So I think, if anything, if the street's going to look at anything, it's going to be looking at margins, because that was a hot topic when they did renegotiate that last contract.
They're getting squeezed. Makes sense. We also have Global Foundries as well, GFS, another semiconductor type name. Stock Talk tends to, or at least seems to have some knowledge in this space. GFS, move in any of these stocks? Interesting for you, Stock Talk?
Wait, you said, is GFS moving any stocks?
Do you care about it? Do you have any insights you want to share on Global Foundries?
No, I'm not.
Any other names you're watching off of
GFS
it?
isn't really, Global Foundries really isn't at the top of my radar right now, no. Why do they report tomorrow morning?
Yes, tomorrow morning. It looks like they should be out around 7 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning.
I mean, that's a stock that'll move U.S. peers, especially like U.S. peers that are leaning on government money. That's one of those names. So, yeah, it'll probably move some semi stocks with it, but no, that's not really on the top of my radar when it comes to semis. I think tomorrow, most of the reports that I'm interested in, obviously outside of Disney and Celsius in the morning, are the ones in the afternoon. There's a lot of high beta names that report in the afternoon, and so I like to trade those higher beta mid cap stocks, and so there's a lot of those. You have Rivian, Upstart, Lyft, Twilio, Confluent, Toast. So those I'll be a little bit more interested in because there's probably trades to be made on those names. So I'm kind of focused more on the mid caps this week. I mean, you do have some report, like I'm a huge Uber fan. Uber reports on Wednesday. I think the company's in a very, very critical turnaround, and they've done very well, in my opinion, in the last couple of reports. We'll see if that carries through. I also think they undeservedly got sold off for the Tesla robotaxi news. Like, look, I mean, I talk about Tesla a lot, but like that robotaxi, even if it is unveiled on the 8th, is not going to disrupt Uber's rideshare network anytime soon. So I thought that sell-off was silly. I actually bought calls when that sell-off happened. But, we'll see how the Uber report goes. That one's very interesting to me. Shopify is very interesting to me on Wednesday as well. And all these high short interest names as well, like Affirm and Upstart and all those good names. I like trading those too. So if there's an opportunity that presents itself on any of those high short interest names, then I'll be jumping on that as well.
I have to really interrupt and hop off to listen to Palantir call, but have a great night, everyone, and thanks for having me.
Appreciate you. Paper Gains, Datadog tomorrow morning. Oh, actually, everyone should make sure you're following all the speakers up here. I appreciate Brad for joining in and everyone else who's been participating in this spaces. I saw the listeners got up over 1,000 for a little bit there, so I know there was a lot of interest in this one. And Amit and some others sharing their knowledge, and Brett and all the regulars, Kevin, etc., were on this one, making it fantastic. So just in general, when you're on anything, make sure you're following their pages and check out what people are doing. Shout out to all of them. But Paper Gains, Datadog tomorrow morning. I know we've talked about that a lot in the context of Snowflake a little bit, but you have any thoughts about Datadog specifically? I'm looking at their EPS, how they've done compared to expectations over the last couple quarters, couple years, and they beat like every time. Fair enough.
Yeah. So, I mean, in terms of like an expensive stock, I think it's one of the most expensive stocks out there. But it's kind of justified too. It's like 30% quarter-over-quarter growth, like every single time. The question is just, can they keep that? Can they keep that up there, right? Because if they don't, then they're going to lose that status, and that's a real big bar to continually meet. And they have. I think that's the caution here, right? The only thing is that what Datadog does, if you're not familiar, it's very much what we call like cloud optimization, and that's like people that own, large footprints of AWS, Azure, GCP, etc. in the cloud, like optimizing your spend in the cloud, right? Or where can I be spending more efficiently? Where am I overspending, etc., so forth. That's what Datadog helps enterprises do. So, my one caution here is like, well, Jassy's talking about, in AWS, cloud optimization not being as big of a thing. So if that's true, then Datadog would have to shift a lot of this, focus over to like the AI workload, and are they able to really do that? That's what we're going to see. And in that shift, does it, assuming Jassy's right, does it affect their earnings in the meantime? And so if they can't keep that pace, that 30% growth pace up, it might get a little rough. But yeah, they're profitable now, which is a good thing for sure. But yeah, it sets the tone for all of IGV or all of the software sector as a whole. This is the first one to go. Probably one of the more expensive ones. The only, you can look back, something comparable in terms of expensive or not expensive is Cloudflare. And we look at NET, Cloudflare, that's what could happen if you don't keep it up in the short term. Long term, totally different story, but just very near term, that goes back to I'm still looking to buy dip. So if your stock goes on sale during this earnings season, wait a little bit, see if it can base out. It doesn't mean it's a bad company or a bad stock per se. Just, we might have some sales coming up if they can't keep up.
Thank you for that rundown there, Paper Gains. I'm excited. I hope that whatever Datadog reports is good for my Snowflake shares. That's all I got to say about it.
I'm with you, man.
Anything else you're watching specifically, Paper, tomorrow? I know I kind of talked about the Datadog. Any of these other ones intriguing for you?
Celsius is a decent chunk of my holdings, so I'm very much excited or nervous and excited. I didn't do anything to protect that. We'll see, right? Celsius is very interesting to me. I think that's going to be one of the bigger ones for sure. But I think that and Arista Arista's Wednesday, so Arista will be interesting. Datadog and Celsius tomorrow morning for sure.
Appreciate you, Paper Gains. People should be following Paper. He's fantastic. Okay. We also got Garlic up here, Mr. G Knots, Bull Trade Finder.
If you didn't know what the G stood for, now you do.
Yeah, it's the G in G Knots spells for garlic. But yeah.
Yeah,
Wolf.
It does.
Wolf. What do you got for us? Anything you're interested in that's moved today? We got about 7 minutes left on the spaces. Anything you're watching for tomorrow? What's the Wolf Tuesday look like? Oh yeah, he said he can't talk for 10 minutes. I'm stupid. Stock talk. How are you gonna feel after the Knicks win tonight? What type of emotions?
I mean, I'm not a Knicks hater. I just know they're not going to win the chip, which you're crazy. You lost your mind.
Did you hear? But did you hear what the bet was though?
Yeah. You're parlaying the Knicks and who?
The Rangers, the best team in the NHL, President's Trophy winners.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you picked the Knicks on the other end of that parlay, so that ain't gonna pan out.
It is. I put $25 on it because obviously this is probably not gonna happen. But 25 to win 1,800. Not bad.
I mean, forget winning the chip. They're not even gonna beat the Celtics. Let alone they're not gonna even come out of the East. Let alone win the chip.
You willing to bet on the Pacers tonight? Just even. I'll take the Knicks for what? Just a coffee bet or something.
I think that series probably goes 6 or 7 either way. I don't actually hate the Knicks versus the Pacers, but there's no way they beat the Celtics. That'd be crazy.
All right. Well, I'm excited to gloat in your face when your Mavs get kicked out and we beat the Celtics.
We'll see. Even if they somehow make it to the chip, I mean, the West is way too stacked, dude.
All right. I can't lie to you. It's 5 o'clock and I'm hungry.
Talk about his second largest holding coming into earnings this week.
Ooh, what is it? Let me take a guess. AMC, GME, or something. They're flying.
Oh no, I thought it was Vuzi. He was all about the 3D glasses, right? Isn't that Vuzi?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Stop it! Oh man, yeah, Vuzi is an old culty.
You guys seeing the move in GME though?
But I don't really remember what that company does. What do they do again?
I think they do like the augmented reality glasses.
I know, I was just pulling
or something like that.
You're disconnecting. I can't hear anything. Sorry, what?
Yeah, so you're breaking up.
Uzi.
GME was a weird day today, but that's besides the point. I thought that's where you were leading us or something, but no. We got stuff coming up in the week tomorrow on these spaces. We're gonna probably be focusing in on Rivian Coupang. I know CPNG has become a popular one we've talked about on here, but also EA. I used to play a lot of FIFA and don't as much anymore. Pain.
Are you watching Airbnb at all?
That's on Wednesday after the close. I'm excited.
Yeah, interesting spot, actually. Really interesting spot.
I own some Airbnb. ARM Holdings, Airbnb, Trade Desk all after the close on Wednesday. Robinhood as well. Wednesday will be a fun one.
Oh, yeah. So Robinhood, so I think, is anybody short Robinhood?
Nope. Fuck them if they are. I'm kidding.
I don't know. So they got the Wells notice this morning. I'm sure StockDuck did a nice little write-up. But the Wells notice on the crypto side of the business, I mean, instantly bought up, but I'm still...
Once they saw crypto side of the business, they were like, okay, that's normal.
Well, that's one reason why I always liked Robinhood is because they never got, they never traded with Bitcoin or like Coinbase, right? Like, they have their own thing, but you always had that kind of, call option on the crypto side of the business. So, regardless
See you tomorrow, Paul. Appreciate you.
I kind of like it. But.
Nice. Lots of love. Also with Celsius, even though Evan hates it.
No, Wolf, I own Celsius. I tried to prompt you earlier about your thoughts on what you're watching for Celsius tomorrow. I've told you, actually, it has happened to me multiple times where I had a Celsius a bit too late in the day and I did not sleep. And I had the weirdest dream.
Taco Bell?
I had the weirdest nightmare. No, that just made my stomach hurt. I had Taco Bell too late. But what are you watching for Celsius tomorrow?
I am, as always, going to be looking for a big beat on earnings, as they like to do. I didn't realize this, but if you go into Earnings Hub, you can go over to Show Estimates, and you can click on it, and you can go through and you can look and see that it's beat on revenue.
Wolf, click on Datadogs on the same thing.
Oh boy, is it crazy how much they beat by, or is it bad the other way? Let me check. DDOG.
It's right next to where Celsius is. So that's the same day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it looks very, very similar, to be honest.
No, they're look at their EPS one. What are you talking about? Theirs looks so much better.
Okay. Wait, so EPS...
Include estimates.
Oh, the EPS does, but the revenue is very similar. Yeah, the EPS is not always a huge beat for Celsius. Sometimes it's wild. I mean, if you go back and you look 2 quarters ago, they really had a nice beat there. But the revenue, they almost always beat on. Just keep killing it. Record-breaking year. That's what they had this past year. Best earnings year in history.
All right.
So that's interesting. Datadog had a huge EPS beat last quarter. But
Trading at 79. Yeah, I am going to close this one out, though, in a minute. Evan, you want to shout out your stream again?
Nah, we're good. I actually am going to close this out after I literally was live all day today. A lot of boring moments in the middle there. I'm not. Turns out I am not someone like a Sketch. What's up, brother?
What's up, brother?
What's up, brother?
Tuesday.
Special teams, special players.
Special plays.
We're going to see some special players tonight with the Knicks.
Especially in a good way. But yeah, what I do have pinned up in the nest above, and Garlic, sorry I deleted your thing quickly so I can get this up there. If you guys missed Warren Buffett speaking over the weekend, I spent 7 hours listening to him and recapped what he said in like a 10-minute video. So that's pinned up in the nest above. Check that out. But if you enjoy these type of spaces, make sure you're following the speakers up here, Paper Gains, and G-Naught's still up here. Fantastic. Make sure you're following the host of the spaces as well. We're live every single Monday through Thursday, 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern at least. Follow the host of this account of the spaces. Just will be great times. Good banter as well from time to time. There's someone on this panel who likes to go to Red Lobster a lot, and it's not me. And it's okay if you do. That's enjoyable. We also have Crocs tomorrow morning, which he also wears a lot, but I'll let you guys pick who I'm talking about. Yeah, that's all for me.
Mode. Only sport mode.
Only sport mode. Unless he has those Lightning McQueen Crocs, then he puts them in chill mode because they're always in sport mode, you know?
Right.
By default. But yeah, we'll catch you all tomorrow. When you guys watch that Warren Buffett video, subscribe to my channel as well. Subscribe. Love you all. Bye.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. I'm going to go open up our stock picks for the week space.
All right. I cannot believe I just made it through that entire day. It says I went live at 8:43 a.m. Eastern. I think I went live at 8:45 on here. It's now 5 p.m. So full day's work on a live stream. And a lot of it, we didn't have that many people. So I appreciate all of you guys for joining in. Palantir moving lower off of earnings, but it had a really big day up. So it's still not the biggest moves. I'm going to go and eat. I'm going to go do some stuff, relax. We'll see. I'm probably in a live stream at points tomorrow as well. So if you enjoy this, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. I appreciate each and every single one of you. And I will catch you all tomorrow. Have a good one.